I collect attributes in the apocalypse. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 701 100% Certainty. Hearing Lin Fan's answer, the surprise in Liu Qing's eyes became even stronger. If it were someone else, he would definitely think that they were too ambitious, with big eyes and small hands, and did not have much future. But the person in front of him was Lin Fan, a person with first-grade soul power who could become an alchemist in the future. This forced him to re-examine this issue. Has his cultivation level broken through? A thought flashed through Liu Qing's mind, but this thought was quickly denied by him. It shouldn't have broken through so quickly. Seeing Liu Qing fall silent, Lin Fan didn't know what Liu Qing was thinking. Mao Xiangxiang came to challenge me. It has something to do with you too, right? Lin Fan asked bluntly. Mao Xiangxiang didn't expect Lin Fan to be able to think of this level. It seems that Lin Fan saw them when they went to talk to Mao Xiangxiang. To be honest, it has nothing to do with me. I just went there with Yan Zhangping. Liu Qing smiled and said, Yan Zhangping wanted to see how strong you are, so he asked Mao Xiangxiang to challenge you. The 2,000 yuan stones for the bet were also given by Yan Zhangping. This is an established fact, and Liu Qing does not need to lie, not to mention that he and Yan Zhangping do not have a very good relationship. They are both students from the external school of Nanluo College, so there is naturally a competitive relationship between them. He likes to use such an established fact to establish an enemy like Lin Fan for Yan Zhangping. Yan Zhangping, Lin Fan murmured and memorized the name in his mind. Yan Zhangping is a very jealous person. Since he has started to target you, he will continue to target you in the future, so you have to be careful, Liu Qing said. Thanks for the reminder, Lin Fan nodded and said, but no matter how he targets you, I won't worry. Oh? So confident, Liu Qing was a little surprised. That's right, Lin Fan nodded again. He didn't care what the relationship between Liu Qing and Yan Zhangping was. He only knew that Liu Qing was definitely not a good person. In this case, he responded to Liu Qing's words with an indifferent attitude. Whether Yan Zhangping wanted to target him or Liu Qing wanted to target him, he could take them one by one. In a world like Xianidun continent, one should maintain a fearless and courageous heart, otherwise how can one become a powerful person and stand at the top of this world? Liu Qing squinted at Lin Yan for several seconds before he smiled and said, I admire people who are confident. You can slowly choose martial arts first. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. After saying that, Liu Qing did not stay and walked away. Lin Fan glanced at Liu Qing's back, a faint sneer appeared on his face, and he didn't care about anything. He continued to choose martial arts here. The martial arts on this level are all at the level of the best of ordinary people, and Lin Fan had to pick them carefully. After all, he could only take 2 martial arts books with him this time. He had already chosen a top-grade martial arts book, so he could not be careless with the remaining top-grade martial arts book. Judging from the names of top-grade martial arts books, many of them were more domineering than top-grade martial arts books. However, Lin Fan looked at several bookshelves and could not make a good choice. It was not that the martial arts on these bookshelves were not good enough, but that he did not choose the one he liked. He quickly walked to the last bookshelf on the 4th floor, glanced over, and then locked onto one of the martial arts books. Senluo Death Seal. Lin Fan muttered the name of the book, then reached out and took it out from the bookshelf and looked at it carefully. Okay, I'll choose you. After reading it, Lin Fan decided to choose this Senluo Death Seal to practice. This is a martial art of seal formation, which is full of challenges for many practitioners. Once the seal cannot be formed, it is equivalent to having no meaning at all, and even any power cannot be generated, but once the seal is formed, the power is quite good. Lin Fan didn't know that the Senluo Death Seal was actually the most difficult martial arts to practice on the 4th floor. Holding the 2 books, Lin Fan didn't stay. Anyway, he could only choose 2 books at most, and there was no point in delaying here. When he breaks through in the future, if he wants to choose martial arts again, he will have to go upstairs to choose martial arts of a higher level. He returned to the 2nd floor, and his eyes quickly locked onto Ling Qingxuan, and walked towards Ling Qingxuan. When he came to Ling Qingxuan was still concentrating on the martial arts books in his hand. Have you chosen? Lin Fan asked with a smile. Hearing the voice, Lin Soon noticed that someone was around. I have chosen one, and I am still choosing the second one, Lin Soon replied. As she said that, she handed the other book in her hand to Lin Fan. Lin Fan took a look and said, "Not bad, it is quite suitable for girls to practice. If you are still hesitating about the second one, then I will help you choose it." Okay, Lin Soon naturally didn't mind Lin Fan helping her choose. Lin Fan began to check the bookshelf and soon picked a book for Lin Soon. "Thank you," Lin Soon thanked him. "You're welcome," Lin Fan smiled jokingly and said, "I asked you to borrow so many dimensional stones, but you didn't say anything, did you?" Of course, Lin Soon nodded. "Then I should help you, so there's no need to be so polite to each other," Lin Fan smiled slightly. "We?" Lin Soon's beautiful eyes condensed, wondering if the "we" that Lin Fan said had a more special meaning. Lin Fan didn't think too much about it, and changed the subject, saying, "Let's go, since we have chosen, let's go down now." "Which two martial arts did you choose?" Lin Soon asked curiously. Lin Fan glanced at Lin Soon, who was startled and said, "There is also a mortal level top grade martial arts." "Yes, choose it and put it aside, it should be ready for practice soon," Lin Fan replied. Lin Soon thought that Lin Fan would choose two mortal level top grade martial arts, and she did not expect that Lin Fan would choose a mortal level top grade martial arts. However, she believed that Lin Fan was a reliable person and would not do anything rash. Since Lin Fan chose a mortal level top grade martial arts, it meant that Lin Fan was indeed sure to improve his cultivation to the early stage of the Earth Wasteland realm in a very short time. With Lin Fan's talent, it is reasonable for him to practice mortal level top grade martial arts when he has the cultivation of the early stage of the Earth Wasteland realm. The two returned to the lobby on the first floor and went straight to the registration office. At the registration office, the elder was still reading with his head down. The old man's full name is Song Wenbin. He has been in charge of guarding the martial arts building for many years. It can be said that no one is more familiar with the various martial arts in the martial arts building than him, not even the dean. "Elder, we have selected the martial arts, let's register," Lin Fan said. Hearing the voice, Song Wenbin closed the book he was reading, looked up at Lin Fan and Lin Soon, and said lightly, "Take out the martial arts books you have selected, you first." Lin Fan gave Lin Soon a look. Lin Soon nodded and handed the book in his hand. Song Wenbin took out a booklet and asked, "Who is your instructor?" "What's your name?" "Instructor Zhang Xianmu," Lin Soon responded. Song Wenbin quickly wrote Lin Soon's information and the names of the two martial arts books on the booklet, and then reminded, "Remember, you must return the books within 1 month at the latest. If you don't succeed in practicing, you can return them and borrow them out again for practice." "Yes," Lin Soon nodded. "This is the rule of the Academy for borrowing martial arts books, and any students must abide by it. Although these books are copied, not originals, students cannot hold them in their hands for too long. If a student leaks them out, it will also be a loss for Nanlo Academy." "Okay, the levels are finished, put the books away," Song Wenbin said again. Lin Soon did not delay and took back the two martial arts books. Then, Lin Fan handed over the Thousand Illusions Palm and Sanluo Death Seal in his hand. Song Wenbin looked at the Thousand Illusions Palm and Sanluo Death Seal, then frowned and said, "Mortal level upper grade and mortal level top grade, you haven't even reached the Earth Wasteland realm yet, and you chose this level of martial arts. Have you ever thought that you can't practice it at all?" With Song Wenbin's cultivation, he could naturally see Lin Fan's realm at a glance. He knew that Lin Fan only had the 9th level of the Tempering Body realm. The 9th level of the Tempering Body realm had no way to successfully practice the mortal level upper grade martial arts and the mortal level top grade martial arts. "Elder, my cultivation should be about to break through to the early stage of the Earth Wasteland realm, so I chose these two martial arts," Lin Fan responded. "Are you going to break through soon?" Song Wenbin narrowed his eyes slightly, but soon frowned and said, "When you break through to the early stage of the Earthly Wasteland realm, there will be no problem in practicing the Thousand Illusion Palms, but I can tell you very clearly that it is not so easy to practice successfully for the Sanluo Death Seal. This Sanluo Death Seal is the most difficult mortal level top grade martial arts to practice in the entire 4th layer. Many students have chosen it before, but only a few have succeeded in practicing it. I personally do not recommend you to choose Sanluo Death Seal at this level." Song Wenbin did not think that Lin Fan would be an exception. As an elder of Nanlo College, especially as he has been guarding the martial arts building here for many years, he has a deep affection for Nanlo College and undoubtedly hopes that Nanlo College can develop better. The premise for Nanlo College to develop better is naturally the continuous improvement of the student's strength. Therefore, when many students choose martial arts, he will give appropriate suggestions to save them some unnecessary energy. After all, for young and energetic students, many people tend to be ambitious. Just when Song Wenbin thought that Lin Fan would give up on the Sinluo death seal after he said that, Lin Fan gave him a reply that made him slightly stunned. "It's okay, Elder, I am sure that I can successfully practice the Sinluo death seal," Lin Fan said. Confident, Song Wenbin was stunned for a moment, then asked, "How confident are you?" 100% confident, Lin Fan answered confidently. Song Wenbin stared at Lin Fan with his eyes wide open, and said, "Who gave you the confidence?" To answer the elder, "I gave myself the confidence," Lin Fan smiled faintly. Seeing that Song Wenbin was about to say something, he couldn't help but add, "Elder, I think that one should have the courage to move forward on the path of cultivation. This martial art is difficult to practice. I believe you didn't lie to me, but it is precisely because it is difficult to practice that many people fail to practice, so I want to choose it to practice. If others fail to practice, I won't even think about trying after hearing that. Doesn't it mean that I was scared and backed off? You have to do what others can't do to stand out. Isn't that the truth of the path of cultivation? After all, there are only a few people who become strong, right?" Lin Fan's words not only stunned Lin Qingxun, but also moved Song Wenbin. Yes. On the path of cultivation, if you don't keep a courageous heart and retreat when you encounter difficulties, how can you become a strong person? In this world, which strong person has achieved success smoothly? After Lin Qingxun came to his senses, he said, "Elder, I also believe he can do it. He also has soul power and is going to learn alchemy from Elder Yili." "Oh? He also has soul power?" Song Wenbin was shocked. He didn't expect Lin Fan to have soul power. "Yes," Lin Qingxun nodded. Song Wenbin squinted his eyes again and looked at Lin Fan. After a while, he said, "It seems that you are a good genius. Well, what you said just now made me feel a little educated. I hope you can really succeed in your cultivation, Elder. You are too kind," Lin Fan said modestly. Chapter 702 Beauty Tangzai Oxido. Song Wenbin took the booklet, looked at Lin Fan and asked, "What's your name and your mentor?" "Mentor Zhang Xianmu, Lin Fan," Lin Fan responded. "Are you also Zhang Xianmu's subordinate?" Mentor Song Wenbin was a little surprised, and then smiled and said, "Then Zhang Xianmu is lucky. He has a student like you who has soul power." Not bad. Zhang Xianmu probably never dreamed that because Lin Fan and Lin Qingxun came to borrow martial arts books, he would be called a kid by Song Wenbin. Lin Fan was not surprised about this. After all, Song Wenbin was an elder of Nanlo Academy and had the cultivation level of the creation realm, while Zhang Xianmu was only at the desolate hill realm. The gap between them was too huge. It was not too much for Song Wenbin to call Zhang Xianmu a kid. After recording Lin Fan's information in the booklet, Song Wenbin still reminded him, "The time limit is the same, 1 month, and you must return it within 1 month. Okay, Elder, we remember it," Lin Fan nodded. "Well, just remember it," Song Wenbin also nodded. Lin Fan took the 2 martial arts books and said, "Elder, let's go back first and won't bother you anymore." After the voice fell, Lin Fan turned his head to look at Lin Qingxun and said, Let's go back." "Well," Lin Qingxun nodded lightly, naturally had no objection, and walked out of the martial arts building with Lin Fan. Seeing Lin Fan and Lin Qingxun walk out of the martial arts building, Song Wenbin muttered to himself, "Lin Fan, good boy, I will remember you. I want to see if you can successfully practice the Sinluo death seal." Although Lin Fan has soul power and wild power are 2 different cultivation systems. There is no direct connection between the 2. Some people who have a strong talent for soul power cultivation do not have a strong talent for wild power cultivation. Some people who have a strong talent for wild power cultivation do not have a strong talent for soul power cultivation. And people who have strong talents in both soul power cultivation and wild power cultivation are very rare. Therefore, Song Wenbin did not think that Lin Fan could really practice Sinluo Death Seal successfully. After all, Sinluo Death Seal was indeed difficult to practice. But since Lin Fan was determined to make a choice, he could not say much. He could only wait and see whether Lin Fan would achieve results. Lin Fan and Lin Qingxuan naturally did not know what Song Wenbin was thinking. After they walked out of the martial arts building, they did not waste time and went back to the living area. Soon, the two returned to the courtyard. "See you tomorrow," Lin Fan said with a smile. "Okay, see you tomorrow," Lin Qingxuan nodded. It was getting late, and they had to go back to the room to study martial arts. Naturally, there was no need for Lin Fan and Lin Qingxuan to continue wasting time. The two of them quickly returned to their rooms. Lin Fan did not rest directly. He took out 2 martial arts books and first opened Qian Huan Palm and read them carefully. After reading it twice, he began to try to practice. It is indeed necessary to have enough wild power in the body to perform martial arts. Under normal circumstances, the wild force in the body of a person at the 9th level of the tempering body realm is not enough to perform the upper grade martial arts of the ordinary level. But Lin Fan is an exception. He has more wild force in his body than people of the same level. He himself doesn't know why. His talent in martial arts seems to be not bad at all. After studying for a whole night, he has mastered the 1000 illusion palm. Whoosh! He waved his palm, and the wild force in his body gathered on his palm. Palm shadows appeared around his body, and the sound of whistling wind suddenly sounded around him. Seeing such results, Lin Fan smiled slightly, stretched out his hand and waved, waving away the palm shadows. Not bad. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, and then looked outside. Seeing that the sky was getting bright, he didn't delay any longer and started to wash and pack. After washing and packing, Lin Fan opened the door and walked out of the courtyard. He met up with Lin Qingxuan, Wang Siying, Li Qing and Li Song, and then walked towards the outer courtyard square together. They still had to practice in the outer courtyard square this morning. Zhang Xianmu had been waiting for the students to arrive. When all the 100 students under his command arrived, Zhang Xianmu glanced at them and said loudly, "Okay, everyone, be quiet and start your practice this morning, just like yesterday. If you have any questions, you can ask me at any time." "Yes," everyone responded, and then sat cross-legged on the ground, closed their eyes, and began to practice. The time in practice still passed quickly. In a blink of an eye, the morning was over. "Okay, today's practice ends here. You can arrange the rest of the time freely," Zhang Xianmu said to everyone, and then looked at Lin Fan and said, "Lin Fan, don't forget to go to the alchemy building to learn alchemy." "Teacher Zhang, I remember," Lin Fan nodded. Zhang Xianmu's words instantly attracted a lot of attention to Lin Fan. "Has Lin Fan already started learning alchemy?" Teacher Zhang said. "So, is it true? How enviable. Why don't I have soul power? If everyone has soul power, then alchemists are worthless." "Haha, I'm just kidding. Fortunately, Lin Fan and we have the same teacher. Lin Fan's strength has improved, and he has become an alchemist. Maybe we can get some benefit from him." "Yes, that's the truth," everyone started to discuss. Lin Fan smiled at these voices and didn't care about anything. He just needed to do what he should do. After Zhang Xianmu finished speaking, he didn't stay here and turned to leave the outer courtyard square. Yesterday was the first time Lin Fan went to see Yu Li. As Lin Fan's mentor, he should naturally take Lin Fan there personally. Lin Fan and Yi Li knew each other, so there was no need for him to take Lin Fan with him. "Mr. Lin, are you going to the alchemy building directly now?" Wang Siying came over and asked. "Don't worry, go eat something first and then go," Lin Fan said with a smile. After studying martial arts all night last night and practicing for the whole morning, he was indeed feeling a little hungry. "Then let's go to the cafeteria together," Wang Siying said. "Okay, let's go," Lin Fan nodded. No one delayed and walked towards the cafeteria. In the cafeteria, they finished their food smoothly. "Then let's go to the alchemy building first," Lin Fan said, left the cafeteria and walked towards the alchemy building. When Lin Fan came to the gate of the alchemy building again and was about to go in, a shout suddenly came from behind. "Stop!" Lin Fan was slightly startled. He was the only one here at the moment. If he guessed correctly, the other party should be shouting at him. He turned around and looked back, only to see a girl wearing colored clothes, slim figure, and ponytail walking towards him. The girl's facial features were very delicate, especially her eyes, which were full of spirituality, as if they could speak. "What's the matter?" Lin Fan asked puzzledly. Although the girl was indeed very pretty, he was not a man who had never seen the world, so he would not show his pig-like appearance just because the girl was pretty. "Do you know where this is?" Tang Xiaoxiao asked with her hands on her hips. Isn't this the alchemy building? Lin Fan looked up and glanced at the three big characters on the plaque of the attic. You dare to go in directly even though you know it is the alchemy building? Tang Xiaoxiao said unhappily. The alchemy building only allows alchemists to enter. I can see that you are a newcomer to the academy. Haven't you checked the rules and regulations of the academy? If you violate the rules and regulations of the academy, you will be punished. Hearing what Tang Xiaoxiao said, Lin Fan knew why the girl was so hostile to her. It turned out that she thought he was going to violate the rules and regulations of the academy and break into the alchemy building. From a certain perspective, the girl was doing it for his own good. However, the tone of her words was indeed a bit too aggressive. Of course, Lin Fan would not argue with a girl. He smiled and said, Elder Yi asked me to come here. What did you say? Elder Yi asked you to come here? Then why don't I know you? Tang Xiaoxiao looked at Lin Fan with a pair of puzzled eyes. It seemed that she regarded Lin Fan as a thief who stole something. Facing Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes, Lin Fan spread his hands helplessly and asked, Are you familiar with Elder Yi? Of course, Tang Xiaoxiao snorted and said, I know everyone around Elder Yi. Looking at Tang Xiaoxiao's appearance, it didn't seem like she was lying. Lin Fan decided to use the ring to check Tang Xiaoxiao's information. This check surprised Lin Fan. He didn't expect that Tang Xiaoxiao not only had the cultivation of the initial stage of the wild pill realm, but also was a third-grade alchemist. The cultivation of the initial stage of the wild pill realm has already left the category of outer courtyard students and become an inner courtyard student. But compared with the identity of a third-grade alchemist, the inner courtyard student is nothing. Such a young third-grade alchemist, it can be imagined that the future is really limitless. Hey! Did Elder Yi really ask you to come here? Tang Xiaoxiao asked again. Yes, Lin Fan nodded. Now that he is not as strong as Tang Xiaoxiao, it is always right to keep a low profile. He added, I have a clear understanding of the rules and regulations of the students. I know that if you are not an alchemist, you cannot enter and leave the alchemy building casually. I will not be stupid enough to violate the rules and regulations of the academy. It was indeed Elder Yi who asked me to come here. If you don't believe it, you can ask Elder Yi later. Seeing that Lin Fan's attitude was not bad, Tang Xiaoxiao's attitude was not as aggressive as before. She asked again, What's your name? My name is Lin Fan. What's yours? Lin Fan asked back. Remember, my name is Tang Xiaoxiao. Tang Xiaoxiao pouted and said, Tang Xiaoxiao's Tang Xiao's smile. Okay, I remember it. Lin Fan nodded in cooperation. Let's go, I'll take you in. Tang Xiaoxiao waved her jade hand, walked in front, and walked into the alchemy building. Seeing this, Lin Fan did not delay and hurriedly followed Tang Xiaoxiao into the alchemy building. As soon as he stepped through the door of the alchemy building, Lin Fan smelled the fragrance of elixirs. This is a smell that permeates the air, and after smelling it, it makes people feel refreshed. The alchemy building has a total of 6 floors. The first floor is equivalent to hall. There are many elixirs on display here. They are all exhibits made by us and Elder Yi. Starting from the second floor, it is the place for alchemy. The first-grade alchemists are on the second floor, the second-grade alchemists are on the third floor, the third-grade alchemists are on the fourth floor, the fourth-grade alchemists are on the fifth floor, and the fifth-grade alchemists are on the sixth floor. In other words, Elder Yi usually makes elixirs on the sixth floor, Tang Xiaoxiao introduced while leading Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded, and his eyes swept across the first floor. He really didn't expect that there was such a detailed division in the alchemy building. However, he did see a lot of elixirs on some of the display cabinets around. By the way, has your soul power reached the first level now? Tang Xiaoxiao asked. It has reached the first level, Lin Fan nodded. Oh? That's not bad, Tang Xiaoxiao said with some surprise. If you reach the first level, you can directly learn how to make elixirs. Of course, before you start making elixirs, you have to choose an elixir furnace. You know what an elixir furnace is, right? I know, Lin Fan replied helplessly. Even if he had never understood elixir making before, he could tell from the literal meaning of the elixir furnace. It's okay to know, Tang Xiaoxiao nodded. Then where should I go to choose an elixir furnace? Lin Fan asked a key question. We will provide you with a basic elixir furnace here. If you can find a good elixir furnace in the future, you can just replace it with a good one, Tang Xiaoxiao explained. I see, Lin Fan nodded. Chapter 703, Learning Alchemy. Tang Xiaoxiao's enthusiasm was somewhat beyond Lin Fan's expectations. When he first met Tang Xiaoxiao, he thought she was arrogant, but he didn't expect her to be the opposite. It can be seen that Tang Xiaoxiao is the kind of girl with a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. If you want to buy a new alchemy furnace, where should you go to buy it? Lin Fan asked curiously. You can buy it in many places. It just depends on whether the one you buy is good or not. If you want to buy a good alchemy furnace, you have to go to Wanbao Chamber of Commerce or auction. If it is an ordinary alchemy furnace, there are many places outside, Tang Xiaoxiao responded. She is very familiar with the entire Nanluo city and knows the chambers of commerce and other things in Nanluo city. The business of this Wanbao Chamber of Commerce is really big. There is also one in Nanluo city, Lin Fan thought secretly in his heart. Then, he looked at Tang Xiaoxiao and said, okay, I'll go out for a walk some other day. You can't go out now, Tang Xiaoxiao said. Why? Lin Fan was stunned. You are not allowed to leave the academy without permission in the first month after joining the academy. You must wait a month before you can leave, Tang Xiaoxiao emphasized. Didn't you read the rules and regulations of the academy carefully? Lin Fan shook his head helplessly and said, the other day I said actually means a month later. After all, I still have to get familiar with how to make pills during this period. At least I have to master the basics first. If I don't even master the basics, then even if I have a good pill furnace, it should be meaningless, right? It's best if you can think like this, Tang Xiaoxiao nodded. Just as the two of them were chatting, a figure walked down from the second floor. They all looked at the figure. Elder Yi, Lin Fan shouted respectfully to the figure. Sister Yi Li, Tang Xiaoxiao also shouted. But before she finished her sentence, she was glared at by Yi Li and quickly changed her words to Elder Yi. Although Tang Xiaoxiao changed her words quickly, Lin Fan still heard it. She directly calls Elder Yi sister. It seems that the relationship between the two of them is indeed very special. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. Listening to Zhang Xianmu's description, it is obvious that Yi Li has a very high status in Nanluo College. With such a high status, Tang Xiaoxiao can still call Yi Li sister. If their relationship is just ordinary, it really doesn't make sense. Do you two know each other? Yi Li asked curiously. We just met, Lin Fan smiled and said. We met at the door, Yi Li nodded. She saw Lin Fan and Tang Xiaoxiao chatting, and thought that Lin Fan and Tang Xiaoxiao knew each other before. Then, Yi Li looked at Tang Xiaoxiao and said, it's time for you to make the pill. Go upstairs and make the pill, okay? Tang Xiaoxiao nodded obediently, waved to Lin Fan, and walked upstairs without any delay. She is a very self-disciplined and hard-working girl. She knows very well that even if you are very talented, you still need to work hard. Of course, because she was a third-grade alchemist, she was going to the third floor instead of the second floor. After Tang Xiaoxiao left, Yi Li focused her eyes on Lin Fan and said, come upstairs with me. Lin Fan did not hesitate and followed Yi Li to the second floor. Although the second floor was not as spacious as the first floor, it was also quite large. The middle of the room was empty, and the surroundings were divided into rooms. Lin Fan glanced around and noticed that there were a total of 10 rooms on the second floor, marked from 1 to 10 however, some rooms were marked in red, and some were marked in green. For beginners, alchemy requires a very quiet environment. Otherwise, if they are disturbed, it is very likely to lead to failure in alchemy. These rooms are divided into alchemy rooms, marked with front and back sides. One side is red and the other side is green. The red side means there are people in the room, and the green side means no one is in the room. So, when you see a room with a red mark, don't go over and knock on the door or anything like that, so as not to disturb the people refining the alchemy inside. Yi Li's eyes swept across the many rooms and gave Lin Fan a very detailed introduction. Of course, this does not mean that high-level alchemists can be disturbed at all when they are refining alchemy. When they are refining low-level pills, perhaps being disturbed will not have any effect. After all, they have mastered it very well and it is not easy to make mistakes, but if they are refining high-level pills, they still cannot be disturbed. They also need to be refined in a quiet environment. Do you understand? Yes, Lin Fan nodded. Yi Li had explained it in such detail. If he still didn't understand, it meant that there was something wrong with his IQ. I'm glad you understand. Yi Li looked at one of the green-marked rooms with her beautiful eyes and said, let's go to that room and I'll start teaching you how to make pills. Okay, Lin Fan nodded again and followed Yi Li into the room, while hanging the red mark. The alchemy room was not very big, about 10 square meters. In the middle of the alchemy room, there was an alchemy cauldron. This was the first time Lin Fan saw an alchemy cauldron, and he couldn't help but take a closer look. The alchemy cauldron was about 1 meter high, with 3 legs standing on top, and there were some simple patterns on it. The alchemy furnace you see now is the basic one provided by the Academy. Although it is not a good one, it is enough for you to refine first-grade elixirs, Yi Li said slowly. You must remember that when you refine the best elixirs, the requirements for the alchemy furnace will also increase. Let me give you the simplest example. If you want to refine a third-grade elixir, but you use this alchemy furnace in front of you, then no matter how high your alchemy level is, you will not be able to refine a third-grade elixir. Is it because this alchemy furnace can't bear it? Lin Fan asked puzzledly. That's right, Yi Li nodded and continued to explain. To refine a third-grade elixir, the flame temperature required is different. If the quality of the cauldron is too poor, it will not be able to withstand the high temperature of the flame, and the cauldron will melt directly. Moreover, when the elixir is successfully refined, there will also be a burst of energy that will spread in the cauldron. If the quality of the cauldron is not good, that energy can destroy the cauldron, and the moment the cauldron is broken, you basically can't protect the elixir well. Therefore, when refining a good elixir, you must prepare a good cauldron. You must not be careless about this, otherwise it will lead to your failure. Thank you, Elder Yi, for reminding me. I will remember it firmly. Lin Fan said seriously. Okay, next, I will show you how to refine a basic first-grade elixir first. You have to watch carefully next to you, Yi Li pondered. The moment the voice fell, she stretched out her hand and waved, and a table appeared out of thin air in front of her. She flicked her fingers again, and 3 kinds of medicinal materials, 10 portions of each, appeared above the table. The elixir I'm going to teach you to refine is called the concentration pill. It's the most basic type of first-grade elixir, and its function is to make people concentrate and calm their minds. Yi Li glanced at the 3 medicinal herbs on the table and introduced them one by one. The first medicinal herb is called the blue sky fruit, a first-grade medicinal herb. The second medicinal herb is called the silver grass, a first-grade medicinal herb, and the third medicinal herb is called the snowflower, a first-grade medicinal herb. The concentration pill is made from these 3 medicinal herbs, but it should be noted that the temperature of the flames during the refining process of these 3 medicinal herbs is not the same. Therefore, when we refine them, we must refine them one by one. Unless you can control the flame very skillfully, then you can do it at the same time. Don't try it easily before you can control the flame very skillfully, otherwise it will easily cause you to get hurt. While speaking, Yi Li stretched out her jade hand, and a ball of light red flame suddenly rose from her palm. As soon as the light red flame appeared, Lin Fan could clearly feel the scorching temperature emanating from the flame. However, this temperature soon weakened a lot under Yi Li's control. The flame you see now is the beast fire from a demon beast that I melted. It is not the flame condensed by myself. You must distinguish this clearly, Yi Li pondered and said. To put it simply, the flame I control is stronger. I will show you the method and steps of refining the concentrated mind pill first. You must watch carefully. After I refine it, I will tell you how to control the flame from your body. Okay, Lin Fan nodded heavily, paying full attention. He didn't know how many times Yi Li would show him. If he only showed him once, he would have to pay more attention. Otherwise, if he didn't learn it later and Yi Li didn't show him again, wouldn't it be embarrassing? After seeing Lin Fan nod, Yi Li didn't waste any more time. With a move of his mind, a soul force surged out of his body. The lid of the alchemy cauldron flew up and gently landed on the ground next to it. At this moment, Lin Fan could clearly feel that Yi Li's soul force was quite strong, at least much stronger than his. It can be said without hesitation that Yi Li could easily compress his body to the point of explosion just by using her soul power. After all, Yi Li was a 5th-grade alchemist, and her soul power had also reached a 5th-grade level. After the lid of the cauldron landed, Yi Li threw a blue fruit into the cauldron, and then controlled the flame in her palm to fly in and wrap the blue fruit. The temperature that a first-grade medicinal material can withstand is not high. When refining, you must pay attention to the temperature of the flame. I am just demonstrating it to you now, so I won't tell you the specific temperature one by one. After I finish the demonstration, I will tell you the recipe of the concentrating spirit pill. There is a detailed explanation on the recipe, and you will naturally know it very well by then, Yi Li pondered. Yes, Lin Fan nodded again. Under the refining of Yi Li's light red flame, the blue fruit quickly turned into blue liquid. Yi Li used her soul power to wrap the blue liquid, allowing it to float in the space inside the cauldron without any contact with the inside of the cauldron. Then, she threw the cyanine grass into the cauldron and continued to refine it with flames. Similarly, after refining, she continued to wrap it with soul power. There are two benefits of wrapping it like this. One is to avoid touching it, and the other is to prevent the temperature of the flame from affecting and damaging the material when refining it. While Yi Li was talking, she threw the Shyangsa flower into the cauldron. It must be said that it is quite simple for a 5th-grade alchemist like Yi Li to refine a 1st-grade elixir like the Ningxian pill. Under her control, the billow fruit, cyanine grass, and Shyangsa flower were quickly refined. The 3 medicinal materials have been refined. What remains is to fuse them together, Yi Li said in a deep voice. Fusion is also the last step in refining the elixir, and it is also the most critical step. Once the fusion fails, it means that the elixir has failed. The previous refining process is in vain, and the medicinal materials are also lost in vain. Some high-level elixirs require extremely rare medicinal materials for refining. If they are destroyed, you may not be able to find a second batch of medicinal materials at once. In this case, we must be 100% careful when fusing them, and we must not be careless. After the voice fell, Yi Li used his soul power to control the 3 medicinal materials that had just been refined to fuse. Since the lid of the cauldron was opened, Lin Fan could see the fusion process very intuitively. The 3 liquids were seen blending together, and under the dual effects of flames and soul power, they gradually shrank and solidified. After about a minute, a light gray pill was condensed into shape. The concentration pill is refined. Yi Li's beautiful eyes swept over the light gray pill again and smiled slightly. Chapter 704, Strong Talent. Lin Fan also looked at the light gray pill. This was the first pill he had seen successfully refined. When I was refining, I opened the lid of the cauldron for your convenience. But under normal circumstances, the lid should be closed when refining pills. Just throw the herbs in through this passage on the lid. After all, when you refine it yourself, you use soul power to sense it. The sense of soul power is more real than what you see with your eyes. Yi Li looked at Lin Fan and said slowly, "Now, I will teach you how to control the flame from your body." This method, people without soul power may have flames in their martial arts, but they cannot summon flames from their bodies. Only those with soul power can summon flames from their bodies. As he spoke, Yi Li stretched out his hand and pointed at Lin Fan's head, and a stream of information poured into Lin Fan's mind. This information was to tell Lin Fan how to summon flames with soul power. Lin Fan seriously comprehended this information, and 5 minutes later, he opened his eyes. "How is it? Do you know the method?" Yi Li asked. "I know," Lin Fan nodded. "Okay, now that you know, let's try it," Yi Li said. "Yes," Lin Fan nodded again, and then tried it according to the method and the information. He stretched out a palm, and then controlled the soul power in his body to gather towards the palm. At the same time, he also needed to stimulate a trace of wood attribute breath in his body. Gold, wood, water, fire and earth are the attributes that exist in the human body. People with soul power must have wood attribute. In fact, summoning the flame in the body, in layman's terms, is to merge the soul power and the wood attribute breath in the body together. As long as the soul power and the wood attribute breath are merged together, the flame can be successfully summoned. For Lin Fan, this is not a difficult thing. Because Lin Fan's talent has always been very strong. He failed in the first attempt. He also failed in the second attempt. He still failed in the third attempt. Yi Li felt that his 3 consecutive failures were too normal, and there was nothing to be surprised about. But in the 4th attempt, a very small flame had already risen. Although the flame went out not long after it rose, it gave Lin Fan a great encouragement and surprised Yi Li. "You have done very well to reach this level on the 4th time." Yi Li praised him first, then changed the subject and reminded him, "When that small flame appears, don't let your emotions fluctuate. Stay calm. Only when your emotions are stable can you make your soul power and wood attribute aura merge better. Only in this way can you keep the flame burning and turning into a flame." Hearing what Yi Li said, Lin Fan nodded secretly. When he saw the flame appear just now, he was indeed a little excited, which led to the failure of the soul power and wood attribute aura to merge well. Therefore, the burning flame slowly went out again. "Try again." Seeing that Lin Fan adjusted his mentality, Yi Li said again, Don't be afraid of failure. Everyone has come from failure. If you try more, you will definitely succeed. Yes, Lin Fan's eyes condensed slightly and he continued to try. The 5th attempt still failed. The 6th attempt failed again. However, when Lin Fan tried for the 7th time, he successfully integrated his soul power and wood attribute aura together, and his mood was also very good. The flame suddenly rose from his palm. Success! Lin Fan looked at the flame in his palm, and a smile appeared on his face. Not bad, very good, you can condense the flame on the 7th try, which is enough to show that you are very capable in controlling soul power. Yili looked at the flame with her beautiful eyes and praised. You should know that when she condensed the flame for the first time, she also succeeded in the 7th try. She originally thought that Lin Fan would need 20 tries to condense it, but she didn't expect Lin Fan to succeed on the 7th try. This result is exactly the same as hers. Now that you have condensed the flame, you can start trying to refine the elixir. Yili glanced at Lin Fan and said, follow the steps I taught you just now, but when you refine, you must cover the lid of the cauldron. Opening the lid is still difficult for you now. Of course, I will give you the information about the elixir formula. You don't need to look at the information about the medicinal materials. You just need to pay attention to the temperature that the 3 medicinal materials are adapted to. After saying that, Yili nodded at Lin Fan's forehead again, and the information about the elixir formula of the concentrated mind pill flooded into Lin Fan's mind. Okay, Lin Fan nodded, and his mind moved. A soul force acted on the lid of the cauldron, controlling the lid to fly back and cover the cauldron. Then, Lin Fan shifted his gaze to the medicinal materials on the table, picked up the billow fruit and threw it in from the opening of the cauldron lid. The moment the billow fruit entered, he still used his soul force to control it to float in the space inside the cauldron. Okay, you can use the flame to refine it. Are you familiar with the temperature? Yili asked. Familiar, Lin Fan responded. He did not delay any longer, and controlled the flying of the fireball from his palm, entering the alchemy furnace, and wrapped the billow fruit together. The temperature that billow fruit can adapt to is about 50 degrees. Since Lin Fan has a strong ability to control his soul power, he can also control the temperature of the flame very well. Lin Fan's eyes flickered, and he concentrated on refining the elixir. Under his perfect control, the billow fruit was successfully refined into liquid. Just like when Yili was refining, he used his soul power to wrap up the ball of liquid, and threw the cyanine grass into the alchemy furnace, and began to refine the cyanine grass with flames. The temperature that cyanine grass can adapt to is about 60 degrees, and Lin Fan still finished refining it very well. The last one is Xiangsuhua, which can adapt to the temperature of about 70 degrees. Although he almost made a mistake, fortunately Lin Fan corrected it in time, and then turned it around. The 3 medicinal materials have been refined, and the remaining thing is fusion. Fusion is the last step in refining the elixir, and it is also the most difficult step. Lin Fan did not dare to be careless, and used his soul power to control the 3 refined medicinal materials to fuse together. Although he had been very careful and attentive in controlling the elixir, he still made a mistake during the fusion process, which led to the failure of the fusion process. It's ruined. Looking at the result of the failure, Lin Fan said somewhat embarrassedly. You didn't make any mistakes in the 3 steps of refining the medicinal materials for the first time. This is something that many alchemists can't do, Yili pondered and said. The last step of fusion itself is extremely difficult. It's normal to fail the first time. Just try a few more times. In fact, Yili was already surprised by Lin Fan's operation. She didn't expect that Lin Fan could reach the fusion step in his first time refining the elixir. This is enough to show that Lin Fan has a very strong talent for refining elixirs and is an absolute alchemy genius. Hearing what Yili said, Lin Fan felt much better. He took a deep breath, nodded, and said, then I'll try again. Well, you know all the steps. Try it yourself first. If you feel that your soul power is consumed too much, then take a rest. I'll go out to do something and come back to see your results later, Yili said. Okay, Elder Yi, Lin Fan responded. Yili did not delay any longer and turned to walk out. In fact, she was not going out to do anything important, but she felt that if she was here, Lin Fan might feel nervous. If she was not here, Lin Fan might feel much more relaxed. After Yili left, Lin Fan did feel a lot more relaxed. After all, Yili was an elder and a 5th grade alchemist. With such a person watching, he would be a little nervous. Lin Fan took a deep breath, and after adjusting his mood, he threw himself into alchemy again. Yili quickly came to the third floor. She knew which room Tang Xiaoxiao was refining the alchemy, so she walked over and opened the door quietly. She can control these actions very well now, and can completely do it without making any sound. After all, at the moment when the sound was transmitted, she could control it with her soul power. Walking into the room, Tang Xiaoxiao happened to have just finished refining a pill. Sister Yili, Tang Xiaoxiao turned around and looked at Yili. Let me see how effective the pill you refined is. Yili walked over, stretched out her hand, and directly summoned the pill into her hand, and then looked at it carefully. Well, not bad, the quality is okay. Yili looked at it for a moment and commented, but there is still room for improvement. I was a little anxious during the fusion process. If I were a little slower, it would be more perfect. As for refining medicinal materials, I also need to be more stable. Sister Yili, this is a third-grade pill. It's already very good that I can refine it so quickly, right? Tang Xiaoxiao said with a pout. Not bad, it's not bad, but I'm telling you, there's still room for improvement. You girl, can't stand people saying you're not good. Yili glared at Tang Xiaoxiao unhappily. When the two of them were private, their relationship was very good, so there were not so many restraints between them. Tang Xiaoxiao naturally knew Yili's personality. She took Yili's arm and said, by the way, Sister Yili, aren't you teaching Lin Fan how to make pills? You finished teaching so quickly. Lin Fan has a strong talent for making pills, Yili said. Oh? How strong? Tang Xiaoxiao asked curiously. When I taught him to summon the flame, he succeeded on the 7th try. Yili smiled slightly and said, if I remember correctly, you only summoned the flame on the 10th try. He actually succeeded on the 7th try. Isn't that the same as your result, Sister Yili? The curiosity on Tang Xiaoxiao's face instantly turned into surprise. As if she didn't expect Lin Fan to be able to summon the flame on the 7th try. Yes, the same as me, the 7th time. Yili nodded lightly and said, he is very skilled in controlling soul power. What about refining medicinal materials and refining pills? Tang Xiaoxiao asked. Still outstanding, Yili said in a deep voice. I taught him to refine the condensing spirit pill. He succeeded in refining the 3 medicinal materials the first time. The only failure was that he did not master the fusion. If he had mastered the fusion, he would have succeeded in refining the pill the first time. After hearing what Yili said, Tang Xiaoxiao opened her mouth and uttered a sentence after a long time. Isn't this guy's talent in alchemy too strong? The first pill she tried to refine was also the condensing spirit pill, but at that time, she succeeded in refining the 3 medicinal materials on the 3rd time. Although she also failed in the fusion process, she refined the medicinal materials twice more than Lin Fan. To some extent, it seems that Lin Fan's talent in alchemy is stronger than hers. Lin Fan's talent in alchemy is indeed strong, and I also want to see how fast he can grow, Yili said. I didn't expect that the academy would recruit such a powerful guy this time. Tang Xiaoxiao suddenly asked curiously, which family is he from? I don't know, I didn't ask that. Yili shook her head. She was only responsible for teaching students to refine pills, not for recruiting students, so naturally she didn't know these personal information. I'll ask him after the pill refining is finished in the afternoon, Tang Xiaoxiao said. Why? Little girl is interested in him, Yili asked with a smile. Tang Xiaoxiao straightened her nose and said, I have an obligation to find out his information clearly. What if he is a bad guy? You? Yili shook her head and smiled. You are the biggest bad guy in Nanlo Academy. Chapter 705, Heavenly Spirit Technique. Sister Yeli, what's wrong with me? Tang Xiaoxiao chuckled. Aren't you bad enough? Yeli glared at Tang Xiaoxiao again and said, I guess few people know your true identity now, right? Yes, Tang Xiaoxiao nodded and said, my father told me to be low-key, not high-profile. Yes, the dean told you to be low-key, but you are very high-profile. Look at how many people you have offended, Yeli asked. Yes, Tang Xiaoxiao's father is the dean of Nanlo College. The dean is not only the strongest person in Nanlo College, but also a well-known person in the entire Dafan dynasty. The most important thing is that Tang Xiaoxiao is the only daughter of the dean. Therefore, you can imagine how high Tang Xiaoxiao's status is. But on weekdays, Tang Xiaoxiao has never revealed it to the outside world. In the eyes of others, She is a third-grade alchemist with strong talent. Of course, she often uses Yeli as a backer. If anyone dares to provoke her, she will tell the other party that Yeli will avenge her. In this way, who would dare to provoke her? Everyone knows Yeli's status and strength. Okay, girl, I'm too lazy to talk to you about this. Yeli shook his head and said seriously, let's talk about something serious. I'll teach you how to refine another third-grade elixir, okay? Tang Xiaoxio nodded happily. She knew that Yeli's alchemy level was very high, and it would be the best to learn alchemy from Yeli. What's more, Yeli was so serious, which was enough to show that the elixir that Yeli was going to teach her to refine was not simple. It must be a very good one among the third-grade elixirs. This was indeed the case. The third-grade elixir that Yeli was going to teach Tang Xiaoxio to refine this time was indeed ranked very high among the third-grade elixirs. Lin Fan didn't know that Yeli was teaching Tang Xiaoxio to refine the elixir at this time. He had already devoted himself to refining the concentration pill. The first fusion failed just now, so he continued to start the second time. The second refining also failed during the fusion. Lin Fan summed up his experience. He thought that he didn't adjust the progress of the fusion properly when he was fusing. If he had mastered the progress, he should have been able to succeed in the fusion. So, during the third refining, after refining the 3 medicinal materials, he concentrated and started the fusion. Sure enough, as expected, this time he mastered the progress of the fusion, and he successfully refined the concentrated mind pill. A scent of the pill suddenly floated out from the alchemy furnace. Finally it's done. Lin Fan looked at the concentrated mind pill, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. After 3 failures, he successfully refined the concentrated mind pill. This was also the first pill he successfully refined in his life, so needless to say, he was very happy. Lin Fan's mind moved, and the alchemy furnace flew up. Then he took out a concentrated mind pill, held it in his hand and looked at it carefully. He picked up the concentrated mind pill that Yeli had just refined and made a simple comparison. From the appearance, the concentration pill I refined still looks a bit rough. Compared with the one refined by Elder Yi, it is a world of difference. It seems that I need to work harder, Lin Fan muttered to himself. Although the concentration pills are all first-grade pills, there are also differences among first-grade pills. If the concentration pill refined by Lin Fan is of 9th grade, then the concentration pill refined by Yeli is of 1st grade. However, Lin Fan did not feel discouraged. After all, this was the first time he successfully refined the concentration pill, while Yeli had refined it successfully countless times. Moreover, Yeli was a 5th grade alchemist, and his level was much higher than his. He believed that as long as he persisted in refining, he would sooner or later reach the level of Yeli's refining. Take a rest first. Lin Fan stretched out his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead and sat cross-legged on the ground to rest. Normally, when he controlled the 3 daggers, he did not consume much soul power, and the consumption could even be said to be negligible. But refining pills is different. It consumes a lot of soul power. Let's not talk about anything else. Just to control the flame, you must have soul power to burn it all the time. In addition, the extracted medicinal materials must also be wrapped with soul power. These operations consume soul power. Therefore, Lin Fan also felt a little tired at this time and needed to rest for a while to recover. Fortunately, his soul power recovered quickly. After just half an hour of rest, he felt almost recovered. So, he stood up and continued to devote himself to refining the concentrating spirit pill. After having the successful experience, it is natural to be more handy to refine it again, and it will not be as chaotic as at the beginning. Time passed slowly, and in a blink of an eye, several hours passed. On the 3rd floor, in the alchemy room, Sister Yeli, am I doing well? Looking at the successfully refined 3rd grade pill in front of him, Tang Xiaoxio asked with a little pride. Okay, Yeli smiled and said, but you can't be proud. You have to practice more. Only by practicing more can your soul power be improved the fastest and become a 4th grade alchemist faster. Hearing what Yeli said, Tang Xiaoxio spread her hands and said, it's not long since I broke through to become a 3rd grade alchemist. It's still a long way to break through to a 4th grade alchemist, that's why I asked you to practice more and improve. Yeli reached out and patted Tang Xiaoxio's forehead. Okay, Sister Yeli, I remember, I will work hard. Tang Xiaoxio nodded obediently. That's about right, Yi Li's beautiful eyes condensed, glanced out the window, and said, "Your refining time is almost up, so stop here today. Continue refining tomorrow, and I have to go down to see how Lin Fan is refining. Sister Yi Li, I'll go with you. I'm also curious about how that guy's refining," Tang Xiaoxiao said hurriedly. Just now, she heard Yi Li say so much about Lin Fan's talent in alchemy, so she naturally developed a strong curiosity about Lin Fan. As a talented girl, she had to pay close attention to Lin Fan, lest Lin Fan accidentally surpass her. Yi Li hesitated for a moment, but still nodded and said, "Okay, let's go together." Seeing Yi Li's agreement, Tang Xiaoxiao was even happier, and hurriedly followed Yi Li to the second floor. The room where Lin Fan was located was still marked in red. Yi Li first used her soul power to isolate the space around her and Tang Xiaoxiao, so that when they walked or opened the door, no sound would be transmitted. After all, if Lin Fan happened to be refining the elixir, they would definitely disturb Lin Fan if they entered like this. But after being wrapped with soul power, this situation would not exist. Yi Li walked in front, stretched out her hand to push open the door, and the two walked into the alchemy room one after the other. As expected, Lin Fan was indeed still refining the elixir at this time. Since Yi Li and Tang Xiaoxiao did not make any sound, Lin Fan did not know that Yi Li and Tang Xiaoxiao had entered the room. Lin Fan has reached the last step of the fusion process of alchemy. Under his control, the three extracted medicinal materials are perfectly fused together, and the concentrated mind pill is successfully refined again. He took the concentrated mind pill out of the alchemy cauldron and placed it on the table next to him. He spent the whole afternoon refining the pill, and he had already refined all the medicinal materials left by Yi Li. There were a total of 10 medicinal materials, one of which Yi Li used, and the remaining 9 were used by Lin Fan. The first 2 times he refined failed, but the third time he succeeded, and he continued to succeed afterwards. Therefore, there are now 8 concentrated mind pills on the table. 1 was refined by Yi Li, and the other 7 were all refined by Lin Fan. "Lin Fan, you refined 7 concentrated mind pills." Yi Li saw this scene and couldn't help but ask. Hearing the voice, Lin Fan was almost startled. Looking back, he saw that Yi Li and Tang Xiaoxiao were already in the room. He thought that maybe he was too focused on refining the pill just now, so he didn't notice Yi Li and Tang Xiaoxiao walking into the room. Yes, Lin Fan came back to his senses and nodded. "Incredible," Yi Li said in surprise. "I really didn't expect that you could successfully refine 7. Tang Xiaoxiao also showed a surprised expression. When she first tried to refine the concentrated spirit pill, the success rate was only 3 out of 10. Unexpectedly, Lin Fan succeeded 7 times out of 9 times. This showed that Lin Fan's talent for alchemy was very strong. Tang Xiaoxiao walked over and stared at the concentrated spirit pill on the table. It can be directly seen that the 7 concentrated spirit pills are better than the other. In other words, each of the 7 concentrated spirit pills refined by Lin Fan has improved. Being able to make such rapid progress in such a short period of time, with such alchemy talent, Tang Xiaoxiao can't help but be convinced. At this time, Yi Li also came forward. Her beautiful eyes swept over the 7 concentration pills and she said thoughtfully, "Except for 3 of them of average quality, the remaining 4 have reached the standard that can be sold outside. Lin Fan, your talent for alchemy is indeed very strong. If you develop well in alchemy, you will definitely have a good future." "Elder Yi, you are too kind," Lin Fan responded modestly. Of course, he was still very happy in his heart. No matter what, Yi Li was a 5th-grade alchemist and had a very high status in Nanluo College. It would be too fake if she was not happy to be praised by such a person. "Elder Yu rarely praises people like this," Tang Xiaoxiao added. When there were others around, it was not convenient for her to call Yi Li sister, and she had to call Yi Li elder. Yi Li glanced at Tang Xiaoxiao and said, "I praised you like that before." Tang Xiaoxiao spread her hands helplessly and said, "But my talent is not as strong as Lin Fan's." Yi Li nodded. "That's true, Tang Xiaoxiao." Although it was a fact, Yi Li's direct nod still made Tang Xiaoxiao feel a little hurt. However, Yi Li also knew what kind of character Tang Xiaoxiao was, and did not say much to Tang Xiaoxiao. He continued to shift his gaze to Lin Fan and said, "Lin Fan, the concentrated spirit pill is a 1st-grade pill. You can successfully refine the concentrated spirit pill, which means that you now have the level of a 1st-grade alchemist, but it's just the entry level. and you still need to practice more later. You don't need to continue refining today. I will give you the recipe of another first-grade pill tomorrow. Thank you, Elder Yi. Lin Fan thanked him. It must be said that it is good to be in a force like Nanluo College. If he were alone, not only would no one teach him how to refine pills, but he would not even have the recipes and medicinal materials needed for refining pills. This is also the main reason why so many people want to join a big power. A big power means a strong foundation, and there are people who support everything they do. Also, you don't have a method to cultivate soul power yet, right? Yi Li asked. No, Lin Fan shook his head. Soul power, like wild power, has a cultivation method to cultivate and improve. However, the cultivation method of wild power can only be practiced after entering the Earth Wilderness realm. Lin Fan does not have the strength of the Earth Wilderness realm yet, so naturally he does not need to consider the cultivation method of wild power. Then I'll give you a book here, Yi Li said, and his mind moved, and he took out a book and handed it to Lin Fan. There are 3 big words written on this book, Xianlingju. Seeing this book, Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes suddenly widened a lot. Obviously she did not expect Yi Li to give Lin Fan Xianlingju. You know, this Xianlingju is a heaven-level cultivation method. Especially because the cultivation method of soul power itself is very rare, so at the same level, the cultivation method of soul power is more precious than the cultivation method of wild power. I can say without hesitation that if this heavenly spirit art is auctioned outside, it can be auctioned for at least 1 million yuan pills. 1 million yuan pills, that's 100 million yuan stones. Chapter 716 Tang Xiangxiao. Lin Fan's talent for alchemy made Yi Li very optimistic. She felt that Lin Fan would definitely go a long way in alchemy in the future. Apart from herself, she had only taught Tang Xiaoxiao the cultivation method of the level of Xianlingju. This was also the reason why Tang Xiaoxiao could improve so quickly. She believed that after Lin Fan practiced Xianlingju, he should improve faster than Tang Xiaoxiao. Thank you, Elder Yi. Lin Fan hurriedly thanked him. He could already see the information about the Xianlingju marked on the Xianlingju. Although he didn't know how many yuanqi the Xianlingju could be sold for, he knew that the Xianlingju was definitely not something that was sold everywhere, and it must be quite precious. In addition, he also noticed the expression of Tang Xiaoxiao next to him when she saw Yi Li take out Xianlingju, so it was not difficult to guess the extraordinary nature of this Xianlingju. Just practice well and improve, Yi Li smiled slightly. I will. Lin Fan reached out and took the Xianlingju. Okay, then you go back and rest, Yi Li said. Come on time tomorrow afternoon. Yes, Lin Fan nodded, and without wasting any more time, he put the heavenly spirit technique in his arms and was about to walk out. Wait a minute, Yi Li suddenly said. Elder Yi, is there anything else? Lin Fan paused and asked in confusion. Take these concentration pills, Yi Li smiled and said, although the concentration pills don't have much effect, they can still be used to calm down when your mood fluctuates greatly. Only when your mood is calm can you enter the state of cultivation better. Originally, according to the rules of the academy, students use the medicinal materials provided by the academy to refine pills. Then the refined pills normally belonged to the academy. After all, students often failed to refine pills, so many medicinal materials were destroyed. Cheap medicinal materials are still okay, but the price of some medicinal materials is not low. For this loss, the academy can sell the pills refined by the students and then buy medicinal materials back for the students to refine pills. This cycle is the long-term solution. This is why the profession of alchemist is very respected and lucrative. Because the cost of training a good alchemist is indeed not small. However, Yi Li has the final say in this alchemy building. Yi Li asked Lin Fan to take these pills, so Lin Fan can take these pills, and no one can stop him. Hearing what Yi Li said, Lin Fan couldn't help but thank her again, and then put the concentration pill on the table back into his pocket, and then left the room. After leaving the alchemy room, Lin Fan did not delay and went straight back to the accommodation area. After Lin Fan left the alchemy room, Yi Li and Tang Xiaoxiao were still inside and did not leave immediately. Tang Xiaoxiao tilted her head to look at Yi Li, and couldn't help saying, Sister Yi Li, you really surprised me just now. I didn't expect you to give Lin Fan the Xianlingju directly. Lin Fan's talent in alchemy is indeed very strong. If he can have a good soul power cultivation method at the beginning, then his growth in the future will definitely be very surprising. I also want to see how far he can grow, Yi said with a smile. Okay, I was wondering why you gave Lin Fan the Shining Ju to practice. So that's what you thought? Tang Xiaoxiao nodded in understanding and said, that's right. He has such a strong alchemy talent. He can practice a good soul power method at the beginning. It must be of great benefit to his growth. I hope he will not disappoint you. I hope so too. Yi smiled faintly and said, okay, it's getting late today, so you should do whatever you have to do, Sister Yi. See you tomorrow. Tang Xiaoxiao waved her hand. See you tomorrow, Yi nodded. Tang Xiaoxiao left the alchemy building without further delay and headed straight to the depths of the academy. She did not return to where she lived, but went to a courtyard deep in the academy. This courtyard gave people a sense of grandeur. Originally, many people were forbidden to enter this place, but Tang Xiaoxiao was obviously an exception. Because this is where her father, the dean of Nanluo Academy, lives. The moment Tang Xiaoxiao walked into the courtyard, she saw a figure sitting cross-legged on a stone chair over there. The figure was wearing a black robe and looked about 50 years old. He exuded a sense of majesty without anger. Although he was about 50 years old, it was not difficult to see that the other party must have been a handsome young man when he was young. Xiaoxiao, why did you think of me here today? Tang Xiaoxiao looked at Tang Xiaoxiao and asked curiously. It can be seen that Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes were full of doting when he looked at Tang Xiaoxiao. Dad, you said that as if I rarely come to see you, Tang Xiaoxiao said coquettishly. Haha, that's not true. Tang Xiaoxiao smiled and said, during this period, if I remember correctly, you only come to see me once every half a month. In the past, you came every 3 or 5 days. I've been busy practicing during this period. Tang Xiaoxiao walked behind Tang Xiaoxiao, put her hand on Tang Xiaoxiao's shoulder, and gently pressed it. It's a good thing that you're busy practicing. Tang Xiaoxiao smiled and nodded. By the way, Dad, I came here today. In addition to seeing you, I also have something to tell you, Tang Xiaoxiao said. Oh? What is it? Tang Xiaoxiao asked with some curiosity. As a father, Tang Xiaoxiao knew very well what kind of person Tang Xiaoxiao was. He knew that something that could make Tang Xiaoxiao so concerned and come over to tell him must not be a simple matter. Did our Nanluo College recruit students this time? Aren't there a group of new students coming in? Well, what's wrong with new students? Do new students dare to provoke you? Of course not to provoke me. Tang Xiaoxiao waved her hand and stopped pressing Tang Xiaoxiao's shoulders. Instead, she walked to the chair opposite Tang Xiaoxiao and sat down, saying, among the new students this time, there is a very talented person. Very talented? Tang Xiaoxiao asked with interest. How talented is he? I rarely hear you praise other people. Tang Xiaoxiao herself is a proud girl, and she still has the arrogance she should have. He rarely heard Tang Xiaoxiao praise anyone as a genius. He is really a genius. Even Sister Yi is very optimistic about him and gave him the cultivation method of Shining Ju to practice, Tang Xiaoxiao said seriously. Did you give me the heavenly spirit art? Tang Xiaoxiao thought for a moment, and asked, is he still an alchemist? Yes, Sister Yi just taught him how to make an alchemy today, Tang Xiaoxiao still said seriously. On the 7th time, he summoned the flame from his body. He can summon the flame on the 7th time? Then he has a very good control over his soul power, Tang Xiaoxiao pondered. Yes, and that's nothing. The key is that when I taught him to refine the soul condensing pill, he only failed twice, and the remaining 7 times were successful, Tang Xiaoxiao emphasized. The 2 times he failed were when he was fusing, and he never failed when he was refining the medicinal materials. Then, the 7 soul condensing pills that were refined clearly showed the progress, and each one was better than the other. When talking about these processes, Tang Xiaoxiao's tone was also full of admiration for Lin Fan. Hearing this, Tang Xiaoxiao's expression was condensed, and he said, I didn't expect that among the students recruited this time, there is a student with such a strong talent for alchemy. It's really beyond my expectation. Tang Xiaoxiao also felt that Lin Fan's talent for alchemy was very strong. He succeeded in refining the 3rd time, and the quality of the refined mind condensing pills was better and better. This was a miracle for someone who was refining pills on the 1st day. No wonder even a 5th grade alchemist like Yi was optimistic about him. Yes, Sister Yi has always said that he has a strong talent for alchemy, Tang Xiaoxiao nodded. Well, It is indeed very meaningful for such a person to have a good soul power cultivation method at the beginning, Tang Xiangxiao said. At this point, he remembered a question. By the way, what is this person's name? Lin Fan, Tang Xiangxiao replied. Lin Fan, Tang Xiangxiao thought about it carefully and said, the surname is Lin, and he has such a strong talent. Which family is he from? The Lin family mentioned by Lin Fan before, although it is a big family in that city, it is not outstanding compared to the entire Dafan dynasty. So, at this time, Tang Xiangxiao didn't even think about it. Dad, now that you've mentioned this, I also remembered that I was going to ask him where he was from before, but I forgot, Tang Xiangxiao said helplessly. That's okay, you can ask him another day, Tang Xiangxiao said. I'll ask him tomorrow, Tang Xiangxiao said. Okay, remember to tell me after you find out clearly, Tang Xiangxiao nodded. Then, he changed the subject and said, since this Lin Fan has such a strong talent in alchemy, you can also get in touch with him more and get along better. Such a genius, even if you won't stay in our Nanlo Academy in the future, can't become an enemy. Dad, don't worry, I know, Tang Xiangxiao nodded seriously. Although she has a very eccentric personality, she still knows how to deal with these major issues. While Tang Xiangxiao and Tang Xiangxiao were chatting, Lin Fan had already returned to the accommodation area. What surprised Lin Fan was that at this time, Li Qingxun and the other four were not on the accommodation area, and no one knew where they had gone. However, they are all independent people, and it is normal for them to have their own space for activities. He did not dwell on this issue. Lin Fan returned to the room, sat cross-legged on the bed, and took out the heavenly spirit technique from his pocket. The fact that Elder Yu can give me this kind of heaven-level soul power cultivation method is enough to show that she is very optimistic about me. I have to practice hard to improve my soul power, Lin Fan murmured. Soul power is also a powerful means of attack. Moreover, if attacked by soul power, it is easy to affect the mind. Some people become fools and vegetative people in this way. What's more, soul power can also cultivate exclusive soul power martial arts, but he does not have it now. When he finds soul power martial arts later, he will naturally practice it. Putting the thoughts in his mind behind, Lin Fan no longer thinks about it, and opens the heavenly spirit technique to read it carefully. There are many introductions to the heaven-level exercises, and the details of various cultivations are introduced very clearly. Lin Fan did not take it lightly and read every word carefully. After reading the heavenly spirit technique, a full half an hour has passed. Although it took time, Lin Fan felt that he benefited a lot. It's worthy of being a heaven-level technique, Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh. He hadn't started practicing yet, but just reading it made him feel enlightened. He took a deep breath, closed the heavenly spirit technique, concentrated his mind, closed his eyes, and began to practice according to the introduction of the heavenly spirit technique. This kind of practice mainly uses soul power to operate along a specific route. The specific route is very complicated. During the operation, the soul powers cannot touch each other. Once they touch, the work will fail. Therefore, this requires a very high control of soul power. People who are not proficient in controlling soul power can't even think about practicing successfully. Fortunately, Lin Fan is very proficient in controlling soul power, but even so, it is not easy for him to practice. The first attempt, the soul power touched each other after a while, causing it to collapse. Lin Fan was not afraid of failure, and soon started the second attempt. Although it still ended in failure, it was a little better than the first time. At least, the specific route of the soul power operation was extended. Chapter 707 Blood Recovery Pill. Time passed slowly, and 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 hours, Lin Fan had been practicing the heavenly spirit technique. Lin Fan's tightly closed eyes slowly opened, and he exhaled a long breath. It can be clearly seen that there were already dense beads of sweat on his forehead. Practicing the heavenly spirit technique consumes soul power very quickly. Of course, after the practice is successful, it will be of great help to the growth of soul power. But at this stage, you have to continue to pay. Lin Fan reached out and wiped the sweat from his forehead. When he was about to lie down on the bed to rest, he heard footsteps coming from outside the door. Soul power can make people feel stronger. Within a certain range, he can capture some small movements clearly. He jumped off the bed and walked towards the door. Just at this time, there was a knock on the door. Lin Fan reached out and opened the door, and saw Lin Qingsun and Wang Xiang standing in front of him. Lin Qingsun and Wang Xiang were stunned. They didn't expect Lin Fan to open the door so quickly. They had just knocked on the door, and before the knocks had completely subsided, Lin Fan opened the door. It was really a coincidence. Lin Fan saw their confusion and smiled lightly. When you entered the courtyard, I heard footsteps. I was about to open the door to see, and you knocked on the door, so that's it. Lin Qingsun and Wang Xiang realized that it was no wonder that the door was opened so promptly. When I came back from the alchemy building, I saw that you were not on the accommodation area. Where did you go? Lin Fan asked with a smile. We went to the fighting arena. Lin Qingsun frowned and said, Li Qing and Li Song were going to compete on the fighting arena, but they were provoked by others, and then the two brothers were beaten. Yes, the other party hit hard. I estimate that the two brothers will need to rest for several days before they can recover. Wang Xiang also frowned. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't expect Lin Qingsun to go to the fighting arena. Where are they now? Lin Fan asked. They are lying on the bed, Lin Qingsun replied. I'll go see them, Lin Fan said. The three of them didn't delay and walked towards Li Qing's room. They first looked at Li Qing and then at Li Song. As Lin Qingsun and Wang Xiang said, Li Qing and Li Song were both seriously injured. Soon, the three returned to Lin Fan's courtyard. Who attacked them? Lin Fan asked. That person seems to be called Yang Zijin, Lin Qingsun replied. What is his cultivation? Lin Fan asked again. He has the 9th level of the tempering body realm, but he deliberately hid it, which fooled Li Qing and Li Song. When he said this, Lin Qingsun was also a little angry. He didn't expect Yang Zijin to be so hateful. He obviously has the 9th level of the tempering body realm, but he hides his strength. Is it just to beat Li Qing and Li Song? Wang Xiang was also very angry. Although they did not have such feelings for Li Qing and Li Song, they had been following Lin Fan for a while, so friendship definitely existed. Seeing Li Qing and Li Song being beaten so badly, how could they not be angry? It is possible that the other party is deliberately targeting us, Lin Fan pondered. Then what should we do now? Wang Xiang asked. Don't worry, Lin Fan shook his head and said. When I go to the alchemy building to refine pills tomorrow, I will see if I can refine pills for Li Qing and Li Song to treat their injuries, at least until the two brothers recover from their injuries first. Mr. Lin, you can already refine pills? Wang Xiang was shocked. Yes, I can refine the most basic concentration pill, Lin Fan nodded. Then you are now a first-class alchemist, Wang Xiang opened her mouth. I guess so, Lin Fan nodded again. That's great, Wang Xiang and Lin Qingsun were both very happy. Lin Fan's improved ability was definitely only good for them. This is the best news they have heard so far. Don't worry, after the two brothers recover from their injuries, I will personally go to settle accounts with Yang Zijin, Lin Fan pondered. Yet, Lin Qingsun and Wang Xiang looked at each other and nodded at the same time. After the three of them continued to chat for a while, Lin Qingsun and Wang Xiang also returned to their rooms. Lin Fan waited until his soul power recovered, and then he devoted himself to the cultivation of soul power again. One night passed quickly. The next morning, because Li Qing and Li Song still needed to lie in bed to recuperate, when they went to the outer courtyard square to practice, only Lin Fan, Lin Qingsun and Wang Xiang went there. Lin Fan's eyes fell on Zhang Xianmu, walked in front of Zhang Xianmu, and said, Teacher Zhang, I have something to tell you. Oh? What is it? Zhang Xianmu asked in confusion. Li Qing and Li Song were injured in the competition on the fighting stage yesterday, and they have to lie in bed to recuperate. I'm afraid they can't come to practice today, Lin Fan said. When practicing here, roll call is required every day. Even if Lin Fan doesn't tell Zhang Xianmu why Li Qing and Li Song didn't come, Zhang Xianmu will still ask when roll call is called. Did you get injured in the fighting arena? Zhang Xianmu's eyes flashed with surprise, and then he asked, Is it serious? Fortunately, it should be fine after a rest, Lin Fan said. In fact, Li Qing and Li Song were seriously injured, but Lin Fan said this because he didn't want Zhang Xianmu to worry, and he was going to refine a pill that could heal the injuries today. So, he believed that Li Qing and Li Song's injuries would recover soon. That's good, Zhang Xianmu was relieved when he heard Lin Fan say this. Soon the morning practice began. Lin Fan felt that the aura in his body had almost reached the peak of the 9th level of the tempering body realm. He estimated that within a few days, His cultivation should be able to enter the realm of the early stage of the earthly wasteland realm. After the morning practice, Lin Fan, Lin Fan, and Wang Xiang walked towards the cafeteria together, and the three of them sat together to eat. The dishes at Nanglo Academy are also very rich, and the meat of monsters tastes quite good. While eating, Lin Fan glanced at Lin Fan and Wang Xiang and said, "By the way, you guys should go back to the living area later. I think someone is deliberately targeting us, but I have to go to the alchemy building. When I'm not there, it's better for you to practice or rest in your room, okay, Mr. Lin?" Lin Fan and Wang Xiang had no objection to Lin Fan's arrangement. But Wang Xiang asked curiously, "Mr. Lin, you said someone is deliberately targeting us. Who could that person be? I can't be 100% sure now. I can only make a rough guess." Lin Fan pondered. He didn't say a specific name, but the person he guessed was Yan Zhangping, or Liu Qing is also possible. Yan Zhangping and Liu Qing are not good people to Lin Fan. After eating, Lin Fan and the other two walked out of the cafeteria. "Okay, then I'll go to the alchemy building first, and I'll come back to find you after I finish refining the elixir," Lin Fan said. Yet, Lin Fan and Wang Xiang nodded again, and then they did not waste any time and walked back to the accommodation area. Lin Fan walked towards the alchemy building. On the other side, Yan Zhangping and Yang Zijin were standing at a higher position. From their place, they could see the road from the cafeteria to the alchemy building. Therefore, they saw Lin Fan. "Brother Yan, that kid is Lin Fan, right?" Yang Zijin locked his eyes on Lin Fan and asked slowly. "Yes, it's him." Yan Zhangping nodded and said, "You injured Li Qing and Li Song yesterday. If he regards them as friends, he will naturally help them get revenge. Now they all think that you are only at the 9th level of the tempering body realm. In fact, you have broken through to the early stage of the earthly wasteland realm. When he challenges you, you will burst out with your true strength and teach him a good lesson. Brother Yan, don't worry. As long as he dares to challenge me, I will definitely let him know how powerful I am and won't let him continue to be arrogant," Yang Zijin said confidently. Originally, it would take some time for his cultivation to break through to the early stage of the earthly wasteland realm, but after Yan Zhangping found him, he gave him a pill, which allowed him to quickly break through. The condition was that he would provoke Lin Fan to compete with him, so as to teach Lin Fan a painful lesson. However, since he had used this trick before, he was worried that Lin Fan would be alert, so he came up with the idea of hiding his cultivation, provoking Li Qing and Li Song first, and then provoking Lin Fan to take action after injuring Li Qing and Li Song. With Yan Zhangping's strength, it was not difficult for him to understand the relationship between the students. Therefore, he knew very well that Li Qing, Li Song, Wang Xiang and Lin Fan were all people around Lin Fan. If Lin Fan knew that Li Qing and Li Song were injured and did not help Li Qing and Li Song, who would dare to continue to follow Lin Fan in the future? "Okay, you should stay on the fighting stage more these 2 days. I want to see how long he can endure." Yan Zhangping stretched out his hand and patted Yang Zijin on the shoulder. "Yes," Yang Zijin nodded again. Lin Fan came to the alchemy building. Coincidentally, he met Tang Xiaoxiao outside the door again. "Miss Tang," Lin Fan greeted. "Why call me Miss Tang? You should call me senior sister, don't you know?" Tang Xiaoxiao snorted. "Okay," Lin Fan nodded and said, "Senior sister Tang." Tang Xiaoxiao is now stronger than him in both her own strength and alchemy, and she entered the academy earlier than him. It is completely appropriate to call Tang Xiaoxiao senior sister. "That's about right." Tang Xiaoxiao was very satisfied with this title and said, "Did you try to practice the heavenly spirit technique after you went back yesterday?" "Yes," Lin Fan nodded. "How does it feel?" Tang Xiaoxiao asked curiously. She was also practicing the heavenly spirit technique, so she was naturally curious about how Lin Fan was practicing. There was no way, because everything Lin Fan showed before seemed to be better than her talent in alchemy, and she wanted to see if she could have a chance to make up for it. It is indeed a heaven-level technique, and it is still very difficult to practice, Lin Fan answered truthfully. Hearing Lin Fan say this, Tang Xiaoxiao was immediately happy, and put on the attitude of a senior, saying, "Of course, if a heaven-level technique can be successfully practiced so easily, it is not called a heaven-level technique. You have to work hard. When you have mastered it, remember to tell me." "Tell you?" Lin Fan was stunned. "No? I just want to see how many days it will take you to master it." Tang Xiaoxiao glared at Lin Fan. "Is that so?" Lin Fan nodded and said, then I will tell you when I master it. That's right. Tang Xiaoxiao curled her lips. Senior Tang, can I ask you something? Lin Fan asked. What is it? Ask it, Tang Xiaoxiao said. When we are refining pills, can we ask Elder Yi for the pill formula? Lin Fan asked puzzledly. What pill formula do you want? Tang Xiaoxiao frowned. Pill formulas are very important things for alchemists, and they are also very expensive things. Under normal circumstances, even a pill formula for a first-grade pill will not cost less than 100,000 yuan. Of course, a basic and well-known recipe like the concentrating spirit pill is not worth such a high price. 2 of my friends were injured in the fighting arena yesterday. They need healing pills to recover faster. Otherwise, they will have to stay in bed for a few days, which will delay their progress in cultivation, Lin Fan said helplessly. To treat injuries, Tang Xiaoxiao waved her hand and a jade bottle appeared in her hand. She took it out of the storage bag. There were 10 pills in the jade bottle, which were light green in color, giving people a sense of vitality. This is a blood recovery pill. It is very effective in treating injuries. You can try it. Tang Xiaoxiao handed the jade bottle to Lin Fan. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 708 Treatment of Injuries. Blood recovering pills. Lin Fan was slightly startled. He knew something about this kind of pill. Although it was a first-grade pill, it was indeed very effective in treating injuries. Moreover, judging from the color of these 10 pills, it was also clear that they were of very good quality. Senior Sister Tang, how many yuanshi do these blood recovering pills cost? Lin Fan asked with a frown. For you, Tang Xiaoxiao waved her hand and said. Tang Xiaoxiao had told her that she had to get along well with Lin Fan, so it was normal for her to give some blood recovering pills to Lin Fan. For me, Lin Fan was startled and said awkwardly, isn't this a bit wrong? You call me senior sister, what's wrong with me giving you something? Tang Xiaoxiao asked back. Lin Fan, it sounded reasonable, but he didn't know how to refute it. According to the normal price, one blood recovering pill would cost at least 3,000 yuanshi. There were 10 blood recovering pills in the jade bottle, so they could be sold for 30,000 yuanshi. 30,000 yuanshi was an astronomical figure for many people. It's a bit embarrassing for you to give it to me directly, Lin Fan said. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. If you really feel embarrassed, it won't be too late to give it to me when you can refine better pills in the future, Tang Xiaoxiao said generously. For others, these blood recovery pills are worth a lot, but for her, she doesn't care about things worth 30,000 yuanshi. Okay, thank you in advance. I'll give it to you when I have it later, Lin Fan nodded and agreed. He didn't want to owe Tang Xiaoxiao any favors, but he didn't have any yuanshi to take out at the moment, so he asked Tang Xiaoxiao to borrow it at the time, and then he would return it to Tang Xiaoxiao when he had it later. That's right, Tang Xiaoxiao suddenly changed the subject and asked, by the way, Lin Fan, where are you from? Where are you from? Lin Fan was stunned. He didn't expect Tang Xiaoxiao to ask such a question suddenly, but he quickly reacted. Tang Xiaoxiao probably just asked casually. I'm from the Lin family in Yancheng, Lin Fan replied. He believed that Tang Xiaoxiao would not be so bored as to go to Yancheng to ask if there really was such a person in the Lin family. Yancheng Lin family, Tang Xiaoxiao nodded thoughtfully. She knew Yancheng, but she didn't know whether there was a Lin family in Yancheng, or how many Lin families there were. In short, after Lin Fan mentioned Yancheng, it was enough for her to know that Lin Fan was from Yancheng. Yes, I am from the Yancheng Lin family, Lin Fan smiled slightly and added, it's a small family. It was a small family, which would prevent Tang Xiaoxiao from investigating his specific details. There were many people with the surname Lin in the huge Yancheng. Even if Tang Xiaoxiao went to get a general understanding, it would be understandable if she didn't get any information. Let's go in and make the elixir. Tang Xiaoxiao didn't dwell on these issues too much. She waved to Lin Fan and walked into the elixir building. Seeing this, Lin Fan didn't delay and followed Tang Xiaoxiao closely. After entering the alchemy building, Lin Fan and Tang Xiaoxiao went directly to the second floor, where they happened to see Yi Li. Elder Yi, Lin Fan and Tang Xiaoxiao both greeted Yi Li. Yi Li nodded and said, Xiaoxiao, you go up to the third floor to make the alchemy first. I'll go get the medicinal materials for Lin Fan's alchemy. Okay, Elder Yi, I'll go up first. After Tang Xiaoxiao said that, she didn't waste any more time and walked up to the third floor. After Tang Xiaoxiao went upstairs, Yi Li looked at Lin Fan and said, Lin Fan, let's go to the room. I'll give you the medicinal materials for today's alchemy. Lin Fan and Yi Li walked into the alchemy room, and Yi Li couldn't help asking, by the way, you have no problem practicing the Shinlingju, right? No problem, it's just that I can clearly feel that it's very difficult to practice, Lin Fan answered truthfully. It's normal to be difficult. After all, this is a heaven-level technique. Take your time. As long as you can practice it, it's fine, Yi Li pondered. Then, Yi Li walked to the table, waved her hand, and took out 10 portions of medicinal materials from her storage bag. These 10 portions of medicinal materials, like yesterday, are still the medicinal materials for refining the concentration pill. After you can refine the concentration pill very skillfully, you can learn to refine other pills, Yi Li added. Okay, Elder Yi, Lin Fan nodded. This is where Yi Li has the final say. Naturally, he has no other opinions on Yi Li's arrangements. Okay, then you refine the pill well first. I won't be here, I will come back when the time is about right. After Yi Li said that, she turned around and left the room without further delay. Lin Fan came to the table, his eyes swept over the medicinal materials on the table, and then he stretched out his palm. His mind moved, and naturally a ball of flame rose up. He also threw himself into refining the pill. With the experience accumulated yesterday, refining the concentration pill today will undoubtedly be smoother. Even the time to refine a concentration pill has been shortened accordingly. Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, several hours had passed. Just like yesterday, Tang Xiaoxiao followed Yi Li to Lin Fan's alchemy room again. Lin Fan had already refined the 10 medicinal materials more than an hour in advance. At this time, he was sitting cross-legged on the ground practicing the Shinlingju. All 10 were successful. Tang Xiaoxiao looked at the 10 concentration pills on the table and said with some surprise, the most important thing is that these 10 concentration pills look of very good quality. Hearing Tang Xiaoxiao's voice, Lin Fan stopped practicing, looked back at Yi Li and Tang Xiaoxiao, stood up quickly, and greeted, Elder Yi, Senior Sister Tang. Yeah, Yi Li nodded, walked closer to check the concentration pills, and praised without hesitation, not bad, not bad. The concentration pills refined today have made considerable progress and have reached the standard that can be taken out for auction. Yi Li really didn't expect Lin Fan's progress to be so fast. You know, this is only the second day since Lin Fan started refining pills, and he can refine the concentration pill to this level. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't believe it. Lin Fan smiled slightly at Yi Li's praise. Yi Li was a 5th grade alchemist. To be recognized by Yi Li, it was enough to show that his alchemy skills were indeed very good. You have already refined the concentration pill. I will give you the recipe of another pill. You can familiarize yourself with it first and try to refine it when you come here tomorrow. While Yi Li was speaking, he stretched out his hand and pointed at Lin Fan, and a stream of information flooded into Lin Fan's mind. Blood recovery pill. The recipe that Yi Li gave Lin Fan this time was exactly the recipe of the blood recovery pill. This surprised Lin Fan a little. However, since Yi Li gave him the recipe of the blood recovery pill, when he can successfully refine a good quality blood recovery pill, it will be just right for him to return the 10 blood recovery pills that Tang Xiaoxiao gave him. In this way, he will not owe Tang Xiaoxiao a favor for too long. Thank you, Elder Yi, Lin Fan thanked him. You're welcome. As long as you improve quickly, that's fine, Yi Li smiled and said, okay, today's alchemy course is over. You can go back and arrange your time. In short, when you are free, remember to practice the heavenly spirit technique and strive to improve your soul power faster. Well, okay, Lin Fan nodded, and left the alchemy building without wasting any more time. After Lin Fan left, Tang Xiaoxiao also said goodbye to Yi Li. Tang Xiaoxiao went to the depths of Nanluo College again and soon came to the courtyard where Tang Xiaoxiao lived. Tang Xiaoxiao, who was originally practicing, stopped practicing immediately after hearing the movement outside the courtyard. He opened his eyes and saw Tang Xiaoxiao walking into the courtyard. Dad, Tang Xiaoxiao shouted, walked up quickly, and sat down on the chair in front of Tang Xiaoxiao. Did you find out? Tang Xiaoxiao asked with a smile. Well, I asked, and he said he was from the Lin family in Yancheng, Tang Xiaoxiao replied. The Lin family in Yancheng, Tang Xiaoxiao thought for a moment and said, there are quite a few people with the last name Lin in Yancheng. Which Lin family is he talking about? I didn't ask specifically about this. Tang Xiaoxiao shook his head. Tang Xiaoxiao seemed to be thinking about something. After a moment, he said, don't worry about it for now. Anyway, he is now a student of our Nanlo College. As long as he doesn't do anything to let the college down, he is ours. Yes, I think so too, Tang Xiaoxiao said. After Lin Fan walked out of the alchemy building, he went straight back to the living area. Lin Qingxun and Wang Xiang followed Lin Fan's arrangement and did not go out for activities, but stayed in the courtyard. After a day and a night of rest, Li Qing and Li Song's injuries were slightly relieved. Although they could not move too much, they could still sit in the courtyard to rest. Lin Fan came to them, and after they greeted him, Lin Fan asked, no one came here directly to cause trouble, right? No, Lin Qingxun shook his head. Doesn't the Academy's rules and regulations say that fighting is not allowed in areas outside the fighting arena? Wang Xiang asked in confusion. Rules and regulations are things that will only be punished if they are known. If they are not known, it is hard to say. Lin Fan shook his head. This kind of thing is not only the same on Earth, but also in the Xianitun continent. Hearing Lin Fan say this, they also think it makes sense. However, it is true that no one directly went to the residential area to cause trouble. Lin Fan reached into his pocket and took out a small jade bottle. This is a blood recovery pill, which can heal the injuries on your two bodies. After you take it, your injuries should recover quickly, Lin Fan said. Mr. Lin, did you refine all these? Wang Xiang asked curiously. Yesterday. Lin Fan had told her and Lin Qingxun about becoming a first-class alchemist. Of course, she also told Li Qing and Li Song this news. Seeing so many blood recovery pills appear in front of them, Li Qing and Li Song also showed a touch of surprise on their faces. I didn't make it. A senior gave it to me. Lin Fan shook his head and said, I just got the recipe for the blood recovering pill today. I will return it to her after I refine it. A senior gave it to me? This moved Lin Qingxun and Wang Xiang. They were secretly wondering what senior was so generous to give Lin Fan 10 blood recovering pills at once. After all, they knew the price of blood recovering pills very well. Lin Fan didn't explain too much on this issue. He opened the bottle cap and said, try the effect of this blood recovering pill. Okay. Li Qing and Li Song looked at each other, and then each took a blood recovering pill and took it. As soon as the blood recovering pill entered their bodies, the strong energy spread in their bodies, quickly recovering their injuries. During this process, Li Song couldn't help but say, the effect is very good. Yes, I can also clearly feel that the injuries in my body are recovering rapidly. Li Qing followed. That's good. Lin Fan smiled and nodded, saying, I already know about the two of you being targeted by someone who deliberately concealed your strength. You just started to recover from your injuries today, so it's not suitable for you to walk around. When your injuries are completely recovered tomorrow, you can go to the martial arts arena to make an appointment with that person. After I finish refining the pill in the afternoon, I will go directly to the martial arts arena to find you. Okay, Mr. Lin, we will go to make an appointment with that bastard tomorrow, Li Song pondered. When he thought of Yang Zijin deliberately concealing his strength and beating up the two brothers, he was furious. Okay, then you should have a good rest now, and you can keep the blood recovering pills. Don't save them. Take them when you need to. You can recover from your injuries as soon as possible so that you can start practicing and improve your strength earlier, Lin Fan said with a smile. After all, taking more blood recovering pills, which are used to treat injuries, will not have any adverse effects on the body. Chapter 709 Evening Competition. After giving the blood recovering pills to Li Qing and Li Song, Lin Fan did not waste any more time, allowing Li Qing and Li Song to rest well. Lin Qingxun and Wang Xiang also returned to their rooms. They also needed to practice. Lin Fan sat cross-legged on the bed, his eyes fixed, took a deep breath, and continued to practice. Since he had a heaven-level practice method like the Heavenly Spirit technique, he must make good use of it and not waste it. Although it was very difficult to practice the Heavenly Spirit technique, Lin Fan was not afraid of anything. He was confident that he could practice the heavenly spirit technique successfully. It was just a matter of time. Time always passed very quickly during practice. In a blink of an eye, another night had passed. This night, Lin Fan practiced the heavenly spirit technique. Compared with the previous day, there was a significant progress. Moreover, there was a more obvious benefit in the process of practice, that is, even if the practice was not successful, the soul power would also become stronger. In the morning, Lin Fan and the other 5 gathered together. Lin Fan's eyes fell on Li Qing and Li Song, and asked, "How do you feel, Mr. Lin?" "The effect of the blood recovering pill is very good. After we took it, the injuries in our bodies were completely healed," Li Qing replied. Li Song also nodded beside him. They each took 5 blood recovering pills yesterday, and the healing effect on the injuries is naturally needless to say. "Okay, it's good to recover. Then we will go to the outer courtyard square to gather and practice. After the practice, I will go to the alchemy building. You are responsible for finding a time to make an appointment with Yang Zijin. I will compete with him tonight on the fighting stage," Lin Fan pondered. "Okay," Li Qing and Li Song looked at each other and nodded again. With Lin Fan's help, they believed that Yang Zijin would definitely be beaten badly. Arriving at the outer courtyard square, Zhang Xianmu walked towards them. "Teacher Zhang," Lin Fan and the other 5 shouted in unison. Zhang Xianmu nodded slightly and said, "Li Qing, Li Song, how are you, Teacher Zhang?" "We are already healed," Li Qing and the other 2 replied. "That's good," Zhang Xianmu reminded. "When competing on the fighting stage, be careful, don't be careless, and don't be stubborn. If you can't deal with someone, just admit defeat." "Yes," Li Qing and Li Song replied again. Sometimes, it's not that they don't want to admit defeat, but that others are determined to beat them up and don't even give them a chance to admit defeat. But there's no need to tell Zhang Xianmu about this kind of thing. After all, Zhang Xianmu is just a mentor who teaches them how to practice, and he can't help them vent their anger. What's more, they have mentors, and the other party also has mentors. If the students' affairs cannot involve the mentors, then try not to involve the mentors. "Get ready and start today's practice," Zhang Xianmu said. Lin Fan and the other 5 went to their positions and sat down cross-legged. After Zhang Xianmu called a roll, everyone entered the state of practice. While practicing, Lin Fan could clearly feel that his cultivation was getting closer and closer to a breakthrough. The morning passed quickly. After Lin Fan and the other 5 finished practicing, they went to the cafeteria to eat together. "I'm going to the alchemy building. You guys wait for me at the fighting arena. I'll come to you directly after I finish refining the alchemy," Lin Fan said. "Okay," Lin Qingxun and the other 3 naturally had no objection. Then, Lin Fan didn't delay and walked towards the alchemy building. When he arrived at the alchemy building, he didn't meet Tang Xiaoxiao by chance today. When Lin Fan entered his own alchemy room, he found that there were already a lot of medicinal materials on the table. There were 4 kinds of medicinal materials, a total of 10 portions. Lin Fan knew very well that these were the medicinal materials needed to refine the blood recovery pill. There was no need to guess that these medicinal materials were placed here by Yi Li. Yi Li had given him the recipe for the blood recovery pill yesterday, so he just had to start refining it today. After adjusting his state, Lin Fan's mind moved, and a beam of flame rose from his palm. Then he controlled the flame into the alchemy cauldron, threw the medicinal materials into the cauldron, and started today's refining. When Lin Fan was refining the blood recovery pill, Lin Qingxun and the other 4 saw Yang Zijin as soon as they arrived at the fighting arena. "That guy is on the opposite side," Wang Xiang's beautiful eyes condensed, and she said slowly. Let's go find him directly," Li Qing said in a deep voice. Before, the 2 brothers didn't know Yang Zijin's true strength, and were tricked by Yang Zijin to go to the ring and get beaten, but if they didn't go to the ring, Yang Zijin would definitely not dare to openly violate the rules and regulations of the academy and attack them here. So, at this time, they don't need to worry about anything, just Yang Zijin dare not openly ignore the rules and regulations of the academy. The fact is the same as they imagined. Even if Yang Zijin dared to violate the rules and regulations privately, he didn't dare to violate the rules and regulations here to attack them. However, what Yang Zijin didn't expect was that Li Qing and Li Song's injuries recovered so quickly. He could see that Li Qing and Li Song were in a normal state at this time, and there was no sign of being injured at all. "What? Are you 2 brothers not convinced?" Seeing Li Qing and the other 4 people coming forward, Yang Zijin asked arrogantly. He didn't take Lin Fan and the other four seriously at all. In his opinion, it would be a piece of cake for him to deal with Lin Fan and the other four. Yang Zijin, we are indeed inferior to you in shamelessness. I didn't expect you to deliberately conceal your strength to deal with us. Li Qing stared at Yang Zijin and said coldly, do you dare to compete with us again? Haha, you are already defeated by me. What's the point of competing with you? Yang Zijin laughed arrogantly, obviously not taking Li Qing seriously. He really didn't need to take Li Qing seriously. He already had the cultivation of the initial stage of the Earth Wasteland realm, while Li Qing was only the 7th level of the Tempering Body realm. The gap between the two was too huge. Such a gap could not be narrowed by Li Qing's words. Not competing with us, but competing with Lin Fan. Do you dare to compete? Li Qing asked unceremoniously. Lin Fan, Yang Zijin raised his eyebrows pretending to be puzzled and said, is that the guy with soul power? Yes, Li Qing nodded and said, do you dare to compete? Haha, why not? Yang Zijin laughed again and said, let him come and see how I beat him down. He is delayed now, you don't have to be arrogant. He will come here in the evening. I hope you will not be afraid to go on stage to fight him then, Li Qing mocked. He wanted to mock Yang Zijin in this way to prevent Yang Zijin from changing his mind. I have nothing to be afraid of. Tell him that I will wait for him here in the evening. Yang Zijin waved his hand and smiled coldly. Okay, it's decided. Li Qing narrowed his eyes, and then the four of them did not delay here, turned around and left the fighting arena and returned to the residential area. After all, it would take some time for Lin Fan to finish refining the elixir, so they didn't need to wait here so early. This time should be used to practice well and improve their strength. After Lin Fan and the other four left, Yang Zijin also left. But Yang Zijin did not go to practice, but to find Yan Zhangping. In a courtyard, Yan Zhangping was sitting on a chair. Just after he finished practicing, Yang Zijin walked in from outside the courtyard. Brother Yan, Yang Zijin greeted him. Yes, Yan Zhangping nodded and said, how is the situation? Lin Fan will challenge me on the fighting stage tonight. Yang Zijin sneered, they have been fooled. They thought I only had the 9th level of the Tempering Body realm? Yes, it's good that they were fooled, Yan Zhangping said with satisfaction. When the time comes, just perform well, just give him a breath and don't beat him to death. After all, we still have to abide by the rules and regulations of the academy. What's more, Lin Fan has soul power. If we beat him to death in the academy, it will not do us any good. Even if we want to kill him, we have to wait until he leaves the academy to go out for training before we find an opportunity to do it. In Yan Zhangping's heart, he already had a certain killing intention towards Lin Fan. Hearing Yan Zhangping say this, Yang Zijin was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Yan Zhangping's hatred for Lin Fan was so strong that he wanted to kill Lin Fan. Okay, brother Yan, don't worry, I will know the severity of the situation. Yang Zijin put away his thoughts and nodded seriously. Even if Yan Zhangping asked him to kill Lin Fan, he would not dare to do it. Lin Fan has soul power, which is definitely the focus of the instructor in the academy. If such a person died in his hands, or on the fighting stage where the academy clearly prohibits killing, you can imagine how serious the consequences will be. He didn't want to lose all his future because of this incident. By the way, brother Yan, Li Qing and Li Song were obviously seriously injured by me, but they have recovered just now. It's really too fast, Yang Zijin said slowly. He still couldn't understand why Li Qing and Li Song recovered so quickly. This is not surprising. Now Lin Fan has been in and out of the alchemy building. I guess the two brothers can recover so quickly, they must have taken elixirs that can heal injuries, Yan Zhangping pondered. Brother Yan, are you saying that Lin Fan has become a first-class alchemist and can also refine elixirs that can heal injuries? Yang Zijin asked with a puzzled look on his face. If this is true, then he seems to be too bold to offend Lin Fan. After all, it is not a wise behavior to offend a genuine alchemist. How could he have made it? Yan Zhangping snorted coldly and shook his head, saying, although I'm not an alchemist, I know it's not easy to have the soul power to become a real alchemist. Lin Fan, that kid, absolutely can't have such a strong alchemy talent. The elixir for healing injuries is likely to have been obtained by him from other alchemists in the alchemy building. Don't scare yourself. Go back and adjust your state. You must teach Lin Fan a painful lesson tonight. Yes, brother Yan, then I'll go back first, Yang Zijin responded, thinking that Yan Zhangping's words made sense. It was absolutely impossible for Lin Fan to become an alchemist so quickly. So, He didn't waste any more time and left here and returned to his own room to adjust his state. Chapter 710 Don't Waste Time. In the room of the alchemy building, Lin Fan was refining the blood recovery pill. Although both the blood recovery pill and the mind concentrating pill were first-grade pills, the mind concentrating pill was the most basic of the first-grade pills, while the blood recovery pill was a bit more advanced than the mind concentrating pill. Therefore, the difficulty of refining the blood recovery pill was also higher than that of the mind concentrating pill. But for Lin Fan, as he progressed in practicing the heavenly spirit technique, his soul power was strengthened, and the difficulty of refining the blood recovery pill and the mind concentrating pill was not much different. Therefore, he never failed to refine the blood recovery pill, and the quality was even very good, reaching the level that could be sold. Of course, compared with the blood recovery pill refined by Tang Xiaoxiao, there was still a little gap. But Lin Fan believed that if he refined it for 2 more days, he would definitely be able to reach the level of Tang Xiaoxiao's refining. Yi Li and Tang Xiaoxiao entered his alchemy room again. Seeing the 10 blood recovery pills on the table, Yi Li and Tang Xiaoxiao were no longer surprised. Before they came into the room, they had guessed that Lin Fan might be able to successfully refine all 10 blood recovering pills. As it turned out, their guess was not wrong, and Lin Fan did refine all 10 blood recovering pills. Not bad, keep it up, and in 3 days, you can refine new first-grade pills, Yi Li praised. Thank you, Elder Yi, Lin Fan nodded. You can still take these blood recovering pills, Yi Li smiled faintly. In her eyes, first-grade pills were dispensable things. Giving them to Lin Fan could get a favor, and it could also encourage Lin Fan to refine pills more seriously. Lin Fan knew Yi Li's character, so he had to put the blood recovering pills away. He also knew that the blood recovering pills he refined were not yet at the level of Tang Xiaoxiao's. Therefore, he did not intend to return these 10 blood recovering pills to Tang Xiaoxiao, and it would not be too late to return them to Tang Xiaoxiao when he reached the refining level later. By the way, Lin Fan, are you okay later? If not, I'll take you out for a walk, Tang Xiaoxiao asked. Go out for a walk? Lin Fan was stunned, not understanding what Tang Xiaoxiao meant. Did she want him to walk outside the alchemy building? Tang Xiaoxiao waved her hand and said, just go to Nanluo City outside the academy. Didn't you say that you are not allowed to go out before joining the academy for a month? Lin Fan asked in confusion. That's not allowed when you are alone, but if you are accompanied by an inner courtyard student, you can still go out, Tang Xiaoxiao chuckled. Lin Fan was speechless for a moment. What do you think? Are you going or not? Tang Xiaoxiao asked again. In fact, you are not allowed to go out even if you are accompanied by an inner courtyard student, but Tang Xiaoxiao has a special token on her body. With that token, she can bring people in and out of the academy freely. There is no other way. That token was obtained from Tang Xiaoxiao. With Tang Xiaoxiao's token, who else in Nanluo Academy dares to stop you? She wants to take you out to see the alchemy furnace. Yi Li saw that Lin Fan was stunned, and thought that Lin Fan was surprised by something, so she couldn't help but say, with your current alchemy level, if you have a better alchemy furnace, you can indeed refine better quality pills. Lin Fan nodded in sudden realization. He didn't expect Tang Xiaoxiao to be so kind-hearted and take him out to choose an alchemy furnace. However, he really couldn't go out tonight. After all, Lin Qingxuan and the other 4 were still waiting for him at the martial arts arena. Senior Tang, can we go tomorrow? I have to do something important now, Lin Fan asked helplessly. What is it? This time it was Tang Xiaoxiao who was very curious. Lin Fan's identity in the academy was just an external student. What important things could there be? Lin Fan had to answer, there is someone waiting for me to compete at the martial arts arena, and I have to go there. As he said that, Lin Fan briefly recounted the incident in which Li Qing and Li Song were beaten up by Yang Zijin, who deliberately concealed their strength. After hearing what Lin Fan said, Tang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but frown and said, that Yang Zijin is too shameless. He has the cultivation of the 9th level of the tempering body realm, but he deliberately hides his strength and bullies the 6th and 7th level of the tempering body realm. He really deserves a beating. Yi Li pondered and said, it's a bit shameless, but this kind of thing happens often. Some people may like to show off like this. Li Qing and Li Song are both my friends. They were bullied like this. I have to stand up for them. I have already made an appointment with them to compete on the fighting stage tonight. If I don't go, It would be too disappointing, Lin Fan said. Go, you must go. Tang Xiaoxiao waved her jade hand and said indignantly, I'll go with you. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Tang Xiaoxiao to want to go with him. Don't you say that students from the inner courtyard can't easily go to the area of students from the outer courtyard? Lin Fan asked in confusion. I am not only a student of the inner courtyard, I am also a third-grade alchemist. I can go wherever I want. This is a privilege that alchemists have. At this point, Tang Xiaoxiao glanced at Yi Li and said, if you don't believe me, you can ask Elder Yi. Lin Fan looked at Yi Li, and saw Yi Li nodded and said, yes, the identity of an alchemist has some privileges, including that although you are only a first-grade alchemist now, if you want to go to the inner courtyard, that is completely possible. It turns out that the identity of an alchemist has so many privileges. Lin Fan nodded. He did not know that alchemists had these privileges before. He only knew about it after hearing Yi Li and Tang Xiaoxiao talking about it. Let's go, let's not waste time, go to the fighting arena and beat that guy, Tang Xiaoxiao said excitedly, as if she was the one who was going to beat someone up. Elder Yi, let's take our leave first, Lin Fan said to Yi Li. Well, go ahead. When fighting with others, you still have to be careful and not be careless, Yi Li reminded. Yes, Lin Fan nodded again, and then walked out of the alchemy building with Tang Xiaoxiao and headed straight for the fighting arena. Yi Li was not worried at all about Tang Xiaoxiao following Lin Fan. Tang Xiaoxiao's cultivation was not bad, and even if she was not a third-grade alchemist, no one in the outer courtyard could provoke her. Of course, following Lin Fan, others could not tell that Tang Xiaoxiao was an inner courtyard student, let alone a third-grade alchemist. After all, Tang Xiaoxiao today was neither wearing the clothes of an inner courtyard student nor the clothes of a third-grade alchemist. The atmosphere at the fighting arena today was still quite lively. Ling Qingxuan, Wang Xiang, Li Qing and Li Song had already come here from the residential area. Yang Zijin is here too. Wang Xiang's eyes swept through the scene and immediately locked onto Yang Zijin. According to the usual time, Lin Fan should be here soon, so we just need to continue waiting, Li Qingxuan said. None of the four of them were Yang Zijin's opponents, so they could only wait for Lin Fan to come. Yang Zijin also caught sight of Ling Qingxuan and the other four. After he said something to Yan Zhangping beside him, he walked towards Ling Qingxuan and the other four. Liu Qing was also standing beside the Yan Zhangping. Do you think Yang Zijin can defeat Lin Fan? Liu Qing glanced at Yang Zijin's back, then looked at Yan Zhangping and asked. He knew that Yang Zijin was someone arranged by Yan Zhangping. Why? Isn't the cultivation of the early stage of the Earth Wasteland realm enough to deal with him? Yan Zhangping asked back. In the past few days, I think Lin Fan's strength has also increased. I can't say whether Yang Zijin can deal with him. I just judge from the feeling. I'm afraid you'd better not hold too much hope, Liu Qing said lightly. From the first time he saw Lin Fan, he had a feeling in his heart, that is, Lin Fan was definitely not a difficult person to deal with. This kind of difficulty in dealing with can be seen from the person Yan Zhangping found last time. Although Yang Zijin, whom Yan Zhangping had found this time, had the cultivation base of the early stage of the Earth Wasteland realm, he was still not very optimistic about him. Yan Zhangping only smiled faintly at Liu Qing's words, and did not take it seriously, saying, haha, I think you have too much confidence in that kid Lin Fan. Maybe. Liu Qing nodded and said, we will know the result after they compete. Yang Zijin quickly came to Ling Qingxuan and the other four. He glanced over and said, what? Lin Fan hasn't come yet? Is he afraid to come? What are you anxious about? Li Qing retorted, Lin Fan said he would come back, so he will definitely come. There is absolutely no way he won't come. You should know that time is very precious. If he doesn't come again, then I don't have time to wait here any longer, Yang Zijin said deliberately. Since he was going to go against Lin Fan and the others, he should of course pretend to be cool at this time. Mr. Lin is here. However, the moment Yang Zijin's voice fell, Wang Xiang spoke. Her eyes just happened to see Lin Fan walking into the door of the martial arts arena. Hearing Wang Xiang's voice, everyone's eyes converged on Lin Fan at this time. Sure enough, Lin Fan was walking towards them. Yang Zijin looked at Lin Fan and said lightly, are you Lin Fan? Yes, I am Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Yang Zijin smiled disdainfully and said, aren't you going to challenge me? Why are you so slow? You should feel lucky if you come late. If I came early, You would have been beaten many times, Lin Fan retorted without changing his expression. You? Yang Zijin was immediately angry. He didn't expect Lin Fan to be so good at speaking. I'm telling the truth. You don't need to be angry at all. Lin Fan still said without changing his expression, if you don't believe it, go to the ring and compete and you will know. Let's compete. I'm waiting for you here. A thick haze flashed across Yang Zijin's eyes. He was already irritated by Lin Fan's words, and wanted to give Lin Fan a good beating. There's an empty ring over there, let's go. Don't waste time, Lin Fan said calmly. Tang Xiaoxiao, who deliberately fell behind, couldn't help laughing when she heard what Lin Fan and Yang Zijin said. Chapter 711 became much stronger. Just now, when the two of them were walking towards the fighting arena, Lin Fan told Tang Xiaoxiao that in order to avoid attracting too much attention, she should keep a certain distance from him after entering the fighting arena. After all, Tang Xiaoxiao was too eye-catching in terms of her appearance, figure and temperament. If he had a beautiful girl like Tang Xiaoxiao by his side, it was conceivable how many people would pay attention to her. If those eyes could kill, he would definitely become a sieve with 1,000 holes. In addition, Tang Xiaoxiao was a genius girl in the inner courtyard, and Lin Fan felt that there must be someone in the outer courtyard who could recognize Tang Xiaoxiao. He really felt that there was no need for that kind of unnecessary sensation to happen to him. Although he was not afraid of trouble, his current strength was not enough for him to be too high profile in the outer courtyard. After all, Yan Zhangping and Liu Qing had already noticed him. If Tang Xiaoxiao followed him, then the students who joined the outer courtyard the year before last and last year would also pay attention to him. Yes, in the outer courtyard, there were not only new students like them who had just joined, but also old students who joined the year before last and last year. These old students, because they did not meet the standards to become inner school students, were equivalent to repeating a grade and continuing to become outer school students. As long as they improve their cultivation within the age limit, they can still be promoted to inner school students. But the key lies in whether they can improve their cultivation within the age limit. Therefore, we cannot assume that there are only geniuses such as Yan Zhangping and Liu Qing in the outer school. The cultivation of those old students has reached the Xianhuang realm. However, at this stage, many old students are in seclusion for cultivation, or have left the academy to go out for training. As expected by Lin Fan, Tang Xiaoxiao's arrival was recognized by some outer school students. Oh my god. Look over there, isn't that senior sister Tang Xiaoxiao from the inner court? It's really senior sister Tang Xiaoxiao. It is said that senior sister Tang Xiaoxiao is not only a genius in the inner court, but also a third-grade alchemist. What? A third-grade alchemist? This is too evil. Besides, senior sister Tang Xiaoxiao is really pretty. Why do you think senior sister came to the outer court martial arts arena? I don't know, maybe she came here for fun. After recognizing Tang Xiaoxiao, everyone started to discuss. Tang Xiaoxiao didn't expect that many freshmen in the outer court could recognize her. She thought about it and thought that her reputation had probably spread in the past. After all, since she was a student in the outer court, she has shown a very strong talent for cultivation and has always been called a genius. Ling Qingxun also looked at Tang Xiaoxiao. Although she was very beautiful, she felt a little inferior compared to Tang Xiaoxiao. Because Tang Xiaoxiao is not only good-looking, but also a genius in the inner courtyard and a third-grade alchemist. This status completely surpasses her. Of course, there is another reason. Lin Fan told them that the blood-recovering pill yesterday was given by a senior who is an alchemist. Tang Xiaoxiao is a third-grade alchemist, and she must have made pills in the alchemy building. She guessed that the blood-recovering pill that Lin Fan brought back yesterday was probably given by Tang Xiaoxiao. In this way, it can also explain why Tang Xiaoxiao came to the outer courtyard martial arts arena at this time. This is the proud daughter of our college. Liu Qing's eyes fell on Tang Xiaoxiao and couldn't help but sigh. Yan Zhangping's expression also changed a little. Even though the two of them were so-called genius teenagers, they were nothing in front of a proud daughter like Tang Xiaoxiao. Seeing Tang Xiaoxiao, they still felt a throbbing heart. Regarding the sensation caused by Tang Xiaoxiao's arrival, Lin Fan smiled helplessly in his heart, but didn't pay attention to anything and walked onto the ring. Yang Zijin looked at Tang Xiaoxiao for several times. A beautiful woman is always eye-catching no matter where she is, not to mention that this beautiful woman is a serious genius. Walking onto the stage, Lin Fan's eyes met Yang Zijin's. Yang Zijin raised a smile and said coldly, Lin Fan, you are standing up for your friend. This friendship is very touching. Unfortunately, your strength is not enough to expand this feeling. It will only end with me. With a proud girl like Tang Xiaoxiao here, Yang Zijin felt that he must perform well. If Tang Xiaoxiao took a fancy to him, then climbing up the big tree of Tang Xiaoxiao would definitely have unimaginable benefits for his development. It must be said that Yang Zijin's idea is still quite good. In response to Yang Zijin's arrogant words, Lin Fan smiled faintly and said, I really want to see if you are strong enough to say such words in front of me. In fact, Lin Fan had just used the ring to check Yang Zijin's cultivation. He found that Yang Zijin was not at the 9th level of the tempering body realm, but at the early stage of the earthly wasteland realm. This made it even more inferred that Yang Zijin was waiting for him to make a move from the beginning to the end. After all, from Li Qing and Li Song, Yang Zijin only revealed the 9th level of the tempering body realm at most, and still kept a trick. The purpose was to make him think that Yang Zijin was really only at the 9th level of the tempering body realm. This guy, I didn't dare to challenge him because he was worried that he would reveal the early stage of the earthly wasteland realm before. It's ridiculous, Lin Fan said in his heart. No more nonsense, just do it. Today I will let you know that if you are not strong, don't try to be a hero. Yang Zijin seemed to be impatient to start this battle. He focused his eyes, stepped on the ground, and rushed directly towards Lin Fan. It can be seen that he wanted to defeat Lin Fan as quickly as possible. Only in this way, he felt that he could perform better in front of Tang Xiaoxiao. Facing Yang Zijin's attack, Lin Fan stood still without moving, quietly waiting for Yang Zijin to approach. Bang! When Yang Zijin appeared in front of him, Lin Fan stretched out his fist and collided with Yang Zijin, and a dull sound suddenly rang out. At the moment when this dull sound spread, Yang Zijin's face condensed slightly, thinking that this kid really has some tricks, and it is indeed not so easy to deal with. However, he just took out the 9th level of the body tempering realm, and did not fully show the cultivation of the initial stage of the earth wasteland realm. Thinking of this, a cold smile flashed across his eyes. Boom! Then, his body shook, and a more powerful breath burst out from his body. This breath is obviously more powerful than the 9th level of the body tempering realm, reaching the realm of the initial stage of the earth wasteland realm. Early stage of the earth wasteland realm. He just hit his cultivation. Yes, this is definitely the aura of the early stage of the earth wasteland realm. This competition is really interesting. He has shown the cultivation of the early stage of the earth wasteland realm, so the competition will probably end soon. When Yang Zijin showed the cultivation of the early stage of the earth wasteland realm, everyone was surprised. Of course, the most surprised were Ling Qingxuan and the other four. This bastard. He even hid his cultivation. Li Qing clenched his fists and said angrily. How can he be so shameless? Li Song was also very angry. What should we do now? Wang Xiang frowned. We can only see how Lin Fan performs, Ling Qingxuan said worriedly. They didn't expect that Yang Zijin also hid his cultivation, and they scolded Yang Zijin. Early stage of the earth wasteland realm, Tang Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes fell on Yang Zijin, and she thought disdainfully, if you think that you can defeat Lin Fan with the cultivation of the early stage of the earth wasteland realm, then it's too ridiculous. Although Lin Fan's cultivation has not reached the early stage of the earth wasteland realm, she knows very well that Lin Fan's soul power has definitely reached the first grade level. The strength displayed by the soul power of the first grade level is not necessarily worse than that of people in the early stage of the earth wasteland realm. Just as Tang Xiaoxiao thought, Lin Fan was not worried about Yang Zijin's cultivation of the early stage of the earth wasteland realm at all, not to mention that Lin Fan had already checked Yang Zijin's strength with a ring, which was equivalent to Lin Fan fighting Yang Zijin without fear. Boy. Regret slowly, after Yang Zijin showed the strength of the early stage of the earth wasteland realm, a cold smile appeared on his face. In his opinion, if he burst out with all his strength, then Lin Fan would definitely not be his opponent. Bang! He clenched his fist again, and his arm shook, and a more powerful force rushed out and swept towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan had already made preparations. With a thought, a soul force burst out from his body and directly hit Yang Zijin's fist. The collision between the soul force and the fist made Yang Zijin's face change greatly. The pain immediately came from his fist, and his body also retreated backwards at this time. Yang Zijin's body retreated a full 5 or 6 meters before stopping. What a strong soul force! Yang Zijin looked at Lin Fan with a deep look of astonishment in his eyes. He never thought that Lin Fan's soul force would be so strong. How did his soul force increase so much? Yan Zhangping was also a little surprised to see the scene on the ring. When Lin Fan used his soul force last time, he also had a specific feeling, but the soul force displayed by Lin Fan this time was obviously much stronger than the last time. The speed at which this soul force became stronger was really too fast. Perhaps, after he entered the alchemy building, he got the soul force cultivation method in the alchemy building. Liu Qing thought for a while and spoke beside him. Yes, that must be the case. Yan Zhangping nodded and said. If there is no method to cultivate soul power, his soul power will never be able to improve so quickly. His soul power has improved too much, and it is estimated that he is sprinting towards the second level. Now Yang Zijin may not be his opponent, Liu Qing pondered. Yan Zhangping's face sank slightly. He was full of confidence in Yang Zijin just now, but now his confidence began to waver. Lin's soul power has become much stronger. Lin Qingxun and the other four were also surprised by Lin Fan's performance. Just now, when Yang Zijin showed the strength of the early stage of the earthly wasteland realm, they were still worried about Lin Fan. But now that they saw that Lin Fan's soul power was so strong, they were relieved. Chapter 712 Envy, Jealousy and Hatred. On the stage, Yang Zijin's face turned very ugly. He had never expected that Lin Fan's soul power would be so strong. Even though he had the cultivation of the early stage of the earthly wasteland realm, he felt that he was not enough to deal with such a strong soul power. But now that things had come to this point, it was absolutely impossible for him to admit defeat. He had to continue to compete with Lin Fan. After all, there were so many students from the outer courtyard watching here. As a cultivator of the earthly wasteland realm, it was really embarrassing for him to admit defeat. What's more, if he admitted defeat like this, wouldn't Li Qing and Li Song laugh at him to death? Thinking of this, Yang Zijin gritted his teeth, his eyes focused, and the wild power in his body burst out again. He was ready to use martial arts to deal with Lin Fan. Boom! A strong momentum burst out from his hands. Haha, it's too late. Lin Fan smiled coldly, not intending to give Yang Zijin too much time to struggle. Whoosh! Lin Fan's mind moved slightly, and the soul power in his body gathered together, and he rushed directly towards Yang Zijin. The speed of the soul force attack was obviously faster than the speed of Yang Zijin's martial arts. It arrived in front of Yang Zijin in a blink of an eye. Sensing the arrival of the soul force, Yang Zijin knew that it was too late for him to use martial arts to attack. He could only gather the wild force on his arms and cross his arms in front of him to resist. Bang! The collision between the soul force and the arms made a dull sound as expected. As the sound spread, everyone could clearly see that Yang Zijin's body retreated directly to the back. To be precise, he stepped on the ground and slid backward. During the retreat, Yang Zijin's blood and qi rolled in his body. He couldn't help but open his mouth and spit out blood, and his face turned pale in an instant. Of course, his body retreated directly from the ring. When he fell to the ground, his whole body was still in a posture with his limbs facing the sky. Wow! The whole audience was in an uproar. In just one attack, Yang Zijin was completely defeated. This soul force attack is too fierce. Yes, the opponent has the cultivation of the initial stage of the Earth Wasteland realm, but in front of Lin Fan, he is so vulnerable. I thought I could see a wonderful battle today. I didn't expect it to end so quickly. Although it ended quickly, the excitement of this battle was not bad at all. I think it was very exciting. Yes, it doesn't necessarily mean that it lasts for a long time to be exciting. After seeing Yang Zijin fall off the stage, everyone started to discuss. For many of them, they really didn't expect Yang Zijin to lose so quickly. But this also gave them a new understanding of Lin Fan, knowing that Lin Fan's strength is very strong, and knowing that Lin Fan is not easy to provoke. Look, what did I say? Yang Zijin may not be Lin Fan's opponent. This time I said it, right, Liu Qing said without surprise. He didn't think Yang Zijin could defeat Lin Fan from the beginning. Even though Yang Zijin had the cultivation of the initial stage of the Earth Wasteland realm, he felt that Lin Fan was more powerful than Yang Zijin. Facts have proved that his intuition is indeed much more accurate than Yan Zhangping. Yan Zhangping's expression was not much better than Yang Zijin's. This was the second time he had asked someone to deal with Lin Fan. But he still failed to defeat Lin Fan. You know, for him, this kind of thing was simply a loss of both the wife and the army. He spent several thousand yuanqi the first time, and this time he spent another 10,000 yuanqi. It was equivalent to the yuanqi spent twice wasted. This kid is indeed a threat. Yan Zhangping took a deep breath, and after a long time, he said this. But then, he changed his tone and said, "But he is still not my opponent. Are you going to take action against him?" Liu Qing asked curiously. Although they and Yang Zijin are both in the early stage of the Earth Wasteland realm, their strength is definitely much stronger than Yang Zijin. Especially Yan Zhangping, it is estimated that his cultivation is about to be promoted to the middle stage of the Earth Wasteland realm, and he is not comparable to Yang Zijin, who has just been promoted to the early stage of the Earth Wasteland realm. If Yan Zhangping took action against Lin Fan, Liu Qing thought it would be very interesting. Before seeing the result with his own eyes, he really couldn't judge whether Yan Zhangping was stronger or Lin Fan was stronger. Hearing Liu Qing's question, Yan Zhangping shook his head and said, "Why should I deal with him now? Then when do you plan to deal with him?" Liu Qing asked. Yan Zhangping glanced at Liu Qing and did not answer. Liu Qing didn't know what Yan Zhangping was thinking. But he was 100% sure that there would be a battle between Yan Zhangping and Lin Fan. Of course, this also included him. He was also an ambitious person and wanted to have an absolute reputation in this Nanlo Academy. Absolute reputation means that the strength must be absolutely the first. At least, among the students in the outer school, he had to compete for the first place in the outer school. Lin Fan and Yan Zhangping were both strong opponents in his mind. If he wanted to win the first place in the outer school in the future, he had to defeat both Lin Fan and Yan Zhangping. Seeing this scene, Lin Qingxun and the other three smiled. Lin is really powerful, Li Song sighed. Yet, Yang Zijin, that bastard, deliberately hid his cultivation, so what? In front of Mr. Lin, he can only be defeated, Li Qing pondered. That bastard should have been injured quite a lot this time, Wang Xiang said. Soul power attacks on the body can easily affect the brain. I think Yang Zijin will have to rest for a long time before he can recover, Lin Qingxun said. Lin Qingxun was not wrong. The damage Yang Zijin suffered was equivalent to a direct attack from soul power. This would cause a certain impact on Yang Zijin's head. Therefore, at this time, Yang Zijin not only felt severe pain in his arms, but also felt that his head was about to explode, which made his face reveal a pain that went deep into his bones. Of course, this does not mean that Lin Fan could injure a person with a cultivation level of the initial stage of the Earth Wasteland realm like this with just a casual attack. That attack just now consumed a lot of Lin Fan's soul power. Lin Fan had to rest for a while before his soul power could be completely restored. Standing on the ring, Lin Fan looked at Yang Zijin and said lightly, "If you dare to provoke my friends again in the future, your fate will not be so simple." After the voice fell, Lin Fan did not continue to delay on the ring. He turned around and jumped off the ring and walked towards Lin Qingxun and the other four. Lin, you are really amazing." Seeing Lin Fan coming back, Lin Qingxun and the other four praised him. They really admired Lin Fan's strength. If it weren't for Lin Fan, they would have been bullied and could only admit defeat silently. Only Lin Fan could save their face. That's what he asked for. Lin Fan smiled slightly and didn't say much on this issue. No matter why Yang Zijin came to deliberately target them, it was just Yang Zijin's behavior that asked for trouble. Junior Lin, your performance just now was quite good. At this time, Tang Xiaoxiao walked towards them and said with a smile. Tang Xiaoxiao's words instantly ignited the atmosphere in the venue again. Senior Sister Tang actually knows him. It seems that not only does she know him, but it seems that Senior Sister Tang came here specially to watch his competition. Yes, otherwise, she would definitely not have gone over to say hello right after he finished the competition. Damn. How can this guy Lin Fan be so lucky? He even knows a girl like Senior Sister Tang. Lin Fan has soul power and will be trained to be an alchemist. Senior Sister Tang is an alchemist herself. If they know each other, it makes sense, but what I didn't expect was that Senior Sister Tang came here specially. That's right. After all, with Senior Sister Tang's status and position, even if she wanted to watch the exciting competition, she should have watched it in the inner courtyard, not in the outer courtyard. It can only mean that she came here for Lin Fan. Everyone started discussing again. Lin Fan couldn't help but feel a little headache. He could already sense that many people were looking at him with envy and jealousy. Just now he told Tang Xiaoxiao to keep a distance, but she forgot what he said in the blink of an eye. Tang Xiaoxiao also realized how much attention her greeting had brought to Lin Fan. She really didn't think too much about it. She just thought that Lin Fan had defeated the other party and came to praise him. However, Now that things have come to this, there is nothing to worry about. Everyone knows that she and Lin Fan know each other. Maybe Lin Fan will encounter less trouble in the outer courtyard in the future? Come, let me introduce you. This is a student in the inner courtyard and a third-grade alchemist, senior sister Tangzia Oxeo. Lin Fan simply introduced her openly. Anyway, the situation has come to this, there is no need to hide it anymore. If people envy and jealous of her, then let them envy and jealous of her. Hello, senior sister Tang, Li Qingxun and the other four greeted one after another. The four of them are my friends, named Li Qing, Li Song, Lin Qingxun, and Wang Siying. Lin Fan introduced Lin Qingxun and the other four to Tangzia Oxeo. Hello, Tangzia Oxeo gave Lin Fan face and greeted him with a smile. Under normal circumstances, she would never pay attention to these students from the outer courtyard. As a favored daughter of heaven, she still has the pride she should have. On the other side, Yan Zhangping and Liu Qing's faces became a little unnatural. Especially Yan Zhangping. At the beginning, he did not expect that Tangzia Oxeo came here specifically for Lin Fan. Now Tangzia Oxeo took the initiative to greet Lin Fan, which is enough to show that Tangzia Oxeo and Lin Fan have a good relationship. In this way, if he wants to deal with Lin Fan in the future, he may have to weigh the relationship with Tangzia Oxeo. But no matter what, he has put Lin Fan in a position where he must be defeated. Even if Tangzia Oxeo is Lin Fan's backer, he can't change his mind. Liu Qing's idea is not much different from Yan Zhangping's, and he is also weighing the relationship between Tangzia Oxeo and Lin Fan. Chapter 713 Visiting Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Of course, Lin Fan didn't know what Yan Zhangping and Liu Qing were thinking. Lin Fan looked at Tangzia Oxeo and the others and said with a smile, "Let's go, let's leave here first." It was too eye-catching to stay here any longer, so Lin Fan felt it was necessary to leave first. Tangzia Oxeo and the others had no objection, nodded, and walked out of the fighting arena together. Although they left, the discussion about them on the fighting arena had not diminished, but they just didn't know about it. Walking on the road, in view of Tangzia Oxeo's strength and status, Lin Qingxun, Wang Siying, Li Qing and Li Song were a little afraid and didn't dare to say much. There was no way, they just came from a few small families, and their respective families were the top existences in that town, but if they were put outside, they would seem insignificant. Therefore, it was understandable that they would feel inferior in front of a proud girl like Tangzia Oxeo. They were worried that if they offended Tangzia Oxeo, not only would they have a hard time in the academy, but if Tangzia Oxeo took her anger out on their family, it would also bring disaster to the family. Although Lin Fan himself is not from Xianitan continent, he still knows these social customs. Therefore, he knows very well why Lin Qingxun and the other three are walking behind. They quickly returned to the courtyard where Lin Fan lived. Lin Fan looked at Li Qing and Li Song and said, "By the way, Li Qing, Li Song, the blood recovery pill I gave you before was made by senior sister Tang." "Thank you, senior sister Tang." Li Qing and Li Song looked at each other and hurriedly thanked Tangzia Oxeo. Although the blood recovery pill was given to them by Lin Fan, it was obtained by Lin Fan from Tangzia Oxeo. If Tangzia Oxeo didn't give it to Lin Fan, they wouldn't be able to recover so quickly. "You're welcome." Tangzia Oxeo shook her head slightly. "Senior sister Tang, Mr. Lin, then you guys chat, we'll go back first." Lin Qingxun stood up and said. Wang Siying, Li Qing and Li Song also stood up. They were all discerning people and felt that there seemed to be no need for them to stay here. After all, Tangzia Oxeo was not on the same level as them, and there was nothing they could talk about. After they left, only Lin Fan and Tangzia Oxeo were left in the courtyard. "Your soul power has improved a lot after practicing the heavenly spirit technique." Tangzia Oxeo looked at Lin Fan and said with a faint smile, "If nothing unexpected happens, I estimate that your soul power will be able to reach the second grade level in a short time. To become a second grade alchemist, your soul power must reach the second grade level first, right?" Lin Fan asked. "Yes, this is a prerequisite, because if your soul power does not reach the second grade level, you cannot refine second grade pills," Tangzia Oxeo explained. "If you can't refine second grade pills, you naturally can't say that you are a second grade alchemist." "I understand," Lin Fan nodded. Tangzia Oxeo looked up at the sky and said, "It's still early now, how about we go out for a walk now?" "Okay," Lin Fan nodded again. They did not waste much time at the fighting arena just now. It was still early before midnight, so there was plenty of time to go out for a walk. When he stood up, Lin Fan suddenly realized a problem and paused. "What's wrong?" Tang Xiaoxiao saw Lin Fan stop and asked. Lin Fan said awkwardly. "I don't have any yuanxi on me, this time." Tang Xiaoxiao planned to take him to see the alchemy furnace, but if you like the alchemy furnace, you have to buy it, and buying it requires yuanxi. And he didn't have any yuanxi on him, which was quite embarrassing. "It's okay, I'll give it to you." Tang Xiaoxiao waved her hand generously. She thought Lin Fan had some troubles just now, but it turned out to be such a simple problem. Seeing Tang Xiaoxiao so generous, Lin Fan had to nod and said, "Then consider it as you lending it to me, and I will return it to you later." "Okay." Tang Xiaoxiao didn't bother about these things. She understood that men were good looking. "Here, I'll give you 50,000 yuanxi first. If it's not enough, I'll give you more when the time comes." Tang Xiaoxiao took out a bag and handed it to Lin Fan. In this pocket, there were 50,000 yuanxi. "Thank you," Lin Fan responded. Tang Xiaoxiao gave Lin Fan 50,000 stones, which was actually an estimate. It was basically enough to buy a good alchemy furnace. The two did not delay any longer and walked towards the gate of Nanluo College. Soon, they arrived at the gate. The gate was guarded by the college's patrol team. The members of these patrol teams were all strong and were responsible for patrolling and maintaining various problems at the gate. If there were people fighting outside, the patrol team would come out to solve it. "Miss Tang." Seeing Tang Xiaoxiao coming, the patrol team hurriedly greeted Tang Xiaoxiao. Obviously, they all knew Tang Xiaoxiao. Tang Xiaoxiao nodded slightly. Just when the patrol team was about to ask Lin Fan, but before they could speak, Tang Xiaoxiao took the lead and said, "This is my friend. He followed me out for a while and we will be back soon." The patrol team opened their mouths, looking a little embarrassed. After all, according to the rules, they had to ask about the identities of people they were not familiar with. The most important thing is that, at first glance, Lin Fan looked like a freshman who had just entered the academy. Freshmen were not allowed to leave the academy before they had been there for a full month. "Why? Do I have to show you the token?" Tang Xiaoxiao asked. No. Then Miss Tang, please come back early." When they heard Tang Xiaoxiao say that she wanted to take the token, the patrol team shook their heads. They were all familiar with that token, which was a token that only the dean could give out. Although they didn't know that Tang Xiaoxiao and Tang Xiangxiao were father and daughter, they could guess that Tang Xiaoxiao and Tang Xiangxiao had some kind of relationship because they both had the last name Tang. "That's right." Tang Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes unhappily and said, "Lin Fan, let's go." "Yeah." Lin Fan nodded and followed Tang Xiaoxiao out of the academy gate. Nanluo Academy itself is located in the center of Nanluo City, which is equivalent to Nanluo Academy being in the bustling area of Nanluo City. Tang Xiaoxiao is also a well-known girl of destiny in Nanluo City. With her extraordinary appearance and temperament, many people in Nanluo City know her. Walking beside Tang Xiaoxiao, Lin Fan also felt some pressure. There was no way. Many people were discussing the relationship between him and Tang Xiaoxiao. "Sister Tang, if eyes can kill, then I really don't know how many times I have died," Lin Fan said jokingly. Tang Xiaoxiao naturally knew what Lin Fan meant by this, and was immediately amused and laughed, saying, "Do you know that there are many people who want to enjoy this feeling but can't?" I know. Lin Fan nodded, and then changed the subject and asked, "By the way, where are we going now? Why don't we go directly to Wanbao Chamber of Commerce?" Tang Xiaoxiao thought for a while and said, "Wanbao Chamber of Commerce is not far from here." Tang Xiaoxiao is still very familiar with Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, and she is also a VIP of Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. There is no way. Who makes her the daughter of Tang Xiangxiao? "Okay, let's go to Wanbao Chamber of Commerce." Lin Fan smiled and said, "I'm not familiar with Nanluo City, so I have to rely on you to take me around. Let's go." Wanbao Chamber of Commerce is on the street here. There are a lot of things inside, and there are many types of alchemy furnaces. You can choose carefully. Tang Xiaoxiao walked in front to lead the way for Lin Fan. Lin Fan hurriedly followed. Wanbao Chamber of Commerce is indeed a very famous chamber of commerce in the Defan dynasty. Their branch in Nanluo City is even more magnificent. There are 4 entrances alone. Tang Xiaoxiao took Lin Fan to the entrance of the east gate of Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Standing outside the gate, Lin Fan glanced over and said in his heart, the area of this branch of Wanbao Chamber of Commerce in Nanluo City is probably not less than 50,000 square meters. Lin Fan was not wrong in his estimation. The Wanbao Chamber of Commerce is indeed 50,000 square meters in size, and it has more than one floor, a total of 3 floors. It is conceivable how financially powerful the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce is. A big power like Nanluo College will not easily fall out with Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. After all, Nanluo College often has to buy things from Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. For example, most of the time, Nanluo College purchases the medicinal materials needed for alchemy from Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. With such a cooperative relationship, Wanbao Chamber of Commerce will naturally be happy to maintain it with Nanluo College, so it will give Nanluo College some preferential discounts. In any case, Nanluo College is a big power in the Defan dynasty, and it is not bad for Wanbao Chamber of Commerce to have a good relationship with Nanluo College. Welcome to Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Next to the entrance of the gate, 2 women wearing cheongsams similar to those on Earth are constantly saying welcome words. Such a service attitude is quite good. Let's go in and take a look. Tang Xiaoxiao tilted her head to look at Lin Fan and smiled slightly. Okay, Lin Fan nodded. He also had a strong curiosity about this Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. He wanted to see how many good things were sold here. The 2 walked in through the gate. There were many people inside, but fortunately, the area was not small, so it didn't seem too crowded. Lin Fan and Tang Xiaoxiao had just walked into the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce when a man wearing Wanbao Chamber of Commerce clothing noticed Tang Xiaoxiao from the other direction. Xiao Li, I'll leave this to you. I'll go greet the distinguished guests over there, the man said to the woman next to him, and then without delay, he walked towards Tang Xiaoxiao. Miss Tang, why didn't you say hello in advance when you came to our Wanbao Chamber of Commerce? The man walked up to her and immediately greeted her with a smile. Deputy Minister Liu. You're too polite. I just came here with my friends to take a look. Tang Xiaoxiao looked at the man with her beautiful eyes, recognized him at a glance, and responded politely. The man's name is Liu Jin, and he is the Deputy Minister of this branch of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Liu Jin knew that Tang Xiaoxiao's real identity was Tang Xiaoxiao's daughter. When he heard what Tang Xiaoxiao said, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. He then shifted his gaze to Lin Fan, wanting to see what was so special about Lin Fan. Chapter 714 Buying Alchemy Cauldron. Liu Jin knew very well that Tang Xiaoxiao had never been out alone with any man. When his eyes fell on Lin Fan, the surprise in his eyes deepened. Because he found that Lin Fan was only at the 9th level of the tempering body realm. With his strength, he could tell Lin Fan's cultivation at a glance. Who is this guy? How can a 9th level of the tempering body realm let Miss Tang come out with him? Liu Jin had deep doubts in his mind. In his opinion, a girl like Tang Xiaoxiao, even if she would have a crush on a man, she must be at least a child of heaven. Can a person with the 9th level of the tempering body realm be called a child of heaven? The answer is obviously no. However, since the other party is someone Tang Xiaoxiao calls a friend, he can't help but give him face before knowing the details clearly. Hello. My name is Liu Jin. Liu Jin greeted Lin Fan politely. Hello, Deputy Minister Liu. My name is Lin Fan. Lin Fan responded. Lin Fan just checked Liu Jin's information with the ring and found that Liu Jin was in the late stage of the key-making realm. With this level of cultivation, he is not far from the creation realm. His strength is really good. No wonder he can be the deputy director of this Wanbao Chamber of Commerce branch. From this, it can be inferred that if the deputy director has the cultivation of the late stage of the key-making realm, then the director must have the cultivation of the creation realm. Miss Tang, what are you going to buy? I will show you. Liu Jin's eyes shifted to Tang Xiaoxiao again. Tang Xiaoxiao is a serious VIP of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. When treating a VIP, he naturally has to do the service he should do. Deputy Minister Liu, we will just take a look. You can go and do your own thing. You don't have to take us. Tang Xiaoxiao shook her head. That won't work. If I don't treat you well, I will be scolded if the minister finds out. Liu Jin also shook his head. It can be seen that he is very afraid of the minister. Really, no need, Tang Xiaoxiao said helplessly. Don't worry. I won't blame you for neglecting me. What's more, I'm very familiar with your place. My friend and I will just take a look around this floor this time. We won't go to the upper floors. You can go and do your own things first. If there's anything, I don't mind bothering you again. The 3 floors of Wanbao Chamber of Commerce sell different things on each floor, but it is clear that the things sold on the 2nd floor are higher end than those sold on the 1st floor, and the things sold on the 3rd floor are higher end than those sold on the 2nd floor. In the past, when Tang Xiaoxiao came to Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, she basically went to the 2nd and 3rd floors to shop. Liu Jin didn't expect that Tang Xiaoxiao would not go to the 2nd and 3rd floors this time. Seeing that Tang Xiaoxiao said it so seriously and firmly, Liu Jin was relieved and said, "Okay, Miss Tang, Mr. Lin, then you can go shopping. If you need anything, feel free to contact us." Yes, Tang Xiaoxiao and Lin Fan both nodded. Liu Jin didn't waste any more time and turned away. "Senior Tang, you are really very influential. Even the deputy director of Wanbao Chamber of Commerce has to come and entertain you in person," Lin Fan said with a smile. He didn't know that Tang Xiaoxiao was the daughter of Dean Tang Xiangxiao. He just thought that Tang Xiaoxiao was a 3rd-grade alchemist and the proud daughter of the inner courtyard. Tang Xiaoxiao raised her head proudly and said, "Do you know that I am very influential?" "Yes, I just found out," Lin Fan smiled. "It's good to know. Don't provoke me in the future. If you provoke me, even if I don't have to take action against you, there will be many people who will help me," Tang Xiaoxiao said. "I dare not. How dare I provoke you?" Lin Fan shook his head in cooperation. "Okay, let's go. I'll take you around." Tang Xiaoxiao waved her jade hand and took Lin Fan to stroll around. During the stroll, Lin Fan did see a lot of things. "That's the area where the alchemy cauldron is sold." Tang Xiaoxiao stretched out her hand and pointed to Lin Fan. After saying that, she wanted to take Lin Fan to the area where the alchemy cauldron was sold. "Tang, wait a moment," Lin Fan said. "What's wrong?" Tang Xiaoxiao asked. "Here are storage bags. I want to buy one," Lin Fan pondered. "You don't have a storage bag yet?" Tang Xiaoxiao blinked in confusion. "No," Lin Fan shook his head and said, "I had one before, but I lost it." Lin Fan was naturally good at lying. Tang Xiaoxiao was speechless. She didn't expect Lin Fan to lose the storage bag by himself. "No need to buy it. I just happen to have an extra storage bag here. I'll give you one." While Tang Xiaoxiao was talking, she spread her jade hands and a storage bag appeared in her hands. Then she handed it to Lin Fan. Seeing the storage bag handed over by Tang Xiaoxiao, Lin Fan immediately felt like he was being kept by a rich woman. The main reason was that Tang Xiaoxiao really gave him a very wealthy experience. He really had everything he wanted. "This storage bag doesn't seem to be cheap, right?" Lin Fan asked. "How much yuanqi?" "I'll give it to you, anyway." He borrowed 50,000 yuanqi from Tang Xiaoxiao. "No," Tang Xiaoxiao stuffed it directly into Lin Fan's arms and said, "This is originally an extra storage bag that I have no use for. I will keep it anyway. I can't sell it. Just give it to you." "Why do I need you to give me yuanqi?" Seeing that Lin Fan was about to say something, Tang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but add, "If you don't accept this, then you are not giving me face. If you don't give me face, then don't blame me for being rude to you." Faced with Tang Xiaoxiao's righteous threat, Lin Fan was really embarrassed to refuse, and could only thank her and said, "Thank you for the gift, senior sister Tang." After the voice fell, Lin Fan hung the storage bag around his waist, and then continued to walk towards the danding area with Tang Xiaoxiao. "Hello, Miss Tang." The seller in the danding area saw Tang Xiaoxiao coming and hurriedly greeted her. It must be said that Tang Xiaoxiao is indeed a regular customer here. Basically everyone in Wanbao Chamber of Commerce knows her. "Let me take a look at the alchemy cauldrons," Tang Xiaoxiao asked. "Are there any new ones?" "Yes," the seller nodded, but a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. She didn't expect that someone of Tang Xiaoxiao's status would look at the alchemy cauldrons on the 1st floor. Tang Xiaoxiao saw the doubt in the seller's eyes and couldn't help but smile and said, "I brought my friend to see it, so that's it." The seller reacted now, and like Liu Jin, he looked at Lin Fan a few more times before starting to introduce them. "Miss Tang, these alchemy cauldrons here are all new goods from our Wanbao Chamber of Commerce." The seller introduced them in a very polite tone. "For example, these 3 cauldrons can be used to refine 2nd-grade elixirs without any problems." "Lin Fan, take a look," Tang Xiaoxiao said. "Okay," Lin Fan nodded, stepped forward, walked to the 3 alchemy cauldrons, and looked at them carefully. He found that these 3 alchemy cauldrons were not very different in appearance, except for some differences in details. For example, the passage for throwing herbs into the middle cauldron is not on the cauldron itself, but on the lid. What are the prices of these 3 cauldrons? Lin Fan asked. The retail price is 70,000 yuan shi, the seller replied. 70,000 yuan shi, Lin Fan was slightly startled. Tang Xiaoxiao lent him 50,000 yuan shi, which was 20,000 yuan short of 70,000 yuan. Just as he was about to consider changing to another cauldron and asking about the price, the seller added, "But you are Miss Tang's friend, and Miss Tang is a VIP of our Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. We have a discount here." Another discount? Lin Fan was startled again. This was really beyond his expectations. He didn't expect that Wanbao Chamber of Commerce would also do the same thing on Earth, where VIPs have discounts. Then how much is the price after the discount? Lin Fan asked. After the discount, the price is 50,000 yuan shi, the seller replied. The price dropped from 70,000 yuan to 50,000 yuan, a 20,000 yuan discount. Lin Fan couldn't help but wonder what level of VIP Tang Xiaoxiao was. This discount was too much? Okay, Lin Fan naturally wouldn't ask Tang Xiaoxiao such a boring question. He looked at the 3 alchemy cauldrons again. After a moment, he locked on the one in the middle and said, "I want this one." "Okay, sir," the seller replied. Lin Fan didn't delay and handed the bag containing 50,000 yuan of stones to the seller. The seller took a look and confirmed that there were 50,000 yuan of stones in it. He smiled and said, "Sir, you can take this alchemy cauldron away now." Lin Fan nodded, walked forward, and with a thought, he put the alchemy cauldron into the storage bag. It turned out that he also had to have a storage bag, otherwise it would be too inconvenient to carry such a large alchemy cauldron with him. What's more, carrying an alchemy cauldron on the road would attract many people's attention. "We've bought it. Let's go." Lin Fan returned to Tang Xiaoxiao. "Do you want to see anything else?" Tang Xiaoxiao said, leaning close to Lin Fan's ear and whispering, "Don't worry about the yuanxi issue. I have a lot of yuanxi here." Lin Fan couldn't help but show up with a touch of embarrassment on his face. He secretly thought that he would have to get more yuanxi to carry with him later, otherwise it would be bad to ask others to borrow it at any time. However, at this time, he really didn't want to see anything. "No need to look at it, come and see it next time," Lin Fan said with a smile. "Okay, then come next time." Tang Xiaoxiao just wanted to take Lin Fan around. She herself had no interest in the things on the first floor. Since Lin Fan said she didn't want to see it, she would definitely not stay. "Miss Tang, Mr. Lin, take care." The seller was still very polite. Lin Fan and Tang Xiaoxiao nodded slightly and walked towards the gate of Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. However, at this time, several figures came not far in front of them. The first person was wearing a gray robe, and it was obvious that the fabric was very expensive. He was about 20 years old, and he looked gentle and refined. Behind him, there were 4 people in their 30s, who were obviously his followers, or the people responsible for protecting his safety. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 715 Lin Fan of the Lin family. Miss Tang, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. The moment Lin Fan saw Tang Xiaoxiao, a faint smile appeared on his face. While greeting, he walked towards Tang Xiaoxiao. "Mr. Lin, it's quite a coincidence," Tang Xiaoxiao replied slowly. Lin Fan is the young master of the Lin family and also a genius of the younger generation of the Lin family. The Lin family is one of the 5 major families in the Defan dynasty. In this Nanluo city, the Lin family is definitely one of the best families. Of course, this does not mean that the Lin family has stronger strength than Nanluo College, but it can only mean that the Lin family is very powerful among the families. As for whether the Lin family is stronger or the Nanluo College is stronger, others don't know. After all, they have never seen the scene of the Nanluo College and the Lin family going to war. It is estimated that they will not have the opportunity to see such a scene for many years. Because when 2 such powerful forces go to war, there will be quite a lot of factors affecting it, and the palace will not sit idly by and will definitely stand up to stop it. For the palace, whether it is Nanlo Academy or Lin family, they are the top forces of the Defan dynasty. If such top forces collide and both lose, the overall strength of the Defan dynasty will suffer a major loss, and then other dynasties will most likely attack the Defan dynasty. If the palace is not a fool, it will not allow such a thing to happen. Lin Fan continued to smile, but his eyes shifted to Lin Fan, and he couldn't help asking curiously, who is this? Lin Fan's cultivation is not worse than Tang Xiaoxiao's. He can also see Lin Fan's cultivation at a glance and know that Lin Fan is only at the 9th level of the body tempering realm. With this kind of strength, he would not guess that Tang Xiaoxiao would like Lin Fan. In his opinion, if Tang Xiaoxiao likes someone, she will like someone who is stronger than herself. How could she like someone who is worse than herself? That would not be in line with the identity of a proud daughter of heaven, and it would not satisfy Tang Xiaoxiao. It's my friend, Tang Xiaoxiao said. Hello, my name is Lin Fan. Lin Fan took the initiative to say hello. Hello, Lin Fan responded, but a hint of doubt appeared in the depths of his eyes. He didn't say his name, mainly because he felt that there were few people in Nanlo City who didn't know him. But Tang Xiaoxiao's words that Lin Fan was a friend made him feel confused. If Tang Xiaoxiao said that Lin Fan was a junior and followed him out for a walk, it would be nothing, but Tang Xiaoxiao didn't say that Lin Fan was a junior, but called him a friend. Friend? A proud girl would be friends with a person with the 9th level of the tempering body realm? This must be very complicated. It must be said that Lin Fan is worthy of being the young master of the Lin family. He can associate a lot of things with Tang Xiaoxiao's simple words. Of course, he is not one of those stupid second generations, and it is impossible for him to cause trouble for Lin Fan because of Tang Xiaoxiao's words. He put away the thoughts in his mind and asked with a smile, are you going out now? Yes, we have walked around and are ready to leave. Tang Xiaoxiao nodded. Okay, I won't keep you here. Lin Fan smiled and said, Miss Tang, if you have time, you can always come to our Lin family as a guest. Our Lin family's door is always open to you. Thank you, goodbye then. Tang Xiaoxiao responded with a smile, and without further delay, she took Lin Fan out. She knew very well that Lin Fan liked her, and even the Lin family supported him to pursue her. In this way, if the marriage between Nanlo College and the Lin family was successful, the status would be more stable. However, she didn't have any feelings for Lin Fan, and Tang Xiaoxiao would not force her to make any decisions on emotional matters. Everything was in accordance with her own preferences. Lin Fan's eyes fell on the backs of Tang Xiaoxiao and Lin Fan. A man behind him came up and asked, Master, do you have any questions? Remember this person named Lin Fan, and find time to investigate his information, Lin Fan said. Yes, Master, I will arrange someone to investigate tomorrow, the man replied. Well, let's go to the 3rd floor. Lin Fan retracted his gaze, turned around and walked towards the stairs over there, and the 4 people behind him hurriedly followed. He came to Wanbao Chamber of Commerce today because he had something to do, not just to stroll here. Lin Fan and Tang Xiaoxiao walked out of Wanbao Chamber of Commerce and walked back to Nanlo College. On the way, Tang Xiaoxiao casually asked, you know that person just now, right? I don't know. Lin Fan shook his head helplessly. You've never heard of him at all? Tang Xiaoxiao was stunned. No, Lin Fan shook his head again, and asked curiously, is his status very strong? Yes, it is indeed very strong, Tang Xiaoxiao nodded. Seeing that Lin Fan did not seem to pretend not to know, he explained, he is the young master of the Lin family. The Lin family is one of the 5 major families in the Defan dynasty. You must know this, right? I definitely know this, Lin Fan smiled. In fact, he didn't know, but since he said he was from Yancheng, and Yancheng belonged to the Defan dynasty, if he didn't pretend to know that the Lin family was one of the 5 major families in the Defan dynasty, it would be too stupid. So he is the young master of the Lin family, Lin Fan added. No wonder you can feel a strong aura from him. This guy is also very talented. He has been a genius since he was a child, Tang Xiaoxiao said. But, you can see that he likes you, Lin Fan said. What did you say? Tang Xiaoxiao was stunned and said, you can see this, just a moment ago, just a few words, you can see it. Of course I can see it, Lin Fan nodded. How did you tell? Tang Xiaoxiao was very curious. From the way he looked at you, Lin Fan analyzed, That kind of look is only shown when looking at someone he likes. Tang Xiaoxiao didn't know what to say. After a moment, she stared at Lin Fan and said, I didn't expect you to be so good at seeing these things, haha, this is not a good skill. Lin Fan smiled. Lin Fan didn't ask any more questions. The two of them chatted and laughed and returned to Nanluo College. Senior Tang, then I will go back to the dormitory area first. After entering the college, Lin Fan said slowly. Okay, see you in the alchemy building tomorrow. Tang Xiaoxiao waved her jade hand. Okay, Lin Fan nodded, and without further delay, he turned around and went back to the dormitory area. Tang Xiaoxiao also returned to the inner courtyard. In the room, Lin Fan closed the door. Still did not rest, he sat cross-legged on the bed and continued to practice. The most urgent thing is that if he wants to refine the second-grade elixir and become a second-grade alchemist, then he must first break through his soul power to the second-grade level. Only when his soul power breaks through to the second level can he refine second-grade pills and become a second-grade alchemist. Therefore, the practice of Xianling Ju is still carried out every day. The next morning, Lin Fan stopped practicing, opened his eyes, took a deep breath, then jumped off the bed, washed up, and then opened the door and walked out. The sun shone on his body, giving him a warm feeling. Lin Fan and Lin Qingxun and the other four joined together and walked towards the outer courtyard square. Mr. Lin, when we were on the fighting stage yesterday, I heard the voices of those people around. It seems that senior sister Tang is still the real celebrity of our college, Li Song said. Yes, she is a genius in the inner courtyard and a third-grade alchemist. I don't need to say more about what it means to be a third-grade alchemist at her age. Lin Fan smiled slightly. He still admired Tang Xiaoxiao's talent. Yes, she has become a third-grade alchemist at this age, and her future is definitely limitless. Li Song nodded. The key is that he has such a high talent for alchemy and such a high talent for wild power. This is the most rare existence, Li Qing added. Hearing Li Song and Li Qing's praise for Tang Xiaoxiao, Lin Qingxun's beautiful eyes fell on Lin Fan and said, Mr. Lin's talent for alchemy and wild power is also quite strong. Give Mr. Lin some time, and after he grows up, he may not be worse than senior sister Tang. Lin Qingxun's words were not intended to flatter Lin Fan, but she really thought so. In her opinion, Lin Fan's talent is indeed not worse than Tang Xiaoxiao. It's just that Lin Fan lacks time to grow. Wang Xiyang nodded and said, yes, Mr. Lin's talent is also so strong. Li Qing and Li Song also had no objection. Being praised by them, Lin Fan had no choice but to smile helplessly and said, senior sister Tang's character is very good, there is no need to compare with her in these things. After these 2 days of contact, Lin Fan had a general understanding of Tang Xiaoxiao, and he could indeed feel that Tang Xiaoxiao's character and other aspects were very good. At least, she was very caring towards him. Soon they arrived at the outer courtyard square. Zhang Xianmu looked at Lin Fan, then stepped in front of Lin Fan and said, I didn't expect your soul power to improve so quickly. Not bad. Lin Fan was slightly startled and didn't react. Seeing this, Zhang Xianmu added, I heard about your competition with Yang Zijin. Lin Fan reacted now. No wonder Zhang Xianmu suddenly said that his soul power improved so quickly. It turned out that he knew about the competition between him and Yang Zijin, so he naturally knew that he defeated Yang Zijin with his soul power. Practice well, I am very optimistic about you. Zhang Xianmu stretched out his hand and patted Lin Fan on the shoulder. Thank you, Teacher Zhang. Lin Fan responded with a smile. Okay, get ready, it's time to start today's practice. Zhang Xianmu smiled lightly. Lin Fan and others didn't waste time. They sat cross-legged on the ground. After Zhang Xianmu called a roll, they devoted themselves to practice. Today's practice made Lin Fan feel like he was about to break through. He decided to seize this opportunity and break through to the early stage of the earthly wasteland realm. The earthly wasteland realm was the real threshold of cultivation. Only by crossing this threshold could he become a true cultivator of the Xianidun continent. This point was very important. Chapter 716. It is indeed very difficult. Lin Fan was not wrong. His cultivation had indeed reached the peak of the 9th level of the body tempering realm. He was going to break through to the early stage of the earthly wasteland realm today. This was a natural breakthrough. After all, his own talent was really good. With his body as the center, the surrounding wild forces began to gather towards him, and then entered his body through his skin. As time went on, the aura in Lin Fan's body was gradually rising. Boom! The aura rose very quickly, and after a while, it broke through to the early stage of the earthly wasteland realm. When Lin Fan's cultivation broke through, Zhang Xianmu was the first to look at him. Then, he walked to Lin Fan's side and asked with a smile, "Did you break through?" Lin Fan looked at Zhang Xianmu, nodded, and said, "Yes, I broke through, haha, good, very good." Zhang Xianmu was very satisfied. Lin Fan was his student. The stronger Lin Fan's strength was, the more face he would have as a mentor. "You should continue to practice and consolidate your cultivation first," Zhang Xianmu pondered. "Okay, mentor," Lin Fan nodded. Zhang Xianmu did not bother Lin Fan anymore and walked away. Lin Fan closed his eyes and continued to immerse himself in cultivation. Although his cultivation had made a breakthrough, he had just entered the early stage of the Earth Wasteland realm after all, and he needed to consolidate it. However, he could clearly feel that the wild power in his body had increased a lot, and the strength in his body had also skyrocketed a lot. He estimated that now he could bring up a gust of fist wind with a random punch. This is the strength of the early stage of the Earth Wasteland realm. Even though the 9th level of the Tempering Body realm and the early stage of the Earth Wasteland realm are only one level apart, the difference in strength they show is also very large. Of course, after breaking through to the early stage of the Earth Wasteland realm, not only will his own strength be enhanced, but he can also continue to practice the Thousand Illusion Palm and the Senlo Seal. Before, he was busy practicing the Heavenly Spirit Art every night, so Lin Fan did not practice the Thousand Illusion Palm and the Senlo Seal. He wanted to wait until his cultivation reached the early stage of the Earth Wasteland realm before starting to practice. Compared with the Heavenly Spirit Art, the Thousand Illusion Palm and the Senlo Seal are obviously easier to practice. It is not too late to master the difficult ones after mastering the easy ones first. Time passed slowly, and soon the morning was over. Zhang Xianmu announced that today's practice was over, and everyone left. Lin Qingxun and the other four came to Lin Fan and congratulated him. They had obviously heard about Lin Fan's breakthrough. However, everyone was immersed in practice at that time, and they could not disturb him. "Your cultivation should be close to a breakthrough," Lin Fan glanced at Lin Qingxun and the other four, and said with a faint smile. Yes, Lin Qingxun and the other four were indeed close to a breakthrough. Although they did not have the talent as great as Lin Fan, their talent was not bad either. If they practiced hard, the speed of their cultivation would not be slow. Let's go to the cafeteria to eat something first." Lin Fan waved his hand and took Lin Qingxun and the other four to the cafeteria. After they ate in the cafeteria, Lin Fan said goodbye and went to the alchemy building. As soon as he walked into the door of the alchemy building, he saw Tang Xiaoxiao. Tang Xiaoxiao came in a little earlier than him. "Senior Sister Tang," Lin Fan greeted them. Tang Xiaoxiao turned around, her beautiful eyes fell on Lin Fan. She said softly, "Did your cultivation break through?" "Yes, I broke through when I was practicing just now," Lin Fan nodded. Tang Xiaoxiao's cultivation was 3 realms higher than his, so she could naturally see his true cultivation at any time. The speed of the breakthrough is quite fast. Tang Xiaoxiao smiled slightly, and then changed the subject, saying, "But you still have to work hard. After a while, you will go out to experience. If you go out to experience, the higher the cultivation, the better, and it will be much safer." In addition, the 3-month competition in the outer courtyard is also very important. As a person who has experienced it, Tang Xiaoxiao is naturally very clear about these things. Hearing Tang Xiaoxiao's words, Lin Fan nodded seriously and said, "I have always worked hard, but I have never been lazy." "Haha, that's good." Tang Xiaoxiao smiled happily and said, Let's go upstairs to make pills." "Yes," Lin Fan nodded again. Then, Lin Fan went to the alchemy room on the 2nd floor, while Tang Xiaoxiao went to the alchemy room on the 3rd floor. As expected, Yi Li had already prepared the materials for alchemy in the room for Lin Fan. The elixir he was going to refine today was still the blood recovering pill. With his previous experience, he was obviously becoming more and more skilled in refining the blood recovering pill, and the quality of the pills he refined was also higher. When Yi Li and Tang Xiaoxiao came to the room in the afternoon, Lin Fan said, "Now I should be able to return the 10 blood recovering pills I took from you, Senior Sister Tang." Hearing this, Yi Li and Tang Xiaoxiao both looked at the 10 blood recovering pills on the table. They found that the quality of the blood recovering pills refined by Lin Fan today was indeed quite good. Okay, since you insist on returning them to me, I will accept them. Tang Xiaoxiao was not a hypocritical person. Lin Fan had already said so. If she still didn't accept them, it would feel like she was not giving Lin Fan face, which was not the way to get along well with Lin Fan. Seeing Tang Xiaoxiao put away the 10 blood recovering pills, Lin Fan had a faint smile on his face. Then, they did not waste any more time. After leaving the alchemy building, Lin Fan returned to the room in the living area. Lin Qingxun and the other 4 were practicing. Seeing that Lin Fan's cultivation level was improving so quickly, they naturally wanted to improve their own cultivation level faster so that they would not be left too far behind by Lin Fan. Otherwise, they would not even be qualified to follow Lin Fan in the future. Lin Fan returned to the room, took a short rest, and came to the courtyard again. Since practicing martial arts requires practice, it is definitely not so convenient to practice in the room. It is more convenient to practice in the courtyard. Thousand Illusion Palm is the top-grade martial art of the mortal level. Now that Lin Fan's cultivation level has reached the early stage of the earthly desolate realm, the wild power in his body is obviously enough for him to perform top-grade martial arts of the mortal level. Therefore, after he exhaled lightly, he did not hesitate and began to practice. Lin Fan spent a whole night practicing Thousand Illusion Palm. In the morning, Lin Fan's figure still flashed in the courtyard. Boom. The next moment, he focused his eyes, waved his palms, and a series of illusory palm shadows gathered around him. When those palm shadows appeared, a strong energy burst out from Lin Fan, and it could be clearly felt that the palm shadows contained very powerful power. Moreover, the number of palm shadows was as described in the book, there were thousands of them. Go! Lin Fan shouted in his heart, waved his palms, and thousands of palm shadows rushed out at the same time, smashing on the stone not far ahead. Bang! The attack of thousands of palm shadows immediately caused the stone to explode. It is worthy of being a top-grade martial art of the ordinary level. The power is extraordinary. Seeing the effect of his palm, Lin Fan's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Although it took him a whole night to successfully practice the Thousand Illusion Palm, this speed was already very fast. If it were another cultivator in the early stage of the Earth Wasteland realm, even if he had a strong talent for martial arts, it would take at least 3 to 5 days to successfully practice. It can be seen that Lin Fan's talent in martial arts is also quite strong. Looking up at the sky, it was already the time when they usually gathered at the outer courtyard square. Lin Fan walked out of the courtyard, called Lin Qingxun and the other 4, and walked towards the outer courtyard square. Lin Fan found that Lin Qingxun's aura was slightly different from before, so he used the ring to check it. As he expected, Lin Qingxun's cultivation had broken through and reached the 9th level of the body tempering realm. Among the 4 of them, Lin Qingxun's talent should be the strongest, followed by Li Qing, Wang Xiang and Li Song. Lin Fan analyzed secretly in his heart. Lin Qingxun's talent is not as good as his, but if compared with Li Qing and the other 2, he is definitely much stronger than Li Qing and the other 2. Of course, he is also stronger than many other students. According to this progress, Lin Qingxun's cultivation should be able to break through to the early stage of the Earth Wasteland realm within a month. In a place like Nanlo Academy, you still have to form your own team and organization. Lin Fan has already regarded Lin Qingxun and the other 4 as his teammates, and naturally hopes that Lin Qingxun and the other 4 can improve their cultivation faster. Only in this way can Lin Qingxun and the other 4 have the ability to protect themselves. When they arrived at the outer courtyard square, as usual, after the roll call, they began to practice. During the practice, Li Qing's cultivation also made a breakthrough and entered the 8th level of the body tempering realm. At noon, they still went to the cafeteria to eat. After eating, Lin Fan went to the alchemy building to make pills, and Lin Qingxun and the other 4 returned to the living area to continue practicing and improving. Night. Lin Fan has mastered the Thousand Illusion Palm, so what he has to do now is to practice the Sinluo Seal. For martial arts like the Sinluo Seal, even the elder Song Wenbin who guards the martial arts building said that it is difficult to practice. And even many students who have selected the Sinluo Seal before have failed to practice. Therefore, Lin Fan will naturally not take it lightly when practicing. He took a deep breath, then opened the book of Senluo Yin and read it carefully again. After reading every word clearly, he put away the book and began to practice according to the steps described in the book. Senluoyin itself is a top-grade martial art of the ordinary level. In terms of the level of martial arts, it is one level higher than Kaian Hun Palm. Therefore, it is impossible for Lin Fan to successfully practice Senluoyin in just one night. In the next 3 days, Lin Fan's life was the same as usual. In the morning, he washed his face in the outer courtyard square, went to the alchemy building to make elixirs in the afternoon, and practiced martial arts such as Senluoyin in the evening. It took 3 full nights for Lin Fan to finally master Senluoyin. This martial art is really difficult to practice. Lin Fan himself couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 717 Really successful. The martial art of Senluoyin is a martial art that pays attention to seals. During the practice, if there is a slight problem in the direction of the seal, it will lead to the failure of the seal, and naturally it will not be able to proceed smoothly. Even though Lin Fan has such a strong talent for martial arts, he also faces great difficulties in seals. No wonder Song Wenbin said that this martial art is difficult to practice, and no wonder so many students fail to practice successfully. This is not without reason. After mastering the Senluoyin, Lin Fan did not delay and walked out of the courtyard. He gathered with Lin Qingxuan and the other 4 and walked towards the outer courtyard square. In today's practice, Li Song and Wang Xiang also made a breakthrough in their cultivation. Then, Lin Fan and the other 5 went to the cafeteria to eat, and Lin Fan went to the alchemy building. He is still refining blood recovery pills in the alchemy building as usual. However, he no longer uses the alchemy cauldron in the alchemy room to refine, but uses the alchemy cauldron he bought from Wanbao Chamber of Commerce to refine pills. After changing the alchemy cauldron, the quality of the pills refined has indeed improved. Now, every blood recovering pill he refines every day has reached the level that can be sold. Yi Li still gave him these blood recovering pills and did not take them away. For this, he was still full of gratitude in his heart, but it was a pity that he did not have any powerful abilities now, so he could only keep this gratitude in his heart and could not put it into action. Lin Fan still refined 10 blood recovering pills today. But unlike usual, it was not Yi Li who came to see him today, but Tang Xiaoxiao. Where is Elder Yi? Lin Fan looked at Tang Xiaoxiao and asked in confusion. Elder Yi had something to deal with and left in advance. Tang Xiaoxiao glanced at the blood recovering pills on the table and said with a smile, she said that she knew that there was no problem with the blood recovering pills you refined, so there was no need to come over to check. Anyway, you will complete the daily alchemy task seriously, I see. Lin Fan smiled. It seemed that Yi Li was still very confident in him. By the way, Lin Fan, after you broke through to the early stage of the earthly wasteland realm, have you started practicing martial arts? Tang Xiaoxiao asked. She forgot to ask Lin Fan this question 2 days ago, and only remembered it today. Not yet. Lin Fan shook his head and said, I went to the martial arts building to borrow martial arts before, but I haven't returned it yet. I plan to return it now and then borrow martial arts. Are you going to the martial arts building now? Tang Xiaoxiao asked curiously. Yes, Lin Fan nodded. It just so happens that I don't have anything else to do now. I'll go with you, Tang Xiaoxiao said. Okay, then let's go, Lin Fan responded, and then put the blood recovery pill on the table back into the storage bag. Tang Xiaoxiao took the initiative to ask to go with him. He didn't have the nerve to refuse Tang Xiaoxiao's request, so he could only choose to agree. The two of them didn't waste time, left the alchemy building, and went straight to the martial arts building. The alchemy building was not too far from the martial arts building. After more than 10 minutes, they arrived outside the gate of the martial arts building. I haven't been here for a long time. Tang Xiaoxiao looked up at the plaque of the martial arts building and said slowly. There is also a martial arts building in the inner courtyard, right? Lin Fan asked. No, Tang Xiaoxiao shook her head. This surprised Lin Fan a little, and he asked curiously, then if the students in the inner courtyard want to practice martial arts, do they have to find it themselves? You can say that, but the main thing is that the mode of giving is different, Tang Xiaoxiao pondered. Different mode. Lin Fan was even more confused. There is no martial arts building in the inner courtyard, but there is a task building, Tang Xiaoxiao explained patiently. You can receive tasks of different levels in this task building. After completing the tasks, you can get task points, and the task points can be exchanged for martial arts, exercises, elixirs, and other things. Do you understand? I understand. It turns out that it has been changed to this mode. Lin Fan nodded with sudden enlightenment. It is equivalent to that the academy trains the students in the outer courtyard for free, but the students in the inner courtyard, because they already have a certain level of cultivation and strength, they need to make some efforts to get good resources. This is actually a very good model, which can stimulate those inner courtyard students to work harder to improve their cultivation and strength. Because only when the cultivation and strength are improved can they complete the tasks. Only when more tasks are completed and more task points are obtained can good things be exchanged. In short, this is a virtuous circle. Are those tasks arranged by the academy? Lin Fan asked curiously again. Not all, Tang Xiaoxiao said slowly. Some are arranged by the academy, and some are entrusted to the academy by people outside. They all know that our Nanlo Academy has such a task building, and will give corresponding rewards. Students who are able to complete the task will take the task. Is that so? Lin Fan narrowed his eyes and became quite curious about the task building. While talking, Lin Fan and Tang Xiaoxiao did not delay any longer and walked into the martial arts building. At this point, there were quite a few people in the martial arts building. The entry of Lin Fan and Tang Xiaoxiao suddenly attracted the attention of some people. Whether it was Lin Fan or Tang Xiaoxiao, after the martial arts arena that day, they became celebrities in the outer courtyard. Senior Tang is with Lin Fan again. What is their relationship? I don't know. I've seen them together twice in this period. Yeah, when Lin Fan went to the fighting arena before, Senior Tang came over. Now that Lin Fan is at the martial arts building, Senior Tang is here again. Could it be that Senior Tang likes Lin Fan? SHH. Don't talk nonsense. If someone hears you, do you want to get beaten? Everyone started discussing in a low voice. All these discussions were heard by Song Wenbin. Originally, Song Wenbin didn't care about these things. Basically, he would only communicate with students when students chose martial arts or skills and went to him to register. But he heard the name of Lin Fan and the so-called Senior Tang. He was no stranger to the name Lin Fan. After all, Lin Fan borrowed a Senluo seal from here a few days ago, which left a deep impression on him. However, this Senior Tang was a bit unfamiliar to him. He looked up and noticed that the Senior Tang everyone was talking about was actually Tang Xiaoxiao. This really surprised him, because Tang Xiaoxiao was already a student in the inner courtyard, and it was basically impossible for her to come to the outer courtyard martial arts building again. When Song Wenbin looked at Tang Xiaoxiao also looked at Song Wenbin, and then Tang Xiaoxiao and Lin Fan walked towards Song Wenbin. Tang Xiaoxiao greeted, "Elder Song, long time no see, Elder Song." Lin Fan also greeted him. Song Wenbin nodded slightly, then smiled and asked Tang Xiaoxiao, "How come you have time to come here?" From the way Song Wenbin and Tang Xiaoxiao talked, Lin Fan could see that Song Wenbin and Tang Xiaoxiao had a very good relationship. Tang Xiaoxiao tilted her head to look at Lin Fan and said, "Lin Fan and I came here together." "Oh? Do you two know each other?" Song Wenbin's eyes showed a hint of surprise. But he soon reacted and said, "I remember that Lin Fan has soul power. He will go to the alchemy building to make pills. You should have met in the alchemy building, right?" "Yes, Elder Song." Lin Fan nodded. Song Wenbin's eyes fell on Lin Fan and noticed that Lin Fan's cultivation had changed. "Have you broken through to the early stage of the earthly wasteland realm?" Lin Fan nodded again. "Not bad, the speed of breakthrough is quite fast." Song Wenbin smiled slightly and asked, "Did you practice the martial arts you picked up from here last time?" "I practiced," Lin Fan replied. "How is it?" "I didn't lie to you. That Senluo seal is indeed not easy to practice. You can return it and choose another martial art," Song Wenbin said with a smile. He didn't think that Lin Fan had successfully practiced the Senluo seal. He thought that Lin Fan found that it was too difficult to practice after trying it, so he stopped at the edge of the cliff and came back to choose another martial art. "You chose Senluo seal." Hearing Song Wenbin's words, Tang Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes showed a hint of surprise. She didn't expect that Lin Fan would come to the martial arts building to choose Senluo seal when he was at the 9th level of the body tempering realm. "Yes, I came to choose it a few days ago," Lin Fan replied to Tang Xiaoxiao first. Just as he was about to return to Song Wenbin, Tang Xiaoxiao added, "Senluo seal is indeed more difficult to master. If you find it difficult to practice, just change to other martial arts in time." "It doesn't matter, I succeeded in practicing." However, what Tang Xiaoxiao and Song Wenbin didn't expect was that Lin Fan gave a positive answer. Successful in practicing, Song Wenbin frowned and looked at Lin Fan. Tang Xiaoxiao also looked at Lin Fan in surprise. Yes, successful in practicing, Lin Fan nodded seriously. Show it to me, Song Wenbin said hurriedly. It had only been a few days since Lin Fan chose Senlo Seal. Even if Lin Fan's cultivation broke through to the early stage of the Earth Wasteland realm on the day of the selection, he shouldn't have succeeded in practicing so quickly. The Senlo Seal is a top-grade martial art of the mortal level. Moreover, it is a martial art of imprints, and the difficulty of practicing it is greater than that of the top-grade martial arts of the mortal level. It sounds incredible that he mastered it in just a few days. Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes were also fixed on Lin Fan. She also wanted to see if Lin Fan had really successfully practiced the Senlo Seal. Lin Fan did not delay. He took a deep breath and gathered his hands in front of him. As the wild force surged, his palms began to form a mark in front of him. Boom! The next moment, a strong energy wave burst out from in front of him. It can be clearly seen that a mark formed by wild force was formed in front of him. The mark was extremely complex on the surface. It is indeed the Senlo Seal. Song Wenbin looked at the mark in front of Lin Fan and was extremely shocked. He knew very well that this mark was the existence condensed by the martial arts, such as the Senlo Seal. Lin Fan, I didn't expect you to have such a strong talent for martial arts. You can even master the Senlo Seal so quickly. I really have to admire you, Song Wenbin sighed. Yes, I also tried to practice this Senlo Seal before, but I tried it when I was in the middle stage of the earthly wasteland realm. Although I succeeded in practicing it, it took me 5 days, Tang Xiaoxiao said beside him. Chapter 718 What Identity? Tang Xiaoxiao had indeed practiced Senlo Yin, but she did not practice it in the early stage of the Earth Wasteland realm, because Song Wenbin told her that Senlo Yin was not a martial art that could be practiced successfully. Therefore, she deliberately waited until her cultivation reached the middle stage of the Earth Wasteland realm before practicing it, and it took her 5 full days to practice it successfully. Lin Fan practiced it in the early stage of the Earth Wasteland realm, and it only took him 3 days. This comparison fully shows that Lin Fan's talent in martial arts is stronger than Tang Xiaoxiao's. Of course, Lin Fan would not take the initiative to say such things, as that would be too low-key. But just because he didn't say it didn't mean that no one was curious. Tang Xiaoxiao was the most curious person, and she quickly asked, by the way, Lin Fan, how many days did it take you to practice successfully? 3 days, Lin Fan answered truthfully. Tang Xiaoxiao was slightly stunned, and after a while, she uttered, what a monster. Now it was Lin Fan who was speechless. Unexpectedly, he gave an honest answer, but was still called a monster by Tang Xiaoxiao. Song Wenbin was very shocked, and he didn't expect that Lin Fan had successfully practiced the Senlo Seal in just 3 days. Good, very good, your martial arts talent is very strong. After Song Wenbin calmed down, he praised Lin Fan generously. Hearing this, Lin Fan smiled slightly and said, Elder Song, you are too kind, this is not an exaggeration. After all, it took this little girl 5 days to succeed in her practice, Song Wenbin said in a deep voice. Elder Song, you don't need to emphasize it so much, right? Tang Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes unhappily. Haha, okay, I won't emphasize it, Song Wenbin laughed. Elder Song, I will return these 2 martial arts books first. I have to come here today to choose some exercises, Lin Fan said. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out the 2 martial arts books, Qianhun Palm and Senlo Silver, from the storage bag and handed them to Song Wenbin. Seeing this, Song Wenbin put away the 2 books, took out the booklet he had registered before, and wrote returned in the column where Lin Fan borrowed. Choose a technique, Song Wenbin thought for a moment and said, Lin Fan, there are no good techniques in this martial arts building. So, go back first and come to me tomorrow. I will prepare suitable techniques for you then. Hearing this, Lin Fan was stunned. He did not expect Song Wenbin to say this. But it is not difficult to guess that, from what Song Wenbin meant, he was going to prepare a better technique for him to practice. Okay, thank you, Elder Song, Lin Fan nodded. Since Song Wenbin said so, he would definitely give Song Wenbin face. As the elder who takes care of the martial arts building, no one is more familiar with this place than Song Wenbin. Of course, Lin Fan does not need to worry about this kind of problem. After the agreement, Lin Fan and Tang Xiaoxiao did not stay here any longer. The 2 walked out of the martial arts building. It seems that Elder Song will prepare a practice technique for you, Tang Xiaoxiao said. In fact, this was Tang Xiaoxiao's guess. She followed here because she knew that Lin Fan couldn't choose a good martial arts in the martial arts building, so that Song Wenbin could prepare a more suitable method for Lin Fan. But what she didn't expect was that Song Wenbin was quite impressed with Lin Fan, and Lin Fan showed a strong talent for martial arts, which made Song Wenbin take the initiative to provide Lin Fan with a better method. It must be said that all this is due to everything Lin Fan showed himself. Senior Sister Tang, then I will go back to practice first. See you tomorrow. Lin Fan said goodbye to Tang Xiaoxiao. Okay, keep practicing and work hard to improve, Tang Xiaoxiao encouraged. Lin Fan nodded, and without further delay, he turned around and walked back to the residential area. Seeing Lin Fan leave, Tang Xiaoxiao also did not delay, but walked towards the depths of Nanluo College. Tang Xiaoxiao was still in the courtyard today. Tang Xiaoxiao walked into the courtyard and greeted Tang Xiaoxiao. Dad. Tang Xiaoxiao was always doting on Tang Xiaoxiao. He smiled and said, do you have any more news to report? Yes, Tang Xiaoxiao nodded. I found that since you met Lin Fan, you have come to my place more and more frequently, Tang Xiaoxiao said with a smile. How could that be? Tang Xiaoxiao shook her head like a spoiled child, but the fact was that she rarely came to Tang Xiaoxiao before, but after meeting Lin Fan, she basically came to Tang Xiaoxiao every 2 or 3 days, and the things she talked about were all related to Lin Fan. However, she would not admit such things. Tang Xiaoxiao did not expose Tang Xiaoxiao again, and slowly said, what news is there this time, Dad? You have an impression of the martial art of Senluo Yin, right? Tang Xiaoxiao asked. Senluo Seal, Tang Xiaoxiao nodded and said, I remember it. What's the matter? Did Lin Fan also choose this martial art to practice? Yes, he chose to practice Senluo Seal, Tang Xiaoxiao said in a deep voice. His cultivation has broken through to the early stage of the earthly wasteland realm. It only took him 3 days to successfully practice Senluo Seal. Moreover, during these 3 days, he was in the outer courtyard square and the alchemy building during the day, which means that he could only practice martial arts at night. Oh? Successfully practiced so quickly. After hearing what Tang Xiaoxiao said, Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes also showed a touch of surprise. He also did not expect that Lin Fan could successfully practice a martial art like Senluo Seal in just 3 days. Yes, Tang Xiaoxiao nodded. It seems that his talent in martial arts is also quite extraordinary, Tang Xiaoxiao pondered. Yes, it's very difficult, Tang Xiaoxiao continued. Today I went to the martial arts building with him. He originally planned to go to the martial arts building to choose a method to practice, but after knowing that he was so talented, Elder Song decided to give him a more suitable method and did not let him choose in the martial arts building. Tang Xiaoxiao really did not expect Tang Xiaoxiao to be so concerned about Lin Fan's affairs that he took Lin Fan to the martial arts building to choose a method. However, on this issue, he said, there are indeed no very good methods for practicing in the martial arts building. Those students with average talents have no problem practicing, but if it is a student with strong talents like Lin Fan, it is indeed necessary to match a better method for practicing. Since Elder Song said so, I think Elder Song will give Lin Fan a suitable method for practicing. Yes. Elder Song just asked Lin Fan to go to the martial arts building tomorrow, Tang Xiaoxiao said. This is what Elder Song did well. A genius like Lin Fan should be well cultivated from the very beginning. Did it really also focus on cultivating Lin Fan? Tang Xiaoxiao smiled faintly. I estimate that it won't be long before Lin Fan will fully grow up in the outer courtyard, Tang Xiaoxiao said firmly. From what you described, he is indeed growing very fast. It is only a matter of time before he rises in the outer courtyard. At this point, Tang Xiaoxiao changed the subject and said, however, if you want to become a truly strong man, you still need time to test it. Tang Xiaoxiao and Tang Xiaoxiao continued to chat. Lin Fan didn't know that Tang Xiaoxiao went to find Tang Xiaoxiao after she separated from him. Of course, now he didn't know who Tang Xiaoxiao was, nor did he know that Tang Xiaoxiao was the daughter of the dean of Nanluo College. After he returned to his room, he continued to practice the Shinlingju. He had wasted a lot of time practicing Qianhuan Palm and Senluo Silver in the past few days, so he naturally had to reinvest in the practice of Shinlingju. While Lin Fan was practicing Shinlingju, in another direction of Nanluo City, In an extremely large mansion, in a spacious courtyard, two figures were gathering here. If Lin Fan was there, he would be able to recognize these two figures. He had seen both of them before, and he had seen them at the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Young master, one of them bowed respectfully to Lin Fan. How is it? Did you find out? Lin Fan looked at the man and asked calmly. Young master, we only found out that the boy named Lin Fan is currently an external student of Nanluo College. We haven't found out more information. The man lowered his head and replied. What did you say? Lin Fan's face sank, and he said in an unhappy tone, I asked you to find out the news, and you only found out this much? Young master, it's not that we are lazy. We did find out very seriously, but we can only find out that he is an external student. We can't find out any other information, the man said apologetically. They did try hard, but unfortunately, they didn't know that Lin Fan was not from Xianyun continent at all. Keep checking for me. Lin Fan also knew that the person in front of him would not dare to be lazy and deceive him, so he waved his hand. Yes, the man nodded, and left without any hesitation. After he left, Lin Fan's mood gradually eased. That kid can follow Tang Xiaoxiao's side, so he can't be a mediocre person. Judging from his cultivation, there is nothing outstanding about him, so he can only have a strong background. Could it be that his background is higher than Tang Xiaoxiao's? That's impossible. These are the major forces in the Defan dynasty, but I have never heard of a young person named Lin Fan in any major force. Lin Fan frowned and continued to speculate. Could it be that he is not from the Defan dynasty at all, but from another dynasty? After thinking about it, Lin Fan felt that this possibility was not impossible. After all, as the young master of the Lin family, he stood in such an identity and status, and he was very clear about these major forces in the Defan dynasty. If there are any relatively outstanding young people in these major forces, even if he has not seen them with his own eyes, he must have heard of their names. However, this is the first time he has heard of the name Lin Fan. Therefore, he can be 100% sure that Lin Fan is definitely not an outstanding young man from the great power of the Defan dynasty. If this is ruled out, then the probability that Lin Fan is from another dynasty is relatively high. Of course, this is just his speculation. The specific situation still needs to be investigated before a conclusion can be drawn, rather than relying on his speculation. Chapter 719 Departure Tomorrow. In the room, Lin Fan was immersed in practicing the heavenly spirit technique. It was indeed not so easy to succeed in practicing such a heavenly level cultivation technique. However, according to his estimation, it would not take him long to succeed in practicing. There was no other way, because his talent was so high. After dawn, he and Lin Qingxuan and the other four continued to practice in the outer courtyard square, then went to the cafeteria to eat, and finally went to the alchemy building to make pills. Now the time he needed to refine the blood recovering pill was getting shorter and shorter. It took only 3 hours to refine 10 blood recovering pills. For the rest of the time, he sat cross-legged in the alchemy room and continued to practice the heavenly spirit technique. When the alchemy time was over, Tang Xiaoxiao came to him again and said, Elder is busy with something. Let me tell you, just take a refined blood recovering pill and leave. Okay. Lin Fan nodded and put the blood recovering pill away. Then, he put the blood recovering pill back into the storage bag, left the alchemy building with Tang Xiaoxiao, and walked towards the martial arts building. Tang Xiaoxiao was also a little curious about the technique that Song Wenbin was going to prepare for Lin Fan, and wanted to see what it was. The two walked into the martial arts building and went straight to Song Wenbin. Elder Song, Lin Fan and Tang Xiaoxiao looked at each other and greeted Song Wenbin. Song Wenbin nodded, and with a thought, he took out a book from his storage bag and handed it to Lin Fan. This technique is suitable for you to practice. Song Wenbin smiled faintly. Divine Domain Secret. Lin Fan glanced at the 3 big words on the front of the book. This Divine Domain Secret is also a heaven-level practice technique. Thank you, Elder Song. Lin Fan thanked him. Regardless of what this Divine Domain Secret is, he should thank Song Wenbin for the technique that he specially found for his cultivation. After all, Song Wenbin was just an elder who was guarding the martial arts building, and he had no obligation to help him. You're welcome, just practice well. Song Wenbin waved his hand. Divine Domain Art, Tang Xiaoxiao asked in confusion. Elder Song, how come I didn't know about this cultivation technique before? Haha, this is what I got outside when I was young? It's not something from the academy, Song Wenbin said with a smile. So it's yours, Elder Song. Tang Xiaoxiao suddenly realized it. She was just thinking that if Song Wenbin gave her the cultivation technique that Nanlo Academy itself had, then she should know it. Lin Fan didn't expect that Song Wenbin would give him the cultivation technique he collected to practice, which made him like Song Wenbin again. Since he has to practice the two techniques of Xianling art and divine domain art now, Lin Fan has no time to practice other martial arts for the time being. So this time, he didn't choose a martial art, and planned to concentrate on practicing Xianling art and divine domain art successfully before considering other martial arts. Elder Song, then we won't bother you, Lin Fan said goodbye. Well, go back and practice well, Song Wenbin nodded. He really wanted to see Lin Fan's talent. When he saw Lin Fan next time, how much Lin Fan's cultivation had grown. Lin Fan and Tang Xiaoxiao walked out of the martial arts building and said goodbye here as they did yesterday. Lin Fan returned to the living area, while Tang Xiaoxiao went to find Tang Xiaoxiao again. Dad, I went to the martial arts building with Lin Fan today. The technique that Elder Song prepared for Lin Fan was the divine domain technique, Tang Xiaoxiao said to Tang Xiaoxiao. Oh? Divine domain technique, Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes flashed slightly. Dad, do you know this technique too? Elder Song said it was his own, Tang Xiaoxiao said. Yes, it was indeed obtained by Elder Song when he was young, Tang Xiaoxiao smiled and said, at first I thought Elder Song would choose the Academy's technique for Lin Fan, but I didn't expect him to pay for it out of his own pocket. It seems that he is also very optimistic about Lin Fan. Yes, Elder Song and Sister Yi Li are both very optimistic about Lin Fan, Tang Xiaoxiao said. Well, let's take a good look at how far this Lin Fan can grow. Tang Xiaoxiao's tone was filled with a hint of expectation. He rarely had such expectations for a student, especially when this student was only an outer courtyard student. Lin Fan returned to his room, sat cross-legged on the bed, took out the divine domain art from his storage bag, opened it and read it carefully. After reading it, he sighed to himself, a heaven-level technique is a heaven-level technique. Just reading it makes people feel pleasing to the eye, not bad. While reading the divine domain art, Lin Fan had a feeling that he had seen through many things. It was enough to show that the divine domain art was indeed a very good practice technique. Thinking of this, Lin Fan did not waste any more time, took a deep breath, and began to practice. If you want to successfully practice a heaven-level technique, it will not be done in a day or two. Even if Lin Fan has a high talent, it will take a lot of time to do it. In the following period of time, Lin Fan and others spent every day step by step. 20 days later, Lin Fan successfully cultivated the divine domain art. 3 days later, he also successfully cultivated the heavenly spirit art. Moreover, his cultivation had already entered the realm of the middle stage of the earthly desolate realm. It must be said that the divine domain art is indeed very powerful. Just in the process of cultivation, Lin Fan's strength has made a breakthrough, not to mention the huge benefits that will be brought after successful cultivation. Lin Fan sat cross-legged in the courtyard, his mind moved, and he started to practice according to the cultivation route of the heavenly god art. In an instant, he could clearly feel that the surrounding wilderness forces were converging towards him at an extremely fast speed, and then absorbed into his body. After these wilderness forces entered his body, they would be tempered by the divine domain art, making the wilderness forces purer. After the wilderness forces became purer, nothing else, just to say that the martial arts could be used, the power of martial arts could be exerted more fiercely. After a cycle of circulation, Lin Fan gradually stopped practicing. If I keep the speed, it will probably not be long before my cultivation will make another breakthrough, Lin Fan whispered. After practicing the divine domain technique, he could clearly feel that when he was practicing the divine domain technique, the speed of absorbing the wild power of heaven and earth was much faster. This absorption speed was definitely something he had never experienced before. Suddenly, footsteps were heard outside the door. Lin Fan looked up at the door and saw that the person coming was Ling Qingxuan. Mr. Lin, did I disturb you? Ling Qingxuan asked as he walked into the courtyard. No, I just finished practicing too, Lin Fan said with a smile. That's good. Ling Qingxuan walked to the stone chair opposite Lin Fan and sat down, saying, tomorrow is the day for our first outing. Tomorrow. Lin Fan was slightly startled. He was busy practicing during this period and really didn't pay attention to other issues. Yes, tomorrow, Ling Qingxuan pondered and said, I heard that we are going to the Pingyang Mountains outside Nanlo City for training. Pingyang Mountains, Lin Fan nodded. He had heard about it before. In a sense, this Pingyang Mountains has been tacitly regarded by people as the place where freshmen of Nanlo College go out for training. Of course, this does not mean that Nanlo Academy has taken over the Pingyang Mountains. There are still other practitioners who go to the Pingyang Mountains for training. However, most of the monsters in the Pingyang Mountains are equivalent to the strength of the practitioners in the Tempering Body realm and the Earth Desolation realm. Monsters with the strength of the Heaven Desolation realm are very rare. Even if there are, they exist in the deepest part of the mountains. As long as you don't go to the deepest part, it is basically impossible to encounter monsters with the strength of the Heaven Desolation realm. Therefore, most of the practitioners who go to the Pingyang Mountains for training will not exceed the Heaven Desolation realm. This is also the main reason why Nanlo Academy arranges freshmen from the outer courtyard to go to the Pingyang Mountains for training. If the strength of the monsters is too strong in other places, it means that the strength of the other practitioners going to that place is also relatively strong, and the probability of the freshmen encountering danger will increase greatly. This result is not what Nanlo Academy wants to see. It seems that the instructor will take us to the Pingyang Mountains for training, right? Lin Fan asked uncertainly. He seemed to have heard of it before, but he was not very sure. Yes, there is a mentor going with us, Lin Kingsu nodded and said, but the mentor will choose a place to camp instead of watching us all the time. If the mentor keeps watching us, many students will not have a sense of crisis during the training. Once there is no sense of crisis, the effect of the training will be greatly reduced. Lin Fan smiled slightly. That's right, Lin Kingsu said. It's okay. Anyway, we can go out for training together, Lin Fan said. They are already a small team, so they can naturally be together when they go out for training. After chatting for a while, Lin Kingsu took her leave. She came to Lin Fan today mainly to remind Lin Fan that he would go out for training tomorrow. After all, during this period of time, they saw that Lin Fan devoted himself to training every day, and they were worried that Lin Fan would forget that he would go to Pingyang Mountains for training tomorrow. If Lin Kingsu hadn't reminded him, Lin Fan would really forget that he would set off tomorrow. At night, Tang Xiaoxiao also came to the courtyard to find Lin Fan. Senior Tang, Lin Fan's eyes fell on Tang Xiaoxiao and greeted her with a smile. Lin Fan, you guys are going out for training tomorrow, right? Tang Xiaoxiao asked. Yes, we're going out tomorrow, Lin Fan nodded. As long as you don't go deep into the Pingyang Mountains, you generally won't encounter any major dangers. Just be careful, Tang Xiaoxiao said slowly. She was still very confident in Lin Fan's strength, and didn't think that Lin Fan would be in danger if he went to the Pingyang Mountains. But the premise is that Lin Fan and others don't go to explore the depths of the Pingyang Mountains, because there will be monsters with the strength of the heavenly realm in the depths. I wonder how long this training will take. Lin Fan was a little confused. When I was a student in the external academy, I also went to the Pingyang Mountains for training, but at that time our training time was 1 month. As for how long you will go for training, I'm really not sure, because the time is not fixed every time, Tang Xiaoxiao said. Isn't it fixed? Lin Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said in a deep voice, it's estimated that it will not be less than 1 month. Tang Xiaoxiao continued to chat with Lin Fan for a while, then stood up and said, by the way, I came to see you today for another matter. Elder Yi asked me to remind you that when you go out for training, don't forget to practice soul power. She is still waiting for you to become a 2nd-grade alchemist as soon as possible. Tell Elder Yi to let her rest assured that I will not miss the practice of soul power every day. Lin Fan smiled faintly. He has successfully practiced the Shinlingju. With the help of this heaven-level practice method, the speed of improving soul power will not be slow. He went to Pingyang Mountains for training, and he would naturally practice soul power and wild power whenever he had time. This is the fundamental basis for improving one's own strength, and he will not fall behind no matter what. That's good, then I'll leave first, and see you when you come back from training. Tang Xiaoxiao waved. Goodbye, Lin Fan also waved. Tang Xiaoxiao did not stay, turned around and walked out of the courtyard. Looking at Tang Xiaoxiao's back as she walked out of the courtyard, Lin Fan thought to himself, I'll find time later to ask her if she knows Chen Fenghua. Although Lin Fan hadn't mentioned Chen Fenghua to anyone else during this period, it didn't mean that he had forgotten about this person. However, he felt that the fact that Ho Kilin could tell him about Chen Fenghua should also indicate that Chen Fenghua was an amazing person. Without someone particularly reliable, He should not ask about Chen Fenghe casually, so as not to attract too much attention. Chapter 720 Pingyang Mountains. The next morning, for the freshmen of the Nanluo Academy, today was undoubtedly a day of great significance. Because today was the day when they had been in Nanluo Academy for a full month. Today was also the day when they would leave Nanluo Academy to go out for training. The sun penetrated the clouds, shining warmly on the entire land. Freshmen kept gathering in the square of the outer courtyard. Zhang Xianmu and other instructors also came in advance. After Lin Fan and others arrived, Zhang Xianmu immediately called the roll. Okay, now everyone just stand in the position where you usually practice and wait. Zhang Xianmu's eyes swept over everyone and said loudly, we will set off to the Pingyang Mountains later, not individually, but together. Yes, hearing Zhang Xianmu's words, everyone answered in unison. The new students gathered very quickly, and at about 8 o'clock, they were all gathered. At this time, a middle-aged man stood on the high platform and said loudly, you have been students of Nanluo College for a month. I believe you have gained a lot in this month. Today, our instructors will take you to Pingyang Mountains for training. During the days of training in Pingyang Mountains, I believe your strength will be demonstrated. Your instructors will tell you one by one about the specific things and rules to pay attention to before the training begins. I won't say much here, let's go, the middle-aged man said in a high voice. Yes, Zhang Xianmu and other instructors responded. Then, the instructors led their teams and left Nanluo College one by one, heading towards Pingyang Mountains. At the same time, in another direction, in the courtyard of the Zhu family mansion, Zhu Guangwei was sitting on a chair to rest. In Zhu Guangwei's arms, there was a girl sitting, and his palms occasionally brushed across the girl's body. Mr. Zhu, you are so bad, the girl blushed and said coquettishly. Hearing the girl's words, Zhu Guangwei's smile became more obscene and his movements became bolder. Just as they were about to move in an indescribable direction, a burst of hurried footsteps came from outside the courtyard. Zhu Guangwei heard the footsteps and restrained his hand from moving further. Get up first, Zhu Guangwei ordered. Yes, the girl nodded, stood up, and stood respectfully beside. Soon, a figure walked in from outside the courtyard, looking about 25 or 26 years old. Mr. Zhu, the figure bowed respectfully to Zhu Guangwei. Well, is there any news? Zhu Guangwei asked lightly. Yes, Mr. Zhu, we have already heard that the new students of Nanluo College are going out for training today, the man replied. Where are they going? Zhu Guangwei asked. To the Pingyang Mountains. Pingyang Mountains, a light flashed in Zhu Guangwei's eyes. The Pingyang Mountains are not too far from their Zhu family. Okay, go and call 2 more people, and we will set off to the Pingyang Mountains now, Zhu Guangwei ordered. Master Zhu, won't you tell the clan leader about this? The man asked with a frown. Why tell the clan leader about this to deal with a new student? Zhu Guangwei shouted angrily. Do you think we can't even deal with a new student? Isn't that a bit too incompetent? Zhu Guangwei had never let go of the fact that he was eliminated by Lin Fan in the enrollment of Nanluo College. On the contrary, his hatred for Lin Fan deepened with the passage of time. If it weren't for Lin Fan, he believed that he would also be a student of Nanluo College now. During this period of time, he had been waiting for the day when the new students of Nanluo College would go out to train. After waiting for a month, he finally waited for it. He wanted to seek revenge on Lin Fan and must deal with Lin Fan, otherwise this matter would always be squeezed in his heart and become his inner demon. Yes, Master Zhu, I'll arrange it now. Seeing that Zhu Guangwei was angry, the man didn't dare to hesitate anymore. He nodded and agreed, and quickly turned around and walked out of the courtyard to make arrangements. Although he didn't think they couldn't deal with a new student, this matter was mainly related to Nanluo College, not to mention that the instructors of Nanluo College would also be with him. He was afraid that they would be discovered by the instructors of Nanluo College. In this way, it was equivalent to a direct conflict between the Zhu family and Nanluo College. Even though the Zhu family was very powerful, it could never be compared with Nanluo College. However, Zhu Guangwei had already said so much, and he didn't dare to disobey Zhu Guangwei's intention, so he could only agree to make arrangements. Soon, the man just now brought back 2 more people. Zhu Guangwei glanced at the 3 of them, nodded with satisfaction, and said, You 3 have perfect cultivation in the Earth Wasteland realm. With you, it's easy to get rid of that kid. After this matter is done, I will give you a generous reward. Thank you, Mr. Zhu, the 3 of them answered in unison. Okay, let's set off and go directly to the Pingyang Mountains. Zhu Guangwei waved his hand and walked out of the courtyard first. The three looked at each other and followed without delay. They left the Zhu family without alarming the rest of the family, and Zhu Guangwei did not plan to take the three companions with him. He felt that taking them along would be a burden, so it would be more appropriate for the four of them to act alone. The Pingyang Mountains are located in the east of Nanluo City, about 500 kilometers away from Nanluo City. Such a distance is not close at all on Earth, but it is quite close on the Xianitun continent. It took less than a day for the Nanluo Academy team to reach the Pingyang Mountains. At this moment, the huge team stopped in the outer courtyard area of the Pingyang Mountains. Zhang Xianmu glanced at Lin Fan and others, and said loudly, "We will camp here today. After we set up camp, everyone will gather together. I have something to tell you." As soon as the voice fell, Zhang Xianmu stretched out his hand and waved, and tents appeared in front of Lin Fan and others. "This is your tent. Set up the tent yourself," Zhang Xianmu pondered. "Yes," everyone answered in unison. Then, everyone started to set up the tents without wasting time. For them, setting up tents was not a difficult task, so they quickly set up the tents. Zhang Xianmu gathered everyone together again and said, "From today on, we will spend at least 1 month here, and what you have to do every day is to train in this Pingyang Mountains and improve your strength. The camp is here. You can choose to come back every night, or you can choose not to come back. It depends on your own needs. Then, I want to tell you that the people who are training in the Pingyang Mountains are definitely not just from our Nanluo Academy. There are other practitioners as well. These practitioners may be from other family forces, or independent practitioners, or mercenaries. There is a high probability of conflict between you and them, and our mentors will stay here in the camp. So, I hope you all understand clearly that when you encounter these dangers, you have to deal with them on your own, and don't expect our mentors to come to the rescue. If you want to become a strong person, you must have the ability to deal with various dangers. Only in this way can you grow faster." Finally, I want to tell you that after the Pingyang Mountains training is over, the External Academy will conduct a competition assessment on you new students. Students who rank high in the competition assessment will receive very rich rewards. Then, if you want to get the reward, you have to improve your strength with all your heart and soul. Don't think that you can do whatever you want without the instructor watching you practice. The one who will suffer in the end is you, not the instructor. Did you hear it clearly? Yes, everyone responded. When Zhang Xianmu told Lin Fan and others about these things, the other instructors were also talking to the students in their hands. Since it was dark today, all the students needed to rest here in the camp today, and they didn't need to go into the mountains to practice overnight. At night, fires were lit everywhere. The students sat around the fire, chatting and practicing. "Tomorrow when we practice, the 5 of us will go together, so that we can take care of each other." Lin Fan looked at Ling Qingxun, Wang Sidying, Li Qing and Li Song, and said with a faint smile. He said that he would take care of each other, but in fact, it was clear that he was taking care of Ling Qingxun and the other 4. After all, his cultivation has reached the middle stage of the earthly wasteland realm. Ling Qingxun is at the 9th level of the body tempering realm, Li Qing has just broken through to the 9th level, and Li Song and Wang Sidying are at the 8th level of the body tempering realm. In terms of cultivation, he has completely crushed Ling Qingxun and the other 4, so Ling Qingxun and the other 4 can naturally enjoy more benefits and better security by following him. Hearing what Lin Fan said, Ling Qingxun and the other 4 naturally had no objection. They all knew that this was Lin Fan taking special care of them. At this time, Zhang Xianmu walked towards the 5 of them. Zhang Xianmu glanced at Lin Fan and the other 5 and said, "Are you going to enter the mountains together tomorrow?" "Yes, Teacher Zhang." Lin Fan and the other 5 nodded. "Well, that's fine," Zhang Xianmu warned, "but you must remember not to go to the deep mountains. There are monsters with the strength of the earthly wasteland realm. With your current cultivation, if you encounter monsters of this level, it will be very dangerous." "Okay, teacher, don't worry, we won't go to the deep mountains," Lin Fan promised. The heavenly wasteland realm is 1 level higher than the earthly wasteland realm. With their current strength, they really can't deal with the monsters at the heavenly wasteland realm level. As for Ling Qingxun and the other 3, it's even more needless to say. Ling Qingxun and the other 4 haven't even entered the earthly wasteland realm, so how can they deal with the heavenly wasteland realm? "Okay, then I'm relieved." Zhang Xianmu smiled slightly and turned away. Chapter 721, Separate Training. After a night's rest, everyone started to move the next morning. They all knew that after the training in Pingyang Mountains, they would have a competition for the freshmen from the outer courtyard. If they wanted to get a good ranking in the competition, they had to continuously improve their strength in this training in Pingyang Mountains. Only when their strength was improved could they get a good ranking and receive rich rewards. Let's go too. Lin Fan looked at Ling Qingxun and the other four and said with a smile. Just as he finished speaking, he noticed that someone was looking at him from a direction not far away. Lin Fan looked over and immediately met Yan Xiangping's eyes. But Yan Xiangping quickly retracted his gaze, waved his hand, and turned away with the people around him, heading straight for Pingyang Mountains. This guy, wouldn't he want to deal with us in this training? Li Qing also noticed Yan Xiangping and the others, and frowned. It is said that his strength has been promoted to the late stage of the Earth Wasteland realm, Ling Qingxun said beside him. Late Earth realm? Wang Xiang frowned and said, I didn't expect his cultivation to improve so quickly. If he really attacks us, Before Wang Xiang finished speaking, Lin Fan shook his head and interrupted, don't worry. Although his strength is not bad, we are not jealous. If they really dare to attack us, they will pay a heavy price. Yan Xiangping's cultivation has indeed reached the late Earth realm. Before, it caused quite a stir among the freshmen. After all, being able to reach the late Earth realm in such a short time is enough to show that Yan Xiangping is a true genius. But such a cultivation level does not pose a big threat to Lin Fan. It's fine if Yan Xiangping doesn't come to provoke him, but if he does, he won't be polite at all. Anyway, they are no longer in the academy, but in the Pingyang Mountains. Even if he kills Yan Xiangping, no one will know. Hearing Lin Fan say this, Ling Qingxun and the other four felt much more relieved. Lin Fan is their backbone. They have absolute confidence in him and know that he is not the kind of person who shoots without a purpose. Since Lin Fan is so sure, what do they have to fear? Okay, let's go and start our training journey in the Pingyang Mountains. Lin Fan smiled slightly, waved his hand, and took the lead. Seeing this, Ling Qingxun and the other three looked at each other, and did not delay either, and followed closely behind Lin Fan. I want to see how far you, little guy, can grow in this training. Zhang Xianmu's eyes fell on Lin Fan's back, thinking secretly in his heart. He had great expectations for Lin Fan and couldn't wait to see Lin Fan grow up. At the same time, in another direction, Liu Qing was also paying attention to the backs of Lin Fan and others entering the Pingyang Mountains. After a while, a graceful figure came to Liu Qing. Brother Liu, when are we leaving? The girl asked. She and Liu Qing are in the same team, and they will cooperate together in this training. Now, Liu Qing simply responded with 2 words, and then he and the girl started to move. After the students entered the mountain, Zhang Xianmu and other instructors were busy with their own things, either practicing, resting, or chatting. In short, they had to wait here for the end of the experience and take the students back. The Pingyang Mountains are very large. How large is it? It can be said without hesitation that if a person with a Xianhuang realm cultivation runs along the outermost area of the mountain, it will take half a year to run. You know, the speed of a person with a Xianhuang realm cultivation is already very fast, and this is without delaying a day. It can be seen that the area of this mountain is quite large. Even if so many new students of Nanluo Academy enter the mountain to experience, it is just a drop in the ocean for the entire mountain. After Lin Fan and the other 5 entered the mountain, they soon came to a forest. Roar. A low roar came from the front. Lin Fan raised his palm and made a slowing down gesture, and Ling Qingxun and others who followed him immediately slowed down. Bloodhounds. Ling Qingxun recognized the monster in front of him at a glance. This monster is called bloodhounds, and it is a group of monsters. They are blood red all over, and their fangs are very sharp. They have fangs not only inside their mouths, but also outside their mouths. However, most of the monsters like bloodhounds are at the temporal body realm, and very few have reached the earthly realm. Lin Fan used the ring to read some information and knew clearly that the strength of the bloodhounds in front of him was between the 7th and 9th levels of the temporal body realm. Take action to get rid of them, just in time to improve your combat experience. Lin Fan glanced at Ling Qingxun and the other 3, and said with a faint smile. There are less than 50 bloodhounds in total, and they can't pose any threat to them. Hearing this, Ling Qingxun and the other 4 nodded. Go! Lin Fan shouted and rushed out first. Ling Qingxun and the other 4 did not hesitate and hurried to follow. Roar. When the bloodhounds saw Lin Fan and his group rushing towards them, They also roared in anger. Then, led by several bloodhounds of the 9th level of the body-tempering realm, they also rushed towards Lin Fan and his group. The battle between the two sides started in an instant. Bang! Bang! The difference in strength between these bloodhounds and Lin Fan was huge. In front of Lin Fan, they had no power to resist at all, and one punch could easily kill one of them. Although the performance of Lin Qingxun, Wang Siying, Li Qing, and Li Song could not be compared with Lin Fan, their performance was also quite good. At least, they were not hurt by the bloodhounds. More than 40 bloodhounds were killed by them in less than 5 minutes. Of course, at least 30 of them were killed by Lin Fan. Looking at the bloodhound corpses all over the ground, Li Song couldn't help but sigh. Mr. Lin, your strength is too strong. We are not on the same level as you, Mr. Lin. I think you should act alone. Li Qing took a deep breath and said, our strength can only be used in the outer area of Pingyang Mountain. After all, most of the monsters in this outer area are in the body-tempering realm, but if you move in the outer area, the speed of your strength improvement is too slow. You can go directly to the middle area of the mountain. There are more monsters in the Earth Wasteland realm, which will be more effective for your strength improvement. Li Qing was telling the truth. Their current strength is indeed not suitable for training in the middle area of Pingyang Mountain. It is only suitable for the outer area. But Lin Fan has already reached the middle stage of the Earth Wasteland realm. If he trains with him in the outer area, it will not improve Lin Fan much? Yes, Mr. Lin, I think so too, Wang Siying nodded. Yes, Mr. Lin, you can go directly to the middle area to train and improve. We can continue in the outer area, Lin Qingxun also said. The four of them all hoped that Lin Fan's strength could be improved faster, which would also be good for them. Of course, the most important thing is that they don't want to hold Lin Fan back. They know very well that Lin Fan following them in the outer area will only affect the speed of improvement. Lin Fan glanced at Lin Qingxun and the other three, and thought seriously in his mind. After a while, he said, okay, then I will go to the middle area to train, and you will continue in the outer area. In this way, it will be more convenient for you to go back to the camp to spend the night at night. Night is the peak period of monster activity. Many monsters like to come out at night to look for prey. Although the strength of Lin Qingxun and the other four is not very bad, it would be quite dangerous if they were surrounded by such a large number of monsters at night. And if Lin Qingxun and the other four do not go deep into the Pingyang Mountains and stay in the outer area, they can return to the camp every night. Zhang Xianmu and other instructors are in the camp, and it is naturally the safest result to go back to the camp to spend the night. Okay, Master Lin, we will be careful. You should be careful if you act alone, Lin Qingxun nodded. Well, don't worry, Lin Fan also nodded and said, then we will say goodbye here. After the voice fell, Lin Fan did not delay any longer. He waved to Lin Qingxun and the other three, and turned to rush towards the middle area of Pingyang Mountain Range. After Lin Fan's figure disappeared from their sight, Li Qing said leisurely, after a month of training, I estimate that Master Lin's cultivation will definitely be able to be promoted to the late stage of the Earth Wasteland realm. Yes, when Master Lin's cultivation is promoted to the late stage of the Earth Wasteland realm, and then with his soul power, he will be able to show his style in the outer courtyard freshman competition, Li Song said with a smile. So, we have to work hard to improve, Lin Qingxun pondered. It's a pity that her cultivation has not yet reached the Earth Wasteland realm, otherwise, she can now follow Lin Fan to the middle area for training. After the four of them rested for a while, they did not waste any more time and continued to run in the woods. Lin Fan left the woods and ran directly towards the area around the Pingyang Mountains. His speed was not slow, but the area of the Pingyang Mountains was indeed very large, and it would take more than a short time to reach it. Along the way, he dealt with all the monsters he encountered. However, these monsters were all at the tempering body realm, and he was too lazy to collect the monster cores on the monsters, which were no longer of much use to him. At night, Lin Fan naturally would not return to the camp. In fact, since yesterday, he had not thought about returning to the camp at night. Although it was safer to return to the camp, it took too much time to go back and forth. This time spent on training would definitely improve one's strength. However, on the first night, Lin Qingxun and the other four returned to the camp. Not only did Lin Qingxun and the other four return, but many other students also returned, especially those whose cultivation had not reached the earthly wasteland realm. They all agreed that it was safest to stay in the camp at night. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 722, Rescue the Girl. Zhang Xianmu saw Lin Qingxuan and the other four coming back, but didn't see Lin Fan, so he walked towards them. Teacher Zhang, Lin Qingxuan and the other four shouted in unison when they saw Zhang Xianmu coming in front of them. Yet, Zhang Xianmu nodded slightly, then asked, "Where is Lin Fan? I remember you five were together. Why didn't he come back with you, Teacher Zhang? Lin Fan's cultivation has reached the middle stage of the earthly wasteland realm. If he comes with us, he can only stay in the outer area to train, which won't be very beneficial to his strength improvement." Lin Qingxuan's beautiful eyes condensed slightly, and he said slowly, "So, after training for a while, we took the initiative to separate from him." After hearing what Lin Qingxuan said, Zhang Xianmu pondered for a moment, nodded, and said, "That's true. In the outer area of the Pingyang Mountains, most of the monsters have not reached the earthly wasteland realm. For Lin Fan, training in the outer area really doesn't have much effect." "Yes," Lin Qingxuan nodded slightly. "You have also trained for a day today, so take a good rest and adjust yourself," Zhang Xianmu said with a smile. "Yes," Lin Qingxuan and the other three answered in unison. Zhang Xianmu did not delay any longer and turned away. The stars were twinkling, and the moonlight covered the earth with a layer of silver light. A figure was standing on a tree. When he looked closer, who else could this figure be but Lin Fan? He was still in the outer area of the Pingyang Mountains. After dealing with a group of monsters, he came to the tree to rest for a while. After the rest, he jumped down from the tree and continued to rush towards the middle area of the Pingyang Mountains. Although the night was the time when the monsters appeared frequently, Lin Fan did not care about these problems. He avoided the monsters if he could, and fought with the ones he could not avoid. Anyway, fighting with the monsters could also improve his strength. Lin Fan spent the next 2 days on the road. It was not until the third day that he finally entered the middle area of the Pingyang Mountains. Lin Fan did not take action immediately, but found a relatively hidden place to sit down and practice and adjust. He wanted to adjust his condition to the best before taking action. Half an hour later, Lin Fan stood up and walked forward. At the same time, in an open space, a man and a beast were fighting. The monster beast was not weak, and had reached the early stage of the earth wasteland realm. Moreover, due to its huge size, its strength was also quite fierce. Cheyenne bear. The fur on its body was very hard, like rock, and it could not be easily broken. The person fighting with this Cheyenne bear was a young girl. The girl was about 20 years old, wearing a red dress. Although her appearance was not outstanding, she was not a passerby, and was much prettier than Wang Ziying. The girl's cultivation was also in the early stage of the earth wasteland realm. She was holding a dagger in her hand and was fighting fiercely with the Cheyenne bear. Bang! The Cheyenne bear stomped its front paws hard on the ground, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Then it opened its mouth and let out a piercing roar. Its huge body quickly rushed towards the girl. This Cheyenne bear is indeed a monster known for its bravery. Just by looking at its attack, you can tell that being hit by it will cause great damage to the body. Especially its front paws, which are very heavy. Under normal circumstances, one kick can break a thick tree in half. Facing the attack of the Cheyenne bear, the girl dared not be careless at all, and her beautiful eyes were full of vigilance. She knew very well that the impact force of the Cheyenne bear was very strong, and she must not let the Cheyenne bear hide her. Facing the attack of the Cheyenne bear, the girl's beautiful eyes condensed, and her body quickly retreated. Then she tightly grasped the dagger in her hand, and her mind moved. The wild power surged out of her body and wrapped the dagger inside. When the Cheyenne bear flew over, the girl lay down on the ground with her whole body, and then the dagger in her hand stabbed towards the Cheyenne bear like a spirit snake out of a cave. Swish! With a hiss, a trail of blood appeared on Cheyenne bear's chest, and a stream of blood spurted out of the wound. Although Cheyenne bear was injured, the cut by the dagger was not deep. For Cheyenne bear's huge body, this scar seemed to be nothing. Roar! The pain from the wound made Cheyenne bear a little excited and a little crazy. It opened its mouth and roared, and its thick bear paw, carrying a tyrannical force, slapped the girl fiercely. But the girl was not a pushover. Seeing Cheyenne Bear's bear paw attacking, she could barely dodge it with her agility. And every time Cheyenne Bear's bear paw fell, it would leave a huge mark on the ground. With such power, it can be imagined that if it hit the girl, it would definitely cause her tremendous damage, and even a single palm could seriously injure the girl. Fortunately, the girl's body was very flexible, and she dodged Cheyenne Bear's bear paw attack every time. Moreover, while dodging, she kept looking for opportunities, and when Cheyenne Bear was not paying attention, she left wounds on Cheyenne Bear with a dagger in her hand. Cheyenne Bear and the girl kept fighting in the field. This battle lasted for more than 10 minutes. The fur on Cheyenne Bear's body had been dyed red with blood. Although each wound was not fatal, the accumulation of so many wounds also caused a lot of damage to Cheyenne Bear. Finally, Cheyenne Bear's huge body could not bear such injuries and fell to the ground. The girl breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Cheyenne Bear finally fall to the ground. Although she was not injured by Cheyenne Bear in the previous battle, it was also very exhausting for her. She stretched out her jade hand to wipe the sweat on her forehead, and a blush appeared on her face due to exercise. It can be seen that she is almost exhausted. However, she also knew that this was not a safe place for her to rest. She was holding a dagger and was about to go over to take out the demon core of the Cheyenne Bear and leave here. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, not far ahead, two more huge roars spread. The girl looked up and her pretty face suddenly changed. Two Cheyenne Bears. The girl never thought that she would encounter two Cheyenne Bears again. She had almost exhausted her energy just now dealing with a Cheyenne Bear. Now there are two more Cheyenne Bears. How could she beat them? The most important thing is that the movement speed of the Cheyenne Bears is not slow at all. At this time, the two Cheyenne Bears have obviously locked onto her figure. Even if she turned around and ran away, the two Cheyenne Bears would undoubtedly chase her. What should I do now? A strong sense of anxiety appeared on the girl's face. She knew very well that she did not have the strength to deal with the two Cheyenne Bears in front of her. After seeing this scene, Lin Fan, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't help but sigh slightly, thinking to himself, it seems that I still have to help, otherwise she will definitely die under the attack of the two Cheyenne Bears. Yes, Lin Fan had come here before, but he had been hiding in the dark and didn't show up. In the current situation, it is obvious that the girl can't handle it. If he doesn't care, the girl will definitely die. Thinking of this, Lin Fan didn't waste any more time and rushed forward. The girl was startled when she heard the voice behind her, and hurriedly looked back, only to see Lin Fan rushing towards her quickly. Don't come over. The two Cheyenne Bears are very strong, the girl reminded subconsciously. This made Lin Fan slightly startled. He didn't expect that this girl was so kind-hearted. Generally speaking, if many people encounter this situation, they would like someone to come over to distract their attention, but this girl took the initiative to remind him not to come over. It is enough to show that the girl's heart is not bad at all. It's okay, I can handle it, you just rest nearby. Lin Fan smiled at the girl, his tone full of confidence. Two monsters with only the strength of the initial stage of the Earth Wasteland realm were indeed not a difficult task for Lin Fan. However, this surprised the girl a little. She didn't expect Lin Fan to have the confidence to deal with two Sky Rock Bears. While the girl was surprised, Lin Fan had already rushed towards the two Sky Rock Bears. Roar! Roar! The two Sky Rock Bears roared again and flew towards Lin Fan at the same time. Bang! Bang! Lin Fan clenched his fists tightly, without any evasion, and directly collided with the two Sky Rock Bears head-on. With a spread of two dull sounds, it can be clearly seen that the bodies of the two Sky Rock Bears flew backwards, flying more than 10 meters before falling back to the ground. This scene made the girl's mouth unable to close. She thought that even if Lin Fan could deal with the two Sky Rock Bears, it would take some time to do so. How could she have thought that Lin Fan could deal with both Sky Rock Bears in one encounter? This efficiency was beyond her imagination. But the fact had already happened before her eyes, whether she believed it or not. Thank you for your help, young master. After the girl came to her senses, she quickly bowed to Lin Fan. You're welcome. Lin Fan shook his head, but asked curiously, did you come to Pingyang Mountain alone to train? No, the girl shook her head and said, I originally came with my family, but my family was in danger, and I was the only one left. Oh, Lin Fan frowned and said, my condolences. By the way, what's your name? Lin Fan asked. Zio Wangxiu, the girl replied, What about you, young master? My name is Lin Fan, Lin Fan replied. Young master Lin, are you here to train alone? Xiao Wangxiu asked. I am a student of Nanluo College. This is the time for us to come to Pingyang Mountains for training, Lin Fan said with a smile. So Master Lin is a student of Nanluo College. Hearing Lin Fan's answer, Xiao Wangxiu's beautiful eyes clearly flashed with envy. Master Lin, if that's the case, you still have companions nearby, right? Then do you want to snatch the marrow cleansing fruit? Xiao Wangxiu asked hurriedly. Marrow cleansing fruit, Lin Fan was startled, and thought about it in his mind. He remembered that this marrow cleansing fruit is a third-grade medicinal material, and it is very beneficial for people with the cultivation level of the Earth Wasteland realm to take it. Chapter 723 Dire Wolf. The reason why the people in Xiao Wangxiu's family died was because of the marrow cleansing fruit. They found a place with a marrow cleansing fruit, and when they were discussing how to seize it, they were surrounded by a group of people. The other party forced them to ask the location of the marrow cleansing fruit and even wanted to kill them. It was the family members who risked their lives to save them that gave Xiao Wangxiu the opportunity to escape. After escaping, Xiao Wangxiu was going to leave Pingyang Mountains and return to the family to report the matter, but she happened to meet Xianai and Shuang, and then she met Lin Fan. If Lin Fan had not said that he was a student of Nanluo College, Xiao Wangxiu would not have planned to tell Lin Fan about the marrow cleansing fruit. But after knowing that Lin Fan was a student of Nanluo College, she felt that if she told Lin Fan about this matter, it would be equivalent to repaying Lin Fan's kindness in saving her just now, and secondly, it would also allow Lin Fan to take her to avenge the members of the family. After all, when she returned to the family and told the matter and then came to Pingyang Mountains, it was not necessarily that she could find the group of people who killed her family members in Pingyang Mountains. What? You acted alone? When Xiao Wangxiu heard Lin Fan say that he actually acted alone, a deep shock appeared on her face. She had just thought that Lin Fan had teammates nearby, so she chose to tell Lin Fan about this matter. In this way, if Lin Fan brought his teammates over, he would have a chance to kill the other party and obtain the marrow cleansing fruit. But now there was only Lin Fan alone, and she was the only two of them. How could the two of them deal with that group of people? Do you know the specific strength of that group of people? Lin Fan asked. The leader of them has the cultivation of the late stage of the Wasteland Realm, 3 of them are in the middle stage of the Wasteland Realm, and 5 of them are in the early stage of the Wasteland Realm, Xiao Wangxiu replied. Hearing this, Lin Fan seemed to be thinking about it, and after a little hesitation, he said, That's not bad, not very strong. Xiao Wangxiu was stunned. Such a team is not very strong? There are monsters guarding the marrow cleansing fruit, right? Lin Fan asked again. Generally speaking, these places where natural materials and treasures grow should be guarded by monsters. Yes, there are dire wolves there, Xiao Wangxiu answered. Juoff, Lin Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. He also had an impression of this dire wolf. It was a kind of pack monster. After adulthood, its strength was at the level of the Earth Wasteland realm. I wonder if that group of people got the marrow cleansing fruit and left at this time, Lin Fan murmured. Hearing Lin Fan's murmur, Xiao Wangxiu shook his head and said, It should not be yet. There are quite a few dire wolves. Even if their team goes to deal with that group of dire wolves, it will take a lot of time to do it. Is the location of the marrow cleansing fruit far from us? Lin Fan asked. Not far, it can be reached in half an hour at most, Xiao Wangxiu answered. Half an hour, Lin Fan's eyes flashed, and he said, Okay, take me there now. Up, just the two of us. Xiao Wangxiu was stunned. Yes, just the two of us, Lin Fan nodded. Aren't you going to call your teammates? Xiao Wangxiu asked in confusion. They are in the outer area of Pingyang mountain range. Do you think it's too late for us to go over and call them back now? Lin Fan smiled and said confidently, Don't worry. I won't die in vain. Take me over to see the situation first. We will act according to the situation. If we can snatch the marrow cleansing fruit, that would be great. If we can't snatch it, we will retreat. In short, we just don't give our lives to the other party. Seeing Lin Fan's confidence, Xiao Wangxiu hesitated. But soon she thought of the scene where Lin Fan just appeared to deal with the 2 Cheyenne bears. It seemed that it was really easy to deal with them. She thought about it and finally nodded and said, Okay, I'll take you there. After all, if Lin Fan hadn't appeared to deal with the 2 Cheyenne bears just now, she would have died under the attack of the 2 Cheyenne bears. It was equivalent to that her life was saved by Lin Fan. In this case, now Lin Fan wanted her to take him over. How could she refuse? Let's go, Lin Fan nodded. Xiao Wangxiu didn't delay anymore and walked in front to lead Lin Fan. The two of them shuttled through the mountains. Just as Xiao Wangxiu said, the place they just stopped at was not too far from the place where the marrow-cleansing fruit was found. It took more than 20 minutes to reach the destination. Not far in front of them was a not-so-big canyon with a huge stone wall in the canyon. On the stone wall, some vines grew. The vines densely covered the stone wall, but people with sharp eyes could still clearly see that there was a bright red fruit on the vines. That bright red fruit was the so-called marrow-cleansing fruit. However, at this time, Lin Fan and Xiao Wangxiu did not rush up impulsively, but quietly hid behind and watched. It can be clearly seen that in front of the stone wall, there were giant wolves with snow-white bodies standing. Dire wolves. An extremely ferocious monster. Not only are they fast in movement, but they are also very powerful. The most important thing is that they are social animals. It is roughly estimated that the number of dire wolves here is no less than 30. Lin Fan used the ring to check. The strength of this group of dire wolves was not bad. 2 of them were in the late stage of the Earth Wasteland realm, 10 were in the middle stage of the Earth Wasteland realm, and the rest were all in the early stage of the Earth Wasteland realm. Not far in front of the canyon, Lin Fan and Xiao Wangxiu clearly saw a group of people. That's them, Xiao Wangxiu whispered. They knew that this group of dire wolves was not simple, so they didn't do it. The group of people in front were the ones who killed the members of Xiao Wangxiu's family. Seeing them appear in her sight, Xiao Wangxiu's eyes were filled with deep hatred, and she wished she could rush up and kill them all. Unfortunately, she knew very well that her strength was not enough to deal with the other party. Even if she had great hatred in her heart, she could only endure it forcibly. Lin Fan nodded slightly, shifted his sight to the group of people, and also checked with a ring. Facts have proved that the information Xiao Wangxiu gave was correct. The strength of the other 9 people was indeed 1 in the late stage of the Earth Wasteland realm, 3 in the middle stage of the Earth Wasteland realm, and 5 in the early stage of the Earth Wasteland realm. Let's not make it public yet, let's wait and see. They should attack the dire wolves. Lin Fan retracted his gaze, tilted his head to look at Xiao Wangxiu, and whispered. Yes, Xiao Wangxiu nodded obediently. Although she didn't know how the group of people would deal with the dire wolves, at this time, she could only choose to listen to Lin Fan's words. Brother, these dire wolves are not simple. There are 2 in the late stage of the Earth Wasteland realm alone. I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to deal with them. A man with a scar on his face frowned and said. The man he called brother was the leader of their team. His name was Chen Yuan, with a cultivation level of the late stage of the Earth Wasteland realm, and he had led this team for 3 years. Hearing this, the other few people nodded. Obviously they all thought that this group of dire wolves would be difficult to deal with. Chen Yuan's eyes flashed with ruthlessness, and he said, Of course I know that this group of dire wolves is not easy to deal with, but you all saw that the marrow-washing fruit on the vine is waving to us. Are we going to miss it in vain? Then does Big Brother have any good ideas? Scarred Man asked. Needless to say, they all knew the function of the marrow-washing fruit, and they naturally wanted to get the marrow-washing fruit to improve their strength. If we fight this group of dire wolves head-on, it will not be of any benefit to us. We can only use some other means. Chen Yuan raised his eyes and had an idea. The number of dire wolves is large, and their overall strength is not worse than theirs. If they rush up to fight the dire wolves head-on, it is really not a wise move. Therefore, they can only change a method. As soon as the voice fell, Chen Yuan's mind moved, and he took out 3 black objects from his storage bag. This thing looks a bit like a coil of incense. As soon as it was taken out, a faint pungent smell could be smelled. Soul-bewitching incense. Seeing the things in Chen Yuan's hand, Scarred Man and others were slightly startled. Then, the Scarred Man asked, Brother, are you going to use this soul-bewitching incense to deal with the dire wolves? Is there a better way now? Chen Yuan asked back. It's a bit of a pity, the Scarred Man said in a deep voice. It's a bit of a pity, but compared to getting the marrow-cleansing fruit to improve my strength, it's still worth it, Chen Yuan said. The value of these 3 soul-bewitching incense is not low at all. He spent 30,000 yuan stones to get them 30,000 yuan stones. That's an absolutely huge number. Especially for people like them, under normal circumstances, they rarely spend such a large amount of money. The soul-bewitching incense has the effect of causing practitioners or monsters to lose their minds. Although it can only be used on those with weak strength, It is thought that it will have a strong effect on this group of direwolves. Chen Yuan's talent is not strong, otherwise he would not have reached the late stage of the Earth Wasteland realm at the age of 30. But if he can get those marrow-cleansing fruits, his strength can enter the realm of perfection in the Earth Wasteland realm. Once he reaches the perfection of the Earth Wasteland realm, he will have the opportunity to impact the Heaven Wasteland realm. This is absolutely crucial for him. Therefore, even if he had to use up these 3 pieces of soul-bewitching incense worth 30,000 yuan, he could only use them reluctantly. As long as he could get an improvement in strength, everything would be worth it. What is he holding in his hand? Lin Fan didn't know what soul-bewitching incense was. When he saw Chen Yuan holding it in his hand, he couldn't help but ask in confusion. It seems to be soul-bewitching incense, Xiao Wangxiu replied. Soul-bewitching incense? What kind of thing is this? Lin Fan asked again. Xiao Wangxiu didn't expect that Lin Fan had never heard of soul-bewitching incense, so she patiently explained it to Lin Fan. After hearing Xiao Wangxiu's explanation, Lin Fan realized that this thing was similar to something on Earth. No wonder Xiao Wangxiu's face flushed when she said it just now. Because some people who hold soul-bewitching incense in their hands are specially used to deal with women. After knocking women unconscious, they can do whatever they want. Before, it was also because Chen Yuan didn't expect that the members of Xiao Wangxiu's family would fight to the death, and he bought time for Xiao Wangxiu to escape. If he had known this would happen, Chen Yuan would have used the incense sticks to deal with Xiao Wangxiu and the others, and Xiao Wangxiu would naturally have no chance to escape. Once Xiao Wangxiu fell into their hands, it was conceivable what these hungry wolves would do to her. Thinking of this, Xiao Wangxiu secretly felt lucky that she had escaped. Otherwise, if she had been insulted by these guys, she would not have had the courage to continue living. While Lin Fan and Xiao Wangxiu were talking, Chen Yuan had already distributed the 3 pieces of incense sticks in his hand. Cover your mouths and noses with face towels, then you go and light the incense sticks and fan the incense sticks into the canyon, and wait for these direwolves to inhale the incense sticks before we go up and take action, Chen Yuan warned. Remember, this is something we spent a lot of money on, and we must succeed, and we must not fail. Yes, the scarred man and the others nodded, and then they immediately took action, going to 3 different locations, and took out face towels one by one to cover their faces. Light it up. Chen Yuan saw that Scar Man and the others were ready, and made a gesture to them. Seeing this, Scar Man and the others did not waste time and lit up the incense. After lighting the incense, it emitted bursts of smoke. Scar Man and the others mobilized the wild power in their bodies, forming gusts of breeze, and urged the smoke into the canyon. Although the group of ice wolves had some consciousness, they were far from knowing in advance that the smoke would explode. They quickly inhaled the smoke of the incense into their bodies. After about 5 minutes, it could be clearly seen that some ice wolves with the strength of the initial stage of the Earth Wilderness had begun to shake. Chapter 724. Thank you. The effect of the soul-bewitching incense is limited, and it is impossible for every direwolf to be deeply poisoned. The most common effect probably appears on the direwolves with the strength of the early stage of the Earth Wasteland realm. The direwolves in the middle stage of the Earth Wasteland realm, after inhaling the soul-bewitching incense, only have an impact on their consciousness, which will make their reaction slower. As for the direwolves with the strength of the late stage of the Earth Wasteland realm, the impact is already very small. However, this is enough for Chen Yuan and others. After another 3 minutes, seeing that the situation is almost done, Chen Yuan waved his hand and said, "Action." As soon as the voice fell, his figure rushed into the canyon first. Seeing this, the scarred man and others looked at each other, and did not delay, and rushed into the canyon behind Chen Yuan. Roar! Roar! The 2 direwolves with the strength of the late stage of the Earth Wasteland realm immediately noticed Chen Yuan and others, and opened their mouths to let out a harsh roar. Under these roars, the group of dizzy direwolves seemed to wake up a little, and then they opened their mouths and roared, staggering towards Chen Yuan and others. The rest of the direwolves will be left to you. I will deal with the 2 direwolves in the late stage of the Earth Wasteland. You can come to help me after you deal with the others, Chen Yuan said. He was not very confident that he could deal with 2 direwolves in the late stage of the Earth Wasteland alone. To be on the safe side, he only needed to delay the 2 direwolves. After his teammates dealt with the other direwolves, they would join forces with him, which would naturally be much safer. Okay, big brother, you should be careful too, the scarred man and others nodded. Chen Yuan no longer hesitated, locked his eyes on the two direwolves, and rushed over quickly. The two direwolves could also see that Chen Yuan was the most powerful among this group of people, so they rushed to Chen Yuan from the left and right and fought with Chen Yuan. Scarman and his companions followed their agreement and began to deal with the remaining direwolves. The direwolves of the initial stage of the Earth Wasteland realm were greatly affected by the ecstasy incense and were no longer a threat to Scarman and his companions. Scarman and his companions only had to deal with the direwolves of the mid-stage of the Earth Wasteland realm. When the other party and the direwolves started a battle, Lin Fan and Xiao Wengxiu still hid in the dark and watched. These people are probably also people who drink blood on the tip of the knife, and their attacks are quite ruthless. Lin Fan looked for a while and said slowly, "They should be the kind of mercenary team. After years of accumulation, they are very experienced in combat. Their strength is still stronger than that of ordinary people of the same level," Xiao Wengxiu said. "Well, it can be seen," Lin Fan nodded. From the situation of Chen Yuan and Scarman and his companions, it can be seen that Chen Yuan and Scarman and his companions are not easy to deal with. Especially the kind of combat experience, absolutely surpassed many people of the same realm. Those freshmen of Nanlo Academy were nothing in front of Chen Yuan and others. At most, they were more talented than Chen Yuan and others. Bang! Bang! Scarman and others continued to attack the remaining direwolves. Under their crazy attack, the remaining direwolves were solved by them not long after. "Let's go, let's help Big Brother deal with those two direwolves." Scarman glanced at everyone, then stretched out his hand and waved, leading everyone to run towards Chen Yuan. Since the soul-bewitching incense did not have any effect on the two direwolves of the late stage of the wasteland, it was not so easy for Chen Yuan to deal with two alone. Of course, Chen Yuan's strength was also quite strong. He held back two direwolves of the late stage of the wasteland by himself. This was not something that everyone could do. "Leave this one to you first, I'll solve the other one first." Seeing Scarman and others coming, Chen Yuan immediately gave an order. Hearing this, Scarman and others immediately surrounded the direwolf on the left. 3 of them have the strength of the middle stage of the Earth Wasteland realm, and 5 of them have the strength of the early stage of the Earth Wasteland realm. Although they may not be able to beat this dire wolf, they can still do it if they want to delay it for some time. When the scarred man and others dealt with the dire wolf on the left, Chen Yuan also rushed to the dire wolf on the right, and a fierce battle broke out again. Chen Yuan is an experienced hunter, and his strength is not bad. He fought with the dire wolf for about 7 or 8 minutes and killed it. Then, he turned his eyes and locked on another dire wolf. "Let me do it," Chen Yuan said to the scarred man and others, and waved his fist to attack the dire wolf. The scarred man and others pushed back, surrounded the dire wolf, and did not intend to give the dire wolf a chance to escape. After a while, the dire wolf was also killed by Chen Yuan. "Are you not injured?" Chen Yuan asked. "Brother, no," the scarred man and others shook their heads. "That's good," Chen Yuan nodded and said, "Take out the demon cores of these dire wolves." Scarred man and others took action without hesitation and took out the demon cores from the dire wolves. If they took out so many demon cores and sold them, it would be a big harvest. Then, they all looked at the vines. There were a total of 6 bright red fruits on the vines. Chen Yuan's face couldn't help but smile. With these 6 marrow-cleansing fruits, his cultivation would definitely be able to break through to the perfect state of the Earth Wasteland realm. After all, he had been in the late stage of the Earth Wasteland realm for a long time, and it was a good time to need medicinal materials such as marrow-cleansing fruits to sprint. "Let's go, it's our turn." Lin Fan glanced at the dire wolf corpses on the ground, then turned his head and said to Xiao Wengxiu beside him, "Are we going to deal with them directly?" Xiao Wengxiu was stunned. "It's already this time. If we don't deal with them, then we can only watch them take the marrow-cleansing fruit away." Lin Fan smiled lightly. "But, are we to their opponents?" Xiao Wengxiu mainly felt that the opponent was stronger, and he and Lin Fan might not be able to beat him. "Don't worry, I'm sure I can handle it." Lin Fan smiled slightly and said, "If you don't come with me, then you stay here, I can go alone." After the voice fell, Lin Fan did not delay and walked towards the canyon. He didn't like to force others to do things that were difficult. Since Xiao Wengxiu didn't want to go out with him to deal with it, he could only let Xiao Wengxiu stay. Seeing Lin Fan walk out without looking back, Xiao Wengxiu was stunned again, but soon she bit her lip lightly, her beautiful eyes condensed, and followed him. Her life was saved by Lin Fan from the two Sky Rock Bears, so there was no reason for her to hide behind now. What's more, she heard the deep confidence in Lin Fan's tone. It seemed that Lin Fan was not a person who liked to brag. Maybe Lin Fan really had the ability to deal with the other party. Chen Yuan looked at the 6 marrow washing fruits with a fiery gaze. Just when he was about to ask someone to pick the 6 marrow washing fruits, he heard footsteps coming from behind. They turned around and looked behind. In their sight, 2 figures were slowly approaching. These 2 figures were naturally Lin Fan and Xiao Wangxiu. "It's you." Chen Yuan and others focused their eyes on Xiao Wangxiu and recognized her immediately. After all, Xiao Wangxiu had just escaped from their hands not long ago, so how could they forget Xiao Wangxiu's appearance? Haha, so, did you go find a helper? Chen Yuan's eyes shifted to Lin Fan, with a sneer in his face. Xiao Wangxiu did not come alone, but brought someone with him. Chen Yuan was not a fool, so he naturally thought that Lin Fan was the helper Xiao Wangxiu found. "You bastards, you killed my family members, I will not let you go." Xiao Wangxiu was furious when she saw Chen Yuan's arrogant face. She was indeed very angry. The people who followed her out of the family had a good relationship with her. Seeing these people die in the hands of Chen Yuan and others, she was powerless to save them. You can imagine what kind of psychological torture it was. "You were lucky before and escaped. If you hid obediently, we really couldn't find you. I didn't expect you to come back on your own initiative. This time, you don't have such good luck," Chen Yuan said lightly, not taking Xiao Wangxiu's words seriously at all. Lin Fan looked about the same age as Xiao Wangxiu, and he didn't think Lin Fan had the strength to deal with him. "Brother, after we take this girl down, we must let her know how powerful we are." The scarred man had an evil smile on his face. "Is there any need to say that?" Chen Yuan nodded. For them, a woman like Xiao Wangxiu is not easy to meet, so they naturally want to enjoy her after taking her down. Hearing these insulting words from Chen Yuan and the scarred man, Xiao Wangxiu's beautiful eyes were filled with anger. She had already thought about it. If Lin Fan could deal with Chen Yuan and others, that would be good. If Lin Fan couldn't deal with Chen Yuan and others, she would rather kill them than fall into the hands of Chen Yuan and others. Because she knew very well that compared to suicide, falling into the hands of Chen Yuan and others would be more cruel. She didn't want to become a plaything of Chen Yuan and others. "I have to say, I want to thank you," Lin Fan stepped forward and said with a faint smile. "Oh," Chen Yuan's eyes showed a hint of doubt, and he said, "Thank us for what?" Xiao Wangxiu was also stunned, not understanding what Lin Fan meant by thank you. Everyone's eyes were all focused on Lin Fan in an instant. Lin Fan smiled slightly and said, "Thank you for solving these dire wolves, so that we can save a lot of effort when we collect the marrow cleansing fruit." "Haha, kid. Who gave you the courage to say such a thing?" Chen Yuan couldn't help laughing. He didn't expect that Lin Fan wanted to say thank you in this way. This was too much of a disregard for them. After hearing this, the scarred man and others also laughed. "Boy, I admire your arrogance, but you have to know that arrogance comes at a price," the scarred man said in a deep voice. "Yes, arrogance does come at a price, so I think the price you have to pay is to lose your lives. What do you think?" Lin Fan asked back. "Brother, I don't think we need to waste time talking to him, just take him down, and I'll see how he can still be so arrogant," the scarred man said angrily. In his eyes, people like Lin Fan should be severely punished. Only after being severely punished will they become honest. "Okay, I don't think I need to take action against this kid, right?" Chen Yuan nodded, and he also felt that there was no need to waste time talking to Lin Fan. "Brother, don't worry, just leave it to me." A grim smile appeared on the scarred man's face. After the voice fell, the scarred man moved and rushed directly towards Lin Fan and Xiao Wangxiu. At the same time, several other people also took action. They didn't think that the scarred man couldn't deal with Lin Fan and Xiao Wangxiu, but they wanted to surround them to prevent them from escaping. "Be careful, leave it to me," Lin Fan told Xiao Wangxiu. "Yes," Xiao Wangxiu nodded. Lin Fan took a deep breath, and the wild force in his body surged, and he rushed towards the scarred man and others. 2 of the 5 people who were in the early stage of the Earth Wasteland realm went to deal with Xiao Wangxiu. In this regard, Lin Fan didn't have to worry about anything, and it seemed that Xiao Wangxiu would not have much problem dealing with 2 people in the early stage of the Earth Wasteland realm. After all, while they were rushing over here, Xiao Wangxiu took the elixir to recover the wild force consumed in his body. The battle between the two sides also started at this time. "Boy, die for me." The scarred man's sneer became bigger and bigger, and he said coldly, "When you fall into my hands, I will let you know what pain is." Chapter 725, Battle Against Chen Yuan. In the eyes of the scarred man, Lin Fan's strength was nothing. He didn't need any help to easily deal with Lin Fan. After all, he had the cultivation base of the middle stage of the earthly wasteland realm, and he didn't think that Lin Fan was stronger than him. There was no way, because Lin Fan had been restraining his momentum. Bang! When the scarred man rushed forward, Lin Fan's fist suddenly blasted out, colliding with the scarred man's fist, and a dull sound suddenly rang out. As the dull sound spread, the scarred man's face suddenly changed, and he looked at Lin Fan with more surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect Lin Fan's fist to be so hard. "You actually have the strength of the middle stage of the earthly wasteland realm?" The scarred man stepped back and locked his eyes on Lin Fan with a shocked face. He really didn't expect that Lin Fan's cultivation base had reached the middle stage of the earthly wasteland realm. Chen Yuan was also a little surprised. He also didn't expect Lin Fan to have the cultivation base of the middle stage of the earthly wasteland realm. "When did I say that I didn't have the cultivation base of the middle stage of the earthly wasteland realm?" Lin Fan mocked. The scarred man was slightly startled, as if they had always looked down on Lin Fan. "HMPH. Even if you have the cultivation of the middle stage of the earth wasteland realm, you are doomed to die today," the scarred man snorted coldly. What if Lin Fan has the cultivation of the middle stage of the earth wasteland realm? The number and strength of their side crushed Lin Fan and Xiao Wangxiu. Attacked together, the scarred man glanced at his companions who surrounded him from all sides and called out to them. In order to avoid accidents, he decided not to fight Lin Fan alone. For them, there has never been any honor or dishonor. They only care about the result, not the process, as long as they can take down Lin Fan and Xiao Wangxiu. Yes, the people around heard the scarred man's words and answered in unison. Then, they did not hesitate, and under the leadership of the scarred man, they all besieged Lin Fan. Seeing that Lin Fan was completely surrounded and besieged, Xiao Wangxiu was very worried, but she had no other way. With her strength, she could only deal with two people with the cultivation of the early stage of the earth wasteland realm at the same time, and it was impossible for her to have the energy to help Lin Fan. However, facing the siege of Scarman and others, Lin Fan seemed very calm and composed, without the slightest panic on his face. Scarman and his 6 men, 3 of them were in the middle stage of the earth wasteland realm, and 3 were in the early stage of the earth wasteland realm. Such a lineup to besiege him would not necessarily bring any benefits. He did not even intend to use his soul power, as his own wild power could handle it. Boom! Lin Fan's body shook, and the wild power in his body surged wildly, gathering towards his hands. Under the coverage of the wild power, his hands seemed to flash with dazzling light and carry fierce power. Bang! Bang! Lin Fan's eyes locked on the 2 people in the early stage of the earth wasteland realm, and he punched hard. Only 2 dull sounds were heard, and the 2 people in the early stage of the earth wasteland realm were blown away. Bang! Lin Fan flashed and quickly came in front of the 3rd person in the early stage of the earth wasteland realm. He punched again, and the man blocked his hands in front of his body and was also blown away by Lin Fan. Asshole! The scarred man's face changed drastically. He really didn't expect Lin Fan's movement speed to be so fast. The 6 of them attacked Lin Fan together, but Lin Fan knocked down 3 of them in a flash. This was really a humiliation for them. Chen Yuan watched the battle in the field, but he didn't worry too much. Although Lin Fan's performance was beyond his expectations, no matter what, Lin Fan was only in the middle stage of the earth wasteland realm, while he was a genuine late stage of the earth wasteland realm and was close to the perfection of the earth wasteland realm. Therefore, he was not worried about anything. He was absolutely sure that he could defeat Lin Fan. Use martial arts. The scarred man and the other 2 looked at each other and shouted. With their own strength, they were no longer Lin Fan's opponents. This point can basically be judged 100%. Yes, the other 2 answered in unison. Muffed and palm. The scarred man and the other 2 waved their hands and attacked Lin Fan with 3 powerful palm winds. The muff and palm that the 3 of them used was a mid-level martial art of the ordinary class. With the cultivation of the middle stage of the earthly desolate realm, the power was quite strong. 3 palm winds swept over, bringing with them 3 sounds of breaking wind. Thousand illusion palm, Lin Fan shouted in his heart, and the wild power in his body quickly gathered on his hands, and he also used the martial art. Around his body, thousands of palm shadows condensed and attacked the three scarred men. Boom! The collision of thousands of palm shadows and the three palm winds immediately caused a roar. Since the Thousand Illusion Palm was a top-level martial art of the ordinary class, and it was performed by Lin Fan, the power was quite strong. Therefore, at the moment of collision, the three palm winds were destroyed by the palm shadows. Not good. The three scarred men did not expect Lin Fan to be able to use such a powerful martial art, and actually destroyed their martial arts in one go. But at this time, they had no time to react, and could only watch the remaining palm shadows fall on them. Bang! 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 With three dull sounds, the bodies of the three scarred men flew backwards, their blood and ki kept surging, and then they spit out blood, and then their bodies fell back to the ground. At this moment, the faces of the three scarred men turned pale. Obviously, the martial arts performed by Lin Fan had injured their bodies. After knocking the three scarred men down, Lin Fan just glanced at them lightly, and then locked his eyes on Chen Yuan, with a smile on his lips. A hint of viciousness flashed across Chen Yuan's eyes, and his tone was also gloomy. I didn't expect you to master the ordinary level top-grade martial arts. This is really beyond my expectation. The ordinary level top-grade martial arts is also a very precious martial arts for Chen Yuan and others. Now he can be sure that Lin Fan should have a good identity background, otherwise, he would not be able to practice the ordinary level top-grade martial arts. There are many things you didn't expect. There's nothing to be surprised about. Lin Fan smiled faintly. Chen Yuan took a deep breath and said, then let me see how strong you are. The scarred man and others were knocked down by Lin Fan. Now he had to do it himself. As for Xiao Wangxiu, she felt relieved when she saw Lin Fan deal with the scarred man and the other two. Anyway, her task was to hold the two people in front of her, and the rest could only be left to Lin Fan. Go ahead. Lin Fan deliberately gave Chen Yuan a disdainful look and sneered, your result is no different from theirs. Looking for death, Chen Yuan was immediately furious and no longer hesitated. He stepped on the ground and rushed towards Lin Fan like a tiger out of a cage. Facing Chen Yuan's attack, although Lin Fan showed disdain on the surface, he would not really treat it carelessly. In any case, Chen Yuan has the cultivation of the late stage of the Earth Wasteland realm and can get rid of the dire wolf leader, which is enough to show that Chen Yuan's strength is not simple. If he still treats it carelessly, he will probably capsize in the gutter. Chen Yuan rushed up, clenched his palms, and punched out fiercely with a fist wind. Lin Fan's eyes condensed slightly, and he clenched his fist again, and collided with Chen Yuan's fist. Bang! Fists collided, and a dull sound spread. Lin Fan's body retreated 2 steps, and Chen Yuan's body also retreated 1 step. Chen Yuan frowned together, not expecting Lin Fan's body to be so tough. Bang! 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 They didn't hesitate and continued to attack each other, and dull sounds spread one after another. This state lasted for several minutes, and Chen Yuan did not make any breakthrough progress. There was no way. His attack was either blocked by Lin Fan, dodged by Lin Fan, or resisted by Lin Fan. Bang! Lin Fan and Chen Yuan collided with each other again, and then both of them retreated to the back. A strong murderous intent flashed across Chen Yuan's eyes, and he said, it seems that I can't defeat you without martial arts. Chen Yuan did realize this problem. If he fought Lin Fan with his bare hands, he would not be able to bring any harm to Lin Fan. He had to use martial arts. Water Cloud Fist, Chen Yuan shouted loudly, and the wild power in his body gathered towards his right fist, and then he punched Lin Fan fiercely. The next moment, in front of Chen Yuan's body, it seemed that there was a source of water condensing. These water sources, from the appearance, were a bit similar to clouds. This martial art called Water Cloud Fist is also a mid-level martial art of the ordinary level, but when it is performed by Chen Yuan, who is in the late stage of the Earth Wilderness realm, the power is much stronger than that of the Scarred Man and others performing mid-level martial arts of the ordinary level. Thousand Illusion Palm. Lin Fan saw the fist rushing towards him like a water cloud, and shouted again in his heart, and the martial art of Thousand Illusion Palm was performed in an instant. Boom! Thousands of palm shadows and water cloud fists collided with each other, and a rumbling sound suddenly sounded. It can be clearly seen that the thousands of palm shadows and water cloud fists dissipated in the air together. Neither side has the upper hand. How is it possible? Seeing this scene, Chen Yuan's face suddenly changed. He is a late-stage cultivator of the Earth Wasteland realm. He, This little strength is not enough for you to defeat me, Lin Fan taunted. Boy. You forced me to do this. It's your luck to die under my move. Chen Yuan was completely enraged. Since the ordinary middle-grade martial arts could not deal with Lin Fan, he could only use the ordinary upper-grade martial arts. 100 piercing steps, Chen Yuan's eyes condensed. Without any hesitation, his figure flashed quickly, as fast as a ghost. Moreover, every time his figure moved, it would increase a lot of power. All these forces gathered in his legs. When he rushed to 5 meters away from Lin Fan, he jumped up and kicked towards Lin Fan. The moment he kicked, he could hear the wind from his legs. This 100 piercing steps was the strongest method he had mastered so far. He believed that when this martial art was used, Lin Fan would definitely not be able to resist it. Senluo seal, Lin Fan raised a faint arc at the corner of his mouth, and his hands quickly formed hand seals in front of him, and then kept changing. When the hand seals stopped changing, a black mark also condensed in front of Lin Fan. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.